Chapter 181. At the moment when Chu Cheng was resurrected, a figure in a robe suddenly appeared at the edge of the Destiny's Nest not far away. In the standing cloak was a vortex formed by a group of starlight. A crystal sphere was suspended between the figure's hands. As the sphere rotated, countless fine sands flowed back and forth inside, never stopping. Time, eternity. The guidance of destiny appeared. The figure disappeared just as suddenly as it appeared. For hours later, Chu Cheng appeared in front of the fragment of the Destiny's Nest and dived into it. Finally safe. He didn't know whether the chosen of the Drow could find this place, but at least he was sure that even if he could find it back, he would not dare to enter the fragment of the Destiny's Nest. Only then did I have time to look around. I found that I was on the top of a cliff when I entered the boundary. After walking less than 100 meters, I reached the edge of the cliff. I found that the cliff extended along the edge of the boundary, surrounding the small boundary fragment. The bottom of the cliff, with a drop of more than 1,000 meters in the center, was a place like a paradise. The mountains were full of green vegetation, and various animals lived harmoniously in the valley. There was no fighting or hunting. Both herbivores and carnivores were herbivores, living harmoniously in this paradise. In the center of this paradise, there was a lonely wooden house, and a figure was sitting in front of the wooden house, not knowing what to do. This nest of destiny is so small. With a slightly better vision, I could see the edge of the boundary fragment at a glance. I secretly estimated that the diameter would not exceed 5 kilometers. So the person in front of the hut, at the bottom of the valley, is the first-generation oracle? Chu Cheng thought about it, and then traveled through time across thousands of meters to the bottom of the cliff, and appeared directly 100 meters away from the wooden house. According to the information of the Star Tower, the first-generation oracle camp is absolutely neutral, and has signed a contract with the gods and demons of the Star Tower. As long as you don't cause trouble in the domain of the Destiny Nest, you will not be attacked. Walking to a distance from the wooden house, you can already see the figure clearly. Wearing a gray robe, with a hood standing up, there is a vortex of starlight without a face. Oracle, level, HP? You show up without burning the divine power sand? Chu Cheng was slightly surprised, and immediately bowed respectfully. Star Tower Chu Cheng, meet your highness. The figure raised his head, and although he had no face, he could feel that someone was looking at him. Looking up and down, Chu Cheng could vaguely feel that something was probing him. After a while, a strange voice, that was not male or female, like a mixture of countless voices, sounded beside his ears. We meet again. Chu Cheng was stunned, and did not react to the meaning of this sentence for a while. Have we met before? The oracle did not answer his question, but just said to himself, past, present, future, 3 laws combined into one, that is eternity. The oracle raised his hand, which was also a palm condensed by countless starlight. The palm was empty to the naked eye, but Chu Cheng felt something inexplicably. He looked up in surprise, and the oracle threw his hand. He did not see anything, but inexplicably felt that something had entered his body. He quickly opened the panel to check the prompt, but found no prompt. What is this? The oracle still did not answer, but pointed with his hand. Countless streams of light gathered into a crystal ball that appeared in front of him, and slowly rotated. He reached out and touched the crystal ball, and the crystal ball lit up. The star sand streams inside changed rapidly, and slowly outlined a figure, which was Fang Shi. Through the dark back behind her, it can be seen that she is still in the twisted netherworld. If your fate is changed, you can get my inheritance. The oracle stretched out his hand and grabbed it, and a light gate opened. A demon Tyrannosaurus rushed out of the light gate, with many panicked soldiers on its back who were suddenly teleported. Fang Shi was startled at first, but soon saw Chu Cheng, and her nervous heart inexplicably calmed down. He quickly stepped forward to catch her and whispered, "This is the Nest of Destiny, and this is His Highness the Oracle." As soon as he finished speaking, he saw the shock in Fang Shi's eyes. He quickly turned around and saw that the starlight vortex in the oracle's hood suddenly became bright, and countless starlights flew out of it, merging with the crystal ball hanging in the air that also turned into starlight to form a stream of light, which directly hit Fang Shi's chest. Chu Cheng was shocked, and his first reaction was that he wanted to take over the body. But he suddenly realized that this was the inheritance of the oracle, not taking over the body. At the same time, the oracle's voice came to his ears. Weaving fate, reversing fate, the oracle's message, you should be the weaver of fate. As the voice slowly faded away, the endless torrent of starlight completely merged into her body, and a new crystal ball slowly condensed and formed, hanging in front of her and slowly rotating. The oracle disappeared inexplicably, and the black robe fell to the ground and disappeared out of thin air, leaving Fang Shi surrounded by starlight, and 5 soldiers, who looked confused and didn't know what happened. Is it so easy to complete the inheritance? Don't you need to test it, give it a task or something? It was quite sudden and childish. And after completing the inheritance, the oracle seemed to have the illusion of running away after unloading the task. No one would believe it, but that was the feeling he gave him. And he had a vague feeling that the main task of the oracle staying here seemed to be waiting for him. This guess was also outrageous, but he was inexplicably sure. But no matter what, she did get the oracle hero inheritance, and this goal was successfully completed. The entire inheritance transformation lasted for a full hour before Fangxi woke up, and the first sentence was, "I got the oracle hero inheritance, a legendary hero profession. Please help me refer to which spells to wash away, which spells to keep, and how to choose hero skills." After speaking, the light curtain popped up, and she shared her current attribute panel with Chu Cheng. Chu Cheng looked at her panel again, pondered for a moment, and asked seriously, "You have to determine your route first, whether it is the battle mage flow, half output and half support, or pure support and treatment." She said seriously, "The oracle hero profession is half output and half support. Then half output and half support. You take the Styx essence crystal first, wash off the current hero profession, and then look at the oracle's hero expertise and optional hero skills." Fangxi quickly took out the Styx essence crystal, and then the personal attribute panel changed. The original hero profession panel of many astronomical magicians' expertise and skills all disappeared, replaced by the oracle's panel. Hero template, legendary hero template, with power far beyond ordinary people. Attribute adjustment is as follows. All attributes are added by 1 at each level. 1 point of constitution equals 20 points of health, 20 points of physical strength. 1 point of strength equals 2 basic physical attacks, 20 kilograms of load. 1 point of agility equals 2 points of speed. 1 point of agility equals 2 points of ranged attack. 1 point of perception equals 2 meters of perception range. 1 point of intelligence equals 20 points of mana. 5 points of intelligence equals 2% magic damage bonus. 1 point of spirit equals 2 points of mana recovery per minute. Immune to instant death, immune to disease, immune to soul possession, Destiny Mana 100. Chapter 182. Heroic Specialty Fate Weaver. You will not be affected by any fate-related abilities, and you will be immune to all causal-related effects. Feature 1. Fate Weaving. When the oracle dies, reweave fate, reverse the fate of death, and reset all states, with a cooldown of 1 month. Feature 2. Fate Denial. Obtain a grain of fate sand every 30 seconds, which can deny an attack or spell against itself, and can set the damage threshold of attacks and spells. Feature 3. Fate Revelation. The oracle senses destiny, and has the ability to predict. Tip. The effect cannot be dispelled, and the priority is law level. Chu Cheng can't see the hero's skill selection, so he can't share it. She can only explain the skill effect, and he can choose. She is now level 42, and can choose 4 hero skills. After Chu Cheng listened to the explanation of the 5 optional hero skills one by one, he made a decision quickly. Hero Skill 1. End of Luck, Awakening, Continuous Casting. Gather the power of the oracle into an energy-containing cleansing power. Cause magic damage of intelligence *10 to enemies within a radius of 50 meters within the line of sight. Entangle them, and continuously dispel all spells and skill effects within the range. For friendly troops, it will only dispel all negative effects on the body, and the entanglement and purification effects are the same as the guidance time. Tips. The skill cooldown time is 60 seconds, consuming 10 fate power. Tips. The maximum guidance casting time is 5 seconds, and the minimum entanglement time is 1 second. Tips. The effect can be dispelled, with priority at the field level. Hero Skill 2. Fate Edict, Awakening. The power of fate intoxicates the target, the enemy unit will be disarmed and silenced, and the friendly troops will gain magic immunity for 15 seconds. Tips. The skill has a cooldown of 60 seconds, and consumes 5 destiny power. Tips. The skill can be dispelled, with an authority level priority. Hero Skill 3. Flame of Purgation, Awakening. The power of the oracle is transformed into the Flame of Purgation, causing spell damage of intelligence *10 to a single enemy target, and purifying the buff spells on the body, immediately restoring the health of intelligence *10 when used on friendly forces, and restoring the health of intelligence *2 per second in the next 5 seconds. Tips. The skill has a cooldown of 10 seconds and consumes 2 destiny power. Tips. The skill can be dispelled, with an authority level priority. Hero Skill 4. Reign of Destiny, Awakening. The power of the oracle summons a Reign of Destiny covering a radius of 200 meters, which lasts for 30 seconds. Enemies standing in the area receive spell damage of intelligence *3 per second and cannot recover their health in any way. Friendly forces in the area recover their health of intelligence *3 per second, and any healing medicine increases by 100%. Tips. The skill has a cooldown of 3 minutes and consumes 20 destiny power. Tips. Skills can be dispelled, priority domain level. After selecting 4 hero skills, the next step is to eliminate professional skills. Chu Cheng had already prepared a plan, and said to her, if you go the way of both output and support, there are not many spells that need to be eliminated. Just wash out the 3 spells of elemental summons, Ice Chains, and Frost Nova, and then learn a few more auxiliary spells when you go back. For example, Group Bear Endurance, Group Cat Grace, Group Night Owl Perception, and Group Defense Enhancement. These auxiliary spells add up to exactly 15. Wait until you are promoted to Extraordinary and add 10 skill slots, and then pick a few offensive spells and control spells. Okay. Fang Shi agreed without hesitation. By the way, I just got the Oracle Hero Heritage, my talent has been upgraded, and I also got a professional artifact. Chu Cheng immediately said, let me see. Her mind moved, and the newly promoted talent appeared in front of him. Talent, Arcane Supreme LV3, all spells increased by 100%, spell cooldown reduced by 25%, mana consumption reduced by 25%. Then he stretched out his hand, and the crystal ball was placed in his white palm, and its attributes were also presented in front of him. Star Sphere, Immortal Gold First Order, Equipment Type, Inherited Artifact Equipment Requirements, Oracle Fang Shi Unique Equipment Attributes, all attributes plus 100. Equipment Attributes, all spells plus 100%. Equipment Attributes, Destiny Power plus 100, restore 1 point of Destiny Power every day. Equipment Features, Oracle Curse, any attack by the Oracle will cause the target to randomly acquire a curse. Repeated attacks can stack multiple curses. Priority Authority Level. Equipment Features, Oracle Healing, any spell or attack cast by the Oracle on teammates will cause teammates to gain a layer of healing effect. Restore Intelligence *1 health per second, lasting 15 seconds. Repeated attacks can stack multiple layers of healing effects. Priority Authority Level. Equipment Skills, Hero Fate Exile, use it on any target to exile it to the Fate Maze. Cooldown time 1 minute. Consume 1 to 10 points of Fate Power. Priority Domain Level. Equipment Skills, Hero Astral Crystal Wall, active use. Create a powerful barrier with a maximum radius of 500 meters. Barrier Defense Power 1 million. Sacred Armor. Consume 50 points of Fate Power. Equipment Skill, Hero question mark. Equipment Skill, Hero question mark. Equipment Skill, Hero question mark. Tip. The power of the Oracle's Inheritance Artifact increases as the artifact seal is lifted. Fuck, why don't I have an Inheritance Artifact? Chu Cheng's eyes were sore, and he almost cried. Even legendary heroes have Inheritance Artifacts, but I, an immortal hero, have nothing, and I haven't even seen the Inheritor. It's uncomfortable. Fang Shi's strength was average before, but when he obtained the Oracle Hero Inheritance, his strength skyrocketed n times in an instant. Add this Inheritance Artifact. Damn! He is stronger than me in terms of attributes. Name, Fang Shi. Race, human. Profession, Oracle, Legendary Hero, Level 42. Talent, Arcane Supreme LV3. Hero's Specialty, Fate Weaver. Main Attributes, Constitution 42 plus 207, Strength 42 plus 112, Agility 42 plus 125, Perception 42 plus 138, Intelligence 42 plus 368, Spirit 42 plus 324. Secondary Attributes, Toughness 24, Reflex 16, Will 36. Health, 4,980. Stamina, 4,980. Mana, 8,200. Melee Attack, 308. Blunt, Ranged Attack, none. Physical Defense, 34 points. Magic Resistance, 20%. Movement Speed, 257 points. Basic Skills, Dagger Entry, One-Handed Sword Mastery, Staff Mastery, Crossbow Mastery. Hero Skills, End of Luck, Awakening, Fate Command, Awakening, Purgatory Flame, Awakening, Reign of Destiny, Awakening, Professional Skills, Flash LV5, Anywhere Door LV5, Portal LV1, Group Invisibility LV5, Group Speed Up LV5, Group Bull Power LV5, Dispel Magic LV5, Banish LV2, Fireball LV5, Chain Lightning LV5, Magic Shield LV10. Professional Skills, Advanced Tailor, Expert Alchemy. Chu Cheng's depression did not last long. After reading her attributes, he looked at her flawless face, reached out and gently stroked it, and suddenly laughed. No matter how strong she is still his woman. What she has is equivalent to what he has. The stronger she is, the more help she will have for him. Reaching out and holding her in his arms, Chu Cheng smiled and said, "Let's go, you have completed the job transfer now, it's time to go back." Okay. Chapter 183. Chu Cheng held her and jumped onto the devil Tyrannosaurus. Several soldiers quickly followed. After a few whip sounds, the devil Tyrannosaurus turned around and left. Although the valley was surrounded by mountains, there was a way up. After walking around the canyon and reaching the top of the cliff, Fang Xi's face suddenly changed when she was about to leave. She said loudly, "Wait a minute." Chu Cheng immediately asked, "What's the matter?" She stretched out her hand, and a crystal ball appeared in front of her. She held her hands and turned them. The starlight in the crystal ball flowed and changed constantly. Chu Cheng looked carefully, but could not see anything. After a while, she said, "Destiny reveals that death is coming." Chu Cheng's mind flashed with inspiration, and he immediately understood what she was talking about. It was probably the chosen one of the drow who was chasing him. If he walked from this side, he would definitely run into him. "Is it dangerous for us to walk this way?" He pointed to the other side of the nest of destiny. The crystal sphere in front of Fang Xi rotated again, and it became a little brighter. She nodded and said, "Destiny reveals that light and darkness coexist. What about these two directions?" He pointed to the left and right. But Fang Xi shook her head and said, "I can only predict 3 times a day now." "Then let's go this way." He quickly urged the devil Tyrannosaurus Rex to go in another direction. Unable to locate, he didn't believe that the chosen one of the drow could catch up with him so accurately. The drow goddess could locate him before because he had killed her god's favored one, and she remembered his soul breath. But after he died once, a higher level of power refreshed his breath, and coupled with a great change in the soul's divine breath, he could definitely not locate himself out of thin air now. True gods are not omnipotent, at least not outside the scope of their faith. Next, change direction. As long as you are not too unlucky, you will most likely be able to escape. Moreover, Fang Xi's prophecy shows that there are both light and darkness on this side, which means there are risks, but not necessarily fatal dangers. And this risk does not necessarily come from the chosen ones of the drow. It may be other dangers encountered in the depths of the Broken Star realm. The devil Tyrannosaurus turned to the other side of the nest of destiny, and plunged into the darkness without hesitation. More than 10 minutes later, Fang Xi, who was lying in his arms, suddenly looked up and said, "Turn right." Chu Cheng asked in surprise, "Do you feel the danger ahead?" "Yes." "But can't you only use prophecy 3 times a day?" "That is the revelation of destiny. This is the foreknowledge of danger, an instinctive ability." "Oh," Chu Cheng said to the stopped soldier, "keep going forward." He wanted to see how accurate her foreknowledge of danger was. The devil Tyrannosaurus suddenly stopped less than 200 meters ahead, and roared loudly at the darkness ahead. "Turn right, run." No need to go forward. Now it is certain that her foreknowledge of danger is very accurate. The next step will be easy. No need to be as cautious as before. The perception of all of them combined cannot match her perception plus foresight. After the job change, plus the 100 increase in all attributes from the artifact, her perception is now higher than Chu Cheng. Under her command, they turned left and right all the way, and did not encounter a single battle in the whole day. The accuracy rate is ridiculously high. From now on, the team's vigilance depends on you. Fang Xi nodded generously. "Leave it to me." Time passed slowly, and before they knew it, 5 days had passed. They didn't know how long they had been running in this twisted realm. During this time, they had experienced a battle. That was because there was a huge shadow lake in front of them. The boiling power of the twisted void in it affected her perception, and she accidentally ran into it. Fortunately, they reacted quickly. Fang Xi used the last of her luck to freeze all the shadow creatures within a diameter of 100 meters, and the devil Tyrannosaurus quickly turned around and left. There was a sub-legendary shadow giant monster in the shadow lake. It was huge but slow in movement. They ran away before they crawled out of the shadow lake. They were so angry that they were powerless and furious. Their dull roars could be heard from afar. After that, they never fought again. Until the 5th day was about to pass, they suddenly saw a fragment of the realm in front of them, and Chu Cheng immediately ordered to move over. As the devil Tyrannosaurus approached the crystal wall of the boundary, and was about to enter, Fang Xi suddenly shouted, "Stop!" Chu Cheng immediately stood up and asked, "Is there danger inside?" "I feel a huge danger." then changed direction. Just after he finished speaking, he sensed something and turned his head sharply, and saw several figures coming out of the crystal wall of the boundary. With the help of the moonlight lanterns, he was surprised to find that they were several professionals sitting on various mounts. The several professionals who walked out of the crystal wall were also stunned for a moment, subconsciously alert, and then several more people walked out of the crystal wall one after another, adding up to 12 people. The two sides were in a stalemate for a few seconds, and after finding that the other side was a professional, their vigilance was slightly relaxed. A magician in the middle of the team asked, "Which school are you from?" Chu Cheng stood up and said, "Star Tower." "Tower of Stars?" "We are from the Throne of Elements." "So you are a senior from the Throne of Elements. I have heard of you for a long time." The man nodded indifferently and asked, "Just the two of you? Where are your teammates?" "No teammates, just the two of us." The mage was obviously surprised. "How dare you two, and a newbie who is only level 31, come here?" The other senior professionals beside him were also surprised, looking at him curiously and whispering, "You are so brave and lucky that you managed to get here alive. But you two dared to come here to seek the treasures in the ruins. You are overestimating your abilities." Chu Cheng shook his head and said, "We ran here because we were chased by the indigenous strongmen." "I don't know what ruins you are talking about." "What indigenous strongmen? Which indigenous force did you offend?" "A level 67 Drow Chosen, very powerful. I can't beat him." "Drow Chosen? How did you offend this perverted guy?" "I accidentally killed a Drow god." "No wonder. So you mean that the Drow Chosen is chasing you?" "Yes." Zhang Chengyan hesitated for a moment, turned around and looked at his teammates, and said, "The strength of the Chosen One of the Drow is too strong. If we encounter him, he may use us to relieve his anger. Why don't we go back first and wait for a while before leaving?" Someone nodded immediately. "Okay, it's better to be cautious." After discussing with several people, Zhang Chengyan said to Chu Cheng, "Do you want to go to the gathering point? There is a large gathering point in this realm. There are many teams there, and there are dozens of extraordinary professionals. Even if the Chosen One of the Drow comes, he can't do anything to you." Chu Cheng was delighted and nodded quickly. "I go." "Then come with us." After saying that, the team turned around and re-entered the realm. Chu Cheng immediately urged the Devil Tyrannosaurus to follow, and drilled into the crystal wall of the realm. He saw a gray and decayed scene. This fragment of the realm has been invaded by the power of the twisted netherworld. The trees inside are withered and twisted, and there is no vitality. Chapter 184. This domain fragment is quite large, but it has been abandoned by the invasion of the power of the netherworld. On the way to the depths of the domain fragment, you can see that all the trees have withered and decayed. The grass and trees on the ground have turned to ash. There are no animals or insects, and it is dead silent. In some plains, some traces of human beings can be seen. Abandoned villages, farmlands, towns, castles, etc. have all turned into ruins, and the civilization in this domain has been destroyed. But when they came to the depths of the domain, they saw a giant artificial fortress on a certain hilltop. The team followed the only way up the mountain to the fortress on the top of the mountain, and saw soldiers guarding on the fortress walls, and professionals coming and going in the open city gates. When they arrived at the city gate, Zhang Chengxian said to him, "This is a gathering point. There are people from various schools here, and there are also people from your star tower. You can find it yourself." Chu Cheng clasped his fists and saluted. "Thank you for your guidance, senior." Zhang Chengxian waved without looking back, and entered the city with his teammates. Chu Cheng looked up at the castle's gate that was big enough to accommodate a dragon, and urged the Devil Tyrannosaurus to enter. Entering the gate, there was a huge square at the entrance, surrounded by a circle of buildings and shops, with a large number of professionals communicating or trading. Zhang Chengxian was chatting with an acquaintance. "Didn't you decide to leave? Why are you back again?" "Don't say it. 2 little guys from the Star Tower were chased by the Chosen of the Drow. I was afraid of running into the Chosen 3 halfway, so I had to come back first and leave later." "Your luck, ha. Here, just these 2. A lot of eyes looked over. Chu Cheng grinned and saluted one by one. At this time, one of the men chatting in the square raised his eyebrows, walked up to them and asked, "Are you 2 from the Star Tower?" Chu Cheng immediately jumped off the Devil Tyrannosaurus and nodded. "Yes, from the Void Tower under the name of Yundinga, the instructor." The man looked him up and down and said, "I am Wang Yuka, from the Falling Star Tower, but I have graduated. Come with me, and I will find you a temporary residence." "Thank you, senior." "You're welcome." Wang Yuka took him across the square and entered a wide alley. At a cross alley, he pointed to the many dilapidated houses around and said to him, This castle does not belong to anyone. All the buildings inside are ownerless. You can just find an uninhabited yard here. Yes, senior. You choose a house first. This is where my team and I live. Come over after you choose. Let's get to know each other so that we can take care of you. Wang Yuka left, and Chu Cheng turned the devil Tyrannosaurus around and quickly chose an uninhabited yard. The gate and wall of the courtyard were broken. One of the 3 rooms collapsed, leaving 2. He and Fong Shi shared one room, and one of his soldiers shared another. The devil Tyrannosaurus was lying in the courtyard guarding the door. In a proper castle, creatures of such large size would not be allowed to enter the residential area. With such a size, they could easily knock down a house. But here, most of the houses had collapsed, and no one would care if more collapsed. Leading a few soldiers to clean the house, Chu Cheng and Fong Shi went to Wang Yuka's courtyard next door. The wall of their courtyard was still good, only the door was broken, but there was a giant lion as big as an elephant lying at the door. Its golden hair was like a burning flame. It was also an extraordinary pet with a level of more than 50. However, the physical strength and health are not as high as the devil Tyrannosaurus. After all, the size difference is there. 7 professionals in the courtyard were eating, drinking and chatting. When they saw them coming in, Wang Yuka waved to him. Come here quickly. These are the 2 new juniors, named. My name is Chu Cheng. My girlfriend is Fong Shi. Meet you seniors. Come sit down and eat. Several people were very enthusiastic, and Chu Cheng sat down without refusing. While eating and chatting, he told them why he came here. After listening to Wang Yuka, he took a bite of the food and said, then you stay here for a while, and if there is a team leaving after a while, go together. Be careful not to go out casually. It's okay to encounter shadow monsters, but it's not good if you encounter professionals of other races. Yeah. Chu Cheng asked in surprise. What professionals of other races? The spirit race. Are there professionals of the spirit race here? Yes, they also entered the Broken Star realm to establish an outpost. The so-called spirit race is another destiny race that has obtained the destiny of the chaos realm like humans, and can also obtain the body of digitalized laws. This is also a humanoid race, equivalent to the human version of the Mind Flayer. The racial talent is the power of the mind. It is inherently stronger than the human race, and is the enemy of humans. Chu Cheng was a little confused, so he asked, why are we fighting with them here? Is it because there is something in this realm fragment that we want to fight for? Wang Yuka nodded in appreciation. Yes, we are indeed fighting for something with the spirits in this realm fragment. Is it convenient for me to know? Of course. He smiled and began to explain the situation in this domain fragment. A few minutes later, Chu Cheng already understood the reason. It turned out that the reason why so many professionals gathered in this domain fragment, including professionals from other schools, was because there was a relic inside this domain fragment, and they all came for the treasures in this relic. In short, this domain fragment was a prosperous domain fragment a long time ago. A powerful legendary wizard built a floating city called Moonlight Tower here, sheltering a large number of human races, and building a prosperous country. But an experimental accident, the legendary wizard accidentally opened a passage to the depths of the twisted netherworld. The floating city failed to suppress the passage and caused a huge explosion, which blew up the floating city and fell. A giant shadow lake was formed on the spot. A large number of monsters living in the depths of the twisted netherworld rushed out and destroyed the country. Although the floating city exploded and fell, the treasures inside were still there. It was normal for the legendary wizard to have several legendary equipment in his collection. Especially the energy core of the floating city, the nether energy core, which is a treasure containing endless energy, and is far more valuable than ordinary orange equipment. This naturally attracted a large number of professionals to come and hunt for treasures, and also attracted professionals from the Eldar. When 2 mortal enemies of the Fate race meet, it is naturally a life and death battle. Both sides are unwilling to be outdone, calling on friends, and a large number of senior professionals gathered here for the benefits of treasures, and killing alien destiny professionals, forming a small racial battlefield. Well, that's how it is. Chu Cheng nodded in understanding. Another man next to him smiled and said, so you know the danger here? Your level is too low now. Don't go out if you have nothing to do. Wait for a while, and there will be a team back, and you can follow them. Chapter 185. Wang Yuka and others left the assembly point the next day. In their words, they went to the ruins to observe the situation inside the ruins, and see if there were any treasures floating out of the ruins. The interior of the ruins was filled with rich shadow power, just like sea water. Most things would float with it, and there was a very small possibility of floating to the edge of the ruins. They didn't have the ability to go inside the ruins, so they could only fish around the edge. As for the elven professionals on the other side of the ruins, they were not too worried. There were so many people on both sides, and the ruins were not too large. Once they fought, they would be easily discovered. Unless the difference in strength was so great that a team of professionals could be killed in 1 or 2 minutes. Once they got into a fight, both sides would have support, and it would be easy to cause a big melee involving hundreds of people. A big melee of this scale would definitely kill a large number of people. The most terrifying thing was that if one side was defeated, there would be no one to collect the bodies of the dead, and no one would revive them. That would be really terrible. Both sides are the best of their races, the elites of the young generation, and they still have a good time. Even if they have no hope of becoming legends in the future, they will be big figures in their hometowns. How can they be willing to die in such a place? So both sides are very restrained and will not take action without absolute certainty. It is different for Chu Chung, who only has 2 professionals. There is also a level 31 player inside. Any team of more than 5 people will feel that they are sure to kill them in a short time, and will definitely take action. This gathering point gathers more than 200 professionals, and there are usually about 100 people inside, which is very safe. It is worth mentioning that there are more than Wang Yuka and a few professionals from the Star Tower in the gathering point. They are just one of the teams. In addition to them, there are 2 other teams, one team of 5 people outside, and the captain is Tian Hong. A 6-man team was in the city, led by Xiang Feng, who came to visit them on purpose. Chu Chung was idle that day, so he wandered around the castle. Most of the professionals gathered in the square at the gate of the castle, which was also the only exit of the castle. There were cliffs outside the walls in the other 3 directions. A large number of professionals gathered in the square at the gate. Many professionals took out their unwanted spoils and set up stalls in the square, forming a small flea market. Most of the professionals in the gathering point have graduated and are far away from the school cliques. They cannot trade through the internal platforms of their respective school cliques. Usually, they either trade back to the main world or trade in places where professionals gather, such as outposts. Most of the time, they sell directly to the Chamber of Commerce. Those who can survive in the Broken Star realm are not bad, at least above level 40, and the spoils are of high value, including some epic quality products. Unfortunately, Chu Chung has no money now. The combined net worth of the 2 of them is only over 100 gold. They can't buy good things and can only look at them. Damn, this is for sale too? Chu Chung squatted in front of a stall, on which was a jade plate with 3 magic runes embedded on it, namely steel, blood, and frost magic runes. He has 3 magic runes that are rarely seen in the dungeon. And the price is not as high as the death rune they found in the Plague Land dungeon. It only costs 800 gold. Chu Chung smacked his lips and said to Fang Shi with a smile, "Speaking of which, I haven't started studying enchantment yet. Next time I go back, I have to buy a portable enchantment laboratory. I can practice when I go out." Fang Shi smiled and said, "You don't have to buy new ones. You can go to the magic agency to buy some second-hand ones. The cheap ones only cost." She suddenly stopped and looked towards the city gate in confusion. Chu Chung also looked towards the city gate in confusion, and saw a familiar white-haired drow standing on the road outside the city, staring at him intently. He stood up suddenly and blurted out, "Drow Chosen One." Fang Shi nodded and said, "Yes, he is here. He is really haunting." Chu Chung gritted his teeth, looked back at the noisy surroundings, and the worry in his heart was relieved a lot. There are so many professionals here. He should not dare to rush in. "No, I have to ask." He quickly turned back to the residential area and came to the residence of the team from the same school who was still at the gathering point. "Brother Xiang, I just found out that the chosen one of the drow who is chasing me is outside the castle. Can a team of 5 or 6 people stop a level 67 chosen one with Grandmaster level swordsmanship?" After listening, Xiang Feng thought for a while and said, "There must be at least 2 extraordinary professionals in the team, and there must be several strong control skills above the priority authority level to resist. Are there many teams like this?" "Not many, at least our team doesn't have this ability." Does he have the courage and ability to break into the castle?" Xiang Feng was stunned for a moment, then laughed and said, "He would dare to rush in unless he is crazy. We have more than a dozen extraordinary professionals here. If he comes in and is discovered, he may not be able to escape." "Is that so?" "Thank you." After saying goodbye to Xiang Feng, Chu Chung and Fang Shi looked at each other in the alley. He shook his head and said, "I feel a little uneasy. The chosen one of the drow is chasing me this time on the order of the drow goddess. It is not reasonable to look at it. He will definitely find a way to sneak in and kill me." Fang Shi directly took out the crystal celestial sphere prophecy, nodded slightly, and said, "He may sneak in at night." "What is the probability?" "More than half." "Then we have to prepare." Chu Cheng gritted his teeth, looked at Fang Shi and said, "We have to find a way to counterattack." "But?" He lost confidence when he thought of the divine shield and strength of the chosen of the Drow. Although in theory, it is possible to try to surround and kill by joining several powerful teams, the success rate is not high, and the key is that people will die. Not to mention that the strength displayed by Guo now cannot be resisted. The problem is that the strength he saw before is not all his strength, and there must be many powerful means that are useless. The divine power of the chosen is not just a divine shield. Where there is defense, there must be attack. Under the impact of divine power, there will definitely be deaths. His relationship with these professionals is not to the point of letting them fight for him. It's really despairing. He shook his head and said to Fang Shi, "Don't sleep at night, be careful." "Yeah." Back at his residence, Chu Cheng's brows were still furrowed. He knew very well that since the chosen one of the Drow had found this place, he couldn't stay here for too long. Why should you let everyone pay for the trouble you caused? Skills, hero skills. Equipment, props. Chu Cheng carefully counted his whole body and thought hard about how to break the situation. Escape is completely useless. There is no way to escape. You can only face it. But I really can't beat it. Fuck. At this time, Fang Shi, who had finished washing, came behind him, leaned on his back, and whispered, "I will predict for you, let fate give you inspiration." Chapter 186. Reveal the fog, fate is revealed. The crystal sphere slowly turned, and the starlight inside flowed, swirled, and constantly changed. She stared at the light ball intently, and a little bit of the starlight in the crystal sphere slowly dissipated. She looked up in a certain direction and said, "Fate is revealed, the way to break the deadlock is over there." Chu Cheng followed her gaze, pondered for a while, and asked, "You mean in the ruins?" "Fate is revealed like this." Chu Cheng pinched his chin and said to himself, "Could it be that I am allowed to enter the ruins and use the ruins to escape the pursuit of the chosen one of the Drow, or use the environment to kill him?" Fang Shi also pondered for a while and said, "I predict it again." The crystal sphere floated up again, and the starlight flowed and changed again. After a while, she put away the crystal sphere and said, "Destiny has revealed this again." Chu Cheng nodded. "That's right, the solution is in the ruins. Let's find a team to go to the ruins tomorrow." "No, the chosen one of the Drow may come at night. Let's go to the square now." "Okay." The two of them went out quickly, and came to the square. It was already evening, but the number of people in the square was not less, but more than during the day, because some professional teams had returned from the ruins. There are creatures like night owls everywhere. Professionals often sleep very late due to conditions outside, or sleep during the day and work at night, and their day and night are reversed. At this time, the square is not only very lively, but there are also people holding a barbecue party, and everyone can participate. Chu Cheng pulled Fang Shi over and successfully signed up after contributing a batch of drinks and food. However, it was not too late at this time, and the conference was still being prepared. Chu Cheng took Fang Shi to find Tian Hong's team who were chatting. After saying hello, he asked directly, "Brother Tian, my girlfriend and I want to go to the ruins tomorrow. Is there any suitable team to introduce?" Tian Hong shook his head directly. "You can't go. Your level is too low, and it is easy to drag the team down." Chu Cheng immediately said, "My girlfriend and I are both legendary hero professions. I am a tank profession, and she is a healer and support. She will never drag you down." "Huh?" Tian Hong's face was surprised, and he obviously cheered up. "Your girlfriend is a healer and support?" "Yes." "Show me." Fang Shi stretched out his hand and pointed, "Flame of purification." A flame exploded on Tian Hong out of thin air, and the whole person was instantly covered by transparent flames, and green runes floated above his head. At 12,300. At 1,230. At 2,460. At 1,230. 2,460. The Purgatory Flame directly restores 12,300 HP, plus 1230 belongs to the healing characteristics of the Oracle of the Crystal Orb, and restores HP equal to 1 intelligence per second for 15 seconds, plus 2460. The Purgatory Flame continues to restore intelligence equal to 2 intelligence per second for 5 seconds. Normal recovery is not that high, but the talent and the inherited artifact each add 100% to all spells, a total of 200% bonus. Theoretically, this time, a maximum of 43,050 HP can be restored in 15 seconds, completely overflowing. Oh! Tian Hong was shocked on the spot when he could see the HP restored directly from his prompt panel. He lowered his voice and asked, "Legendary healing profession?" Chu Cheng nodded, "Yes." "You are also a legendary tank?" "Yes." "Fuck. You two are crazy, right? How dare you come all the way here?" he said with some embarrassment. "We came here to help her change her job, and she just changed her job not long ago." "That's crazy too. Can't you hire a team?" "No money." "You?" Tian Hong was speechless. After a little hesitation he said, "It's okay for you to follow us tomorrow. Xiang Feng and the others are also going there. It will be safer for us to form a larger team at that time." "Thank you, Brother Tian. You don't have to thank me. I'm not helping you for nothing. It doesn't matter if you don't have money. Just remember to owe our team a favor. If you become stronger in the future, remember to repay this favor." Chu Cheng nodded quickly. "Brother Tian, don't worry, I will remember this favor." "Come on, add a friend first." With Tian Hong's promise, Chu Cheng felt relieved a little. Chu Cheng played until midnight that night. After Tian Hong told Xiang Feng about their affairs, and got Xiang Feng's consent, they went back to sleep. However, he did not go back to his own place, but stayed overnight in Tian Hong's yard. His yard was big enough, and there were extra rooms. There were many people around, and the chosen one of the Drow did not show up. However, the team set out early the next morning. As soon as he left the city gate, he saw the chosen one of the Drow standing on a gray stone somewhere outside the city. Right there. Tian Hong and Xiang Feng followed his finger, and saw the chosen one of the Drow still standing there, and then saw Tian Hong's face change. "Gruo!" His voice was uncontrollably shocked, and he shouted, "The chosen one of the Drow chasing you is Gruo? Why didn't you say it earlier?" He immediately turned around and said to the team members, "Stop, go back." Chu Cheng was very surprised and asked, "Brother Tian, what are you doing?" Tian Hong shook his head and said, "Who would have thought that the chosen one of the Drow you mentioned was Gruo? He is too strong. We can't protect you." Xiang Feng on the side also nodded and said, "You don't know, there are several chosen ones of the Drow. Some are strong and some are weak. If it was any other chosen one, it would be fine. This chosen one named Gruo is a sub-legendary chosen one second only to the mistress of the nearby Kaluk Drow family. He is very favored by the Drow goddess, and is very powerful. He is the strongest level under the legend. Our two teams can't beat him together." Chu Cheng. The group hurriedly retreated back to the castle, which attracted many surprised questions from people in the square. Soon everyone knew that the chosen one of the Drow, Gruo, was outside, and they also knew that he came for him. Back in the square, Tian Hong said to him, "There is only one way to go back alive now, that is to find an elite team that is not afraid of Gruo to escort you, or find a legendary strongman to kill Gruo. Is there such an elite team or legendary strongman here?" Tian Hong nodded. "Such an elite team does exist, and I also know a few legendary strongmen, but can you afford the price?" Chu Cheng. Tian Hong knew that he had no choice by looking at his expression, so he patted his shoulder gently and sighed. "You can do whatever you want, I can't help you." After that, he and Xiang Feng's team left separately, leaving them alone. Fang Shi stepped forward and held his hand, saying, "If it really doesn't work, you stay here. I go back and ask the mentor to come and save you." Chu Cheng was silent for a while, shook his head and said, "It's too late. Gruo can't stay outside for several months, and he can't wait until that time. You can only rely on yourself." He turned around and said to Fang Shi, "You stay here, I will go to the ruins alone." Without waiting for her to object, he said firmly, "There is no other choice. Since fate has revealed that there is the only way to survive, then I will go there." Chapter 187. A quarter of an hour later, Chu Cheng walked out of the city gate alone, raised a middle finger to Gruo standing on the gray stone outside the city, and disappeared in a flash. Time Shelter. Instantly enter the long river of time and enter the invincible state. With a thought, he appeared in front of Gruo, and disappeared in the next blink of an eye. Gruo turned around expressionlessly, jumped up and jumped down the mountain, and disappeared after a few ups and downs. At this time, dozens of professionals walked out of the castle gate, including Tian Hong and Xiang Feng. The two looked at each other, and Tian Hong said, "No wonder he dared to provoke such an existence. This ability is quite magical. I don't know how he left." Xiang Feng shook his head and said, "He is dead. Gruo is the chosen one who once assassinated legendary creatures. He will definitely not be able to resist. What a pity." After speaking, he turned around and greeted his teammates to prepare to leave. Tian Hong came to Fang Shi and said with a smile, Fangxi, I'm very sorry about your boyfriend's experience. It's not that I don't want to help, but I can't help. Fangxi said expressionlessly, I understand your difficulties. After saying that, she turned around and prepared to leave. Tianhong immediately shouted, Fangxi, it's too dangerous for you to be here alone. Why don't you join my team temporarily? We will send you back to the outpost after a while. Fangxi shook her head and said, no need. Tianhong wanted to say something else, but she had already left. Alas! He sighed and looked regretful. At this time, another team member said, Captain, don't be discouraged. Her boyfriend is in danger now, and will definitely not agree. He will face reality after a while. Invite him then. It's the only way. More than 20 kilometers away, a figure flashed and disappeared, and reappeared on the top of a mountain several kilometers away, and then flashed again and appeared on another mountain top at the end of the vision in the distance. Relying on the infinite flashing characteristics of the intention under the protection of time, he shuttled through the fragments of the realm at an extremely fast speed, and in just a few seconds, he crossed a very long distance and came to the center of the realm. He saw a twisted sky column in front of him from afar. That was the realm space being broken, and the infinite shadow power gushed out to form a shadow lake. The laws of the realm collided with the laws of the realm, forming such a desolate area. The earth stopped abruptly at the edge of the shadow lake, and beyond it was a layer of twisted crystal wall, and inside was an endless hole, like an abyss with no end in sight. Looking through the twisted crystal wall, one can see that it is full of shadow power like sea water. An extremely large and broken floating city is suspended in the sea water. The endless abyss below will spew out a large amount of shadow power like a spring every once in a while, and wash away the broken debris around the floating city. Along with these shadow powers, there are also a large number of shadow monsters. Because of the influence of the boundary rules, this shadow lake is not completely dark, but can see things like a normal boundary, but the line of sight is lower and darker. Chu Cheng flashed to the edge of the crystal wall of this boundary, and saw a team of more than 20 human professionals not far away, besieging a super large shadow beast of more than 20 meters. On the back of this shadow beast, there is a gorgeous crown embedded, which is constantly emitting a faint magical glow. This is a magic prop that floated out from the floating city, and the grade is not low. At the same time, on the other side, in the shadow crystal wall about a mile away, a faint ball of light floated, and there were more than a dozen spirit race professionals standing inside. Although it was the first time to see them, when Chu Cheng saw them, he naturally knew their identities in his mind. Coming from different destiny civilizations, they are absolute mortal enemies, and the will of civilization encourages killing. As long as you can kill the professionals of the hostile civilization, it is equivalent to killing the boss, and you can get attribute points and professionals. And unlike killing a boss that is much lower than your level, there will be no reward. Killing professionals of other destiny civilizations will be rewarded no matter how many levels they are different, and there will be at least one free attribute point guaranteed. Chu Cheng looked back and saw that Guo had not caught up yet. He plunged into the shadow lake without hesitation, and quickly flashed to the center of the shadow lake. After a few flashes, he appeared in the depths of the lake, in front of the floating city. While he was still invincible for a few seconds, he flashed 10 times a second like a slide, quickly turned around the floating city, and finally found a suitable target before his invincibility ended, and appeared in a building wreckage floating around the floating city. The wreckage was not big, about the size of a small house, and there were no shadow monsters inside. After he hid in it, the time protection ended, and he immediately felt the ubiquitous pressure coming at him. Tip: distorted nether realm environmental suppression, reduce 50% of vision, reduce 50% of perception, cause 50 points of environmental damage every 5 seconds, increase stamina and mana consumption by 100%, and increase damage from shadow creature attacks by 100%. What a terrible environmental suppression! Chu Cheng pursed his lips and lurked quietly. He turned off the rebound of his talent, restrained all his breath, and lurked quietly on the stone without moving. The shadow creatures floating in the void did not discover his existence for the time being. But I don't know if it's an illusion. Chu Cheng always feels a kind of frightened feeling, and he can't help but look back at the huge floating city wreckage behind him, always feeling that there is a great horror that he can't imagine. Is there a legendary shadow beast hidden in it? I hope this can scare Guo. Time passed. About 10 minutes later, Chu Cheng seemed to sense something and looked up, and saw a figure standing on the edge of the twisted crystal wall. Guo walked back and forth on the edge of the twisted crystal wall. The human team not far away saw him, and immediately became alert. It's Guo, why is he here? This guy is a dog raised by the drug goddess. He will not leave the Drought Temple without a mission. Now he runs here, he must be going to kill people. Let's stay away to avoid being injured by mistake. The team adjusted and kept some distance with a vigilant look on their faces. Gruo ignored them. As the chosen one, his only mission was to complete the oracle issued by the goddess. He had only one goal in mind. Unless they came to intercept him without knowing the consequences, he would ignore them even if they passed by. My lord, please give me guidance. He knelt on one knee and prayed in a low voice. After almost a minute, the confusion in his pupils slowly became clear. He stood up again and looked into the twisted netherworld. He went straight in and rushed into it like a meteor. I don't know what magic he performed. His figure was shrouded in a layer of light black mist. The surrounding netherworld creatures didn't notice him at all. However, his perception was greatly affected here. After entering the Shadow Lake, he was confused for a long time before he determined the direction and flew towards the floating city suspended in the center of the Shadow Lake. Soon, he came to the wreckage of the floating city. Gruo looked up at the huge wreckage of the floating city, and a solemn expression appeared on his face for the first time. Chapter 188. Why don't you go in? Gruo stood outside the broken floating city, circled around the floating city, and returned to the original place, but still did not go in. Chu Cheng did not think too much at first, but later reacted. There is only one possibility for this situation to occur. There is a being hidden in the broken floating city that makes Gruo feel daunted. As a top powerhouse in the first echelon below the legend, there is only one possibility that can make Gruo feel daunted, that is, a legendary creature. There is a legendary shadow creature hidden in the wreckage of the floating city. So that's it. No wonder this relic has been here for so long, and it is not difficult to enter. There are so many shadow monsters that spew out from the bottom of the bottomless abyss from time to time with the power of the shadow, but there is nothing particularly powerful inside, and it should not be able to stop those extraordinary professional teams. But no one has taken away the treasures in the wreckage of the floating city for so long, it can only be said that the monsters inside are too powerful. Gruo hesitated for a long time outside the floating city, and finally did not dare to enter, and turned away. Give up? Chu Cheng was looking forward to it. If he could really give up, that would be great. However, it soon proved that he was overthinking. Gruo left the netherworld and returned to the outside, praying to his god again, and returned again. This time, he did not hide himself after returning. He appeared in front of the wreckage of a floating city floating in the air, and slashed with a sword. The sword light of dozens of meters split the wreckage into two. He swung his two swords to kill several shadow monsters hidden in the wreckage, and searched carefully. Fuck, found it. Gruo did not completely find him, but knew his approximate location after receiving the revelation from the god. He swung his sword continuously, cutting off the debris piece by piece, and slowly moved to the wreckage where he was. No, we will be discovered soon. Chu Cheng knew that he needed to make a decision now. Just as he was struggling, the noise caused by Gruo's continuous attacks finally attracted the attention of the floating city. Accompanied by violent vibrations and rumbling sounds, a pressure that made Chu Cheng's scalp numb surged from the direction of the floating city. Hint: you are affected by the legendary majesty. You need to accept a will exemption test every 5 seconds. If the test fails, you will be shocked or frightened for 3 seconds. Hint: your will exemption test passed, and you are immune to this shock. Bang! A boulder weighing dozens of tons bounced out of the wreckage of the floating city, and then an extremely thick black tentacle rushed out from a broken channel inside the wreckage of the floating city, hundreds of meters long, waving quickly in the air, slapping the surroundings crazily. Super Shadow Deformation, Legendary Level 71 HP? Boom, boom, boom! The loud noises continue to explode, and in other damaged holes in the floating city wreckage, equally thick tentacles continue to emerge. Some tentacles had huge tumors on the top, and a huge eyeball on the tumor was rotating rapidly, staring at Gruo, who was constantly destroying. The eyeball on the top of another tentacle on the other side turned and looked in the direction of Chu Cheng. Found me. The next second Chu Cheng was distracted for a while, and he was already floating towards the floating city involuntarily. A thick tentacle swung like lightning, wrapped around Chu Cheng with a bang, and then retracted into a broken passage in the floating city like lightning. Gruo, who was fighting with another tentacle, frowned, stretched out his hand to press his forehead, and infinite divine power burst out. Boom! The huge explosion sound could be heard even outside the twisted crystal wall, and many human and elf professionals immediately discovered the abnormality inside. Some brave people sneaked in and took a look, and soon everyone knew that Gruo was fighting the super shadow aberration. Damn, brothers, this is a good opportunity. Gruo is fighting against the super shadow monster. One is a sub-legendary god, and the other is a legendary shadow monster. The strength of both sides is equal. If both are injured, doesn't it mean that the ruins will be opened? It's really possible. Gruo can really defeat the monster with his full power. But we don't have enough people now to take advantage of it. Someone pointed in another direction and shouted, "The Eldar will definitely know about this big commotion. When the time comes, we will definitely have to fight for it. We will suffer if we have fewer people. We have to call everyone at the gathering point. Okay, defeat the Eldar first, and we will rely on our own abilities. I go report the news." Everyone was as excited as if they had been injected with chicken blood, and they all came up with strategies. On the other side, not far from them, the Eldar professionals were also very excited and gathered other Eldar professionals. While both sides were mobilizing their troops, Chu Cheng, who had been dragged into the nest by the super shadow deformation, had already appeared in the broken floating city, under the body of the super shadow deformation. He was shocked for only 4 seconds, and his professional expertise took effect, and the power of time washed over his body to relieve the shock. When he woke up, he found that he had been rolled into the broken floating city, and saw the hollow interior of the floating city, and a huge monster entrenched in it. It was a deformed body similar to an octopus filling the interior of the floating city of thousands of meters. The surface of the body was full of thick keratin and tumors, covered with mutated eyeballs, and huge tentacles drilled along the internal passage of the floating city to the outside of the floating city. The diameter of this thing is several hundred meters. Like a meat mountain, the tentacles are thousands of meters long, and the size is incredible. After Chu Cheng woke up, he immediately started the time travel to escape, and appeared out of thin air in a corner of the floating city, quickly restrained his breath and drilled in. This is of course self-deception, and it is impossible to hide from the perception of legendary creatures. But he doesn't need to hide it, as long as this super shadow deformer doesn't catch his little mouse at the first time. It happened that Gruo outside was bursting with divine power to kill this super shadow deformer. The huge threat would make him temporarily give up this little mouse, and fight with all his strength. Next, he just needs to wait for the two sides to decide the winner. If both sides are injured, he will fish in troubled waters. If the super shadow deformer wins, then needless to say, he will run away immediately and escape with the protection of time. If the chosen of the drow, Gruo, wins, then... No, he will not win. There are still a large number of human professionals and Eldar professionals outside the ruins. They must want to make both sides lose and then reap the benefits. They will definitely find a way to balance the two sides. This is Chu Cheng's last chance, and it is also the way to break the deadlock mentioned in Fang Xi's revelation of fate, the only way to break the deadlock. Boom! The thick tentacles shook the floating city buildings violently. I don't know what the battle situation is outside. Anyway, this super shadow deformer is getting more and more irritable. His body keeps bumping back and forth in this floating city. Tentacles swing back and forth in the hollow channel, and a large number of buildings are crushed into powder and floated out. Chapter 189. Boom! The huge body crashed heavily, and the unimaginable force smashed the wall into pieces, and a lot of rubble flew everywhere. Damn! A figure flew out with the shattered rubble and fell to the ground. Before the huge body slid over, he rushed to the corner of the wall with his hands and feet. Looking up, he could not see the end of the meat mountain rushing over. The huge air pressure exploded on him, and caused more than 2,000 damage. The huge body squeezed him into the corner, and he could not move. The dark keratin kept beating, and waves of fear aura kept hitting his mind. This was the fear aura unconsciously emitted by the super shadow anomaly. With his current willpower of 37, he could be exempted. Super shadow anomaly, legend level 71, 17.96 million/18.5 million health points. Such a high health point. But in just a short while, more than 500,000 health points have been cut by the chosen one of the drow. I don't know what's going on with Gruo, and who has the upper hand. In less than 10 seconds, the floating city shook violently again, and the real body of the super shadow deformation moved again and hit the other side. Chu Cheng quickly climbed up, jumped more than 10 meters, and hung on the stone wall. There was a hole with a diameter of about 2 meters there, and he quickly got in. It's too dangerous here. Just now, I didn't hit it head on, but the impact of the wind pressure knocked out more than 2,000 blood. If I accidentally hit it head on, wouldn't it be a direct hit? In addition, it's just a good opportunity to explore the floating city, while the super shadow deformation has no time to look around, to see if there are any good things left. It was pitch black inside the hole, and Chu Cheng took out an ordinary lantern, with a lighting magic stone inside. This is not a twisted ghost area, and the light is only affected, not completely unclear, and can illuminate the surroundings. This seemed to be an alchemy laboratory, not owned by the owner of the non-magic tower. The experimental tables were scattered all over the floor, and the ground was full of broken experimental tools and overturned cabinets and boxes. Some boxes were damaged, but some were still good. He quickly opened these boxes and cabinets one by one, and found that most of the materials and potions stored in them were damaged, and only a small amount of potions were still preserved. He didn't care what potions they were, and collected them all first. It took less than a minute to search the room, and quickly got into the gap beside the laboratory door and left. The door of the laboratory was made of adamantium, but the floating city had crashed at this time. The adamantium door was still intact, but the wall was damaged without magic maintenance. Outside the door was a hall, surrounded by several laboratories. He quickly rushed into one of the doors and opened it, and found that it was a library, with all the bookshelves collapsed and all kinds of books thrown on the ground. Magic Overview. Introduction to Magic. Alchemy from Beginner to Mastery. Fireball Model Analysis. Scroll Transcription Notes, good stuff. All magic books, I can give them to Fangshi when I go back. No matter what kind of books they are, good or bad, I collected them all. After quickly collecting them like a house search, Chu Cheng turned and left. Next, he spent 2 minutes to search the other rooms nearby. One was a warehouse, and the other was a wizard rest area. The warehouse had a lot of herbal ash needed for alchemy, and the rest area had a few books and a few spell scrolls. The most valuable one was an Azhara Missile Storm scroll. Then he went back to the hole he came in from, and took a look inside. In about 3 minutes, the Super Shadow Aberrator had lost about 1.7 million HP. We can still search for about 10 minutes. Turn around quickly, and crawl to the bottom of the floating city. The middle is occupied by the boss. The floating city has been destroyed, and only the lower area is still intact. Wandering around all the way, drilling along the gaps and cracks, finally came to an important place in the lower area. The 4 big words Golem Factory were written on the fallen doorplate. But when I got in, I found that it was destroyed. There was a huge hole in the center of the huge Golem Factory. Looking up, I saw the body of the Super Shadow Deformer above, and a huge tentacle penetrated the hole. There are many remains of various golems on the edge of the factory, most of which are rock golems, and a few steel golems have been twisted and deformed by huge forces. What a pity! Chu Cheng hesitated for a while, and in the spirit of mosquito legs or meat, he went up and collected the twisted steel golems. At least the basics are still there, and I can find a great wizard who is proficient in golems and puppets to repair it. If it can't be repaired, it can be sold as scrap. There are mithril and fine gold in it, which can be sold for a lot of money. After leaving the Golem Factory, there are no good things nearby, mostly warehouses and various workshops. Most of the good things are in the upper mage tower, especially the main mage tower of the floating city, where all the legendary mages have their wealth. But unfortunately, the main mage tower is nowhere to be found. There is a huge hole at the location of the main mage tower seen from the outside before. I don't know if it broke and floated away, or sank into the floating city. The boss is here, and it's not easy to find. Seeing that most of the time has passed, the vibration of the floating city is getting bigger and bigger, Chu Cheng decided not to continue looking, and returned to the alchemy laboratory where he drilled out. Super Shadow Deformation, Legendary Level 71, 9.2 million/18.5 million HP. It's awesome, even legendary creatures are beaten like this. Outside the floating city, the battle between Gruo and the Super Shadow Deformation has entered a white-hot state. With the blessing of divine power, the sword light of more than 10 meters long is stimulated, and each sword will add a huge wound to the Super Deformation. The counterattack of the Super Shadow Deformation is also very terrible. 7 thick tentacles gather here and slap wildly, as fast as lightning. Even Gruo can't dodge all of them, and is hit from time to time. But he urged the divine power to form a solid divine shield, and forcibly withstood the crazy attack of the Super Deformation. And 1,000 meters away from the battlefield, 2 groups of professionals from different races are watching the battlefield with a covetous eye, ready to fish in troubled waters. The 2 sides did not fight. There were more than 200 people on each side, and a large melee of more than 400 people in total. I don't know how many people will die. They are only here to seek wealth, not to die. But people die for wealth, and birds die for food. It can be predicted that as the 2 big bosses are both injured, the 2 sides are likely to fight for the boss. But this has nothing to do with Chu Cheng. He just wants the chosen one of the drow to die first, And it doesn't matter if he can't get the boss. As time goes by, the HP of the Super Shadow Abnormal is getting lower and lower, and the state is getting worse and worse. The part with 2 tentacles extending out has been cut off several times. The burning fire of divine power is suppressed, and the regeneration speed is getting slower and slower. Legendary creatures can't be defeated. The divine power is still too strong. Chu Cheng's mind turned quickly, thinking about how to sneak attack after the chosen one of the drought came in. Just as he was thinking, there suddenly came a wave from the distance that made Chu Cheng's heart palpitate, and then the Super Shadow Abnormal body suddenly vibrated violently, one of its tentacles swayed wildly, and the brightness in the space increased dramatically. Chu Cheng looked over curiously, and saw that the divine fire actually attached to the tentacle, and burned to the main body of the Super Shadow Abnormal body. Chapter 190. The divine fire burned, like a maggot attached to the bone, and could not be extinguished. The Super Shadow Deformer's body continued to expand, and waves of shadow power washed over like a tide, quickly submerging the divine fire, but when the shadow power was gone, the divine fire continued to burn tenaciously. After 3 such explosions, the divine fire had burned along the tentacles to the Deformer's body and spread rapidly. The Super Shadow Deformer finally couldn't help it, and with a roar, the huge body gathered into a ball and folded, and only then could the huge mouth parts on the front be seen. The mouth parts of this legendary deformer had been hidden before, but now they opened, with circles of gear-like sharp teeth inside, and a group of twisted vortexes could be vaguely seen inside. As the Shadow Deformer continued to roar and drive, the twist quickly expanded, and a terrifying magic power that made his scalp numb exploded. Boom! The pure energy and divine power impacted, and the floating city shook violently, and the interior was suddenly in a mess. Chu Cheng quickly retracted his head, and listened to the continuous and violent explosions inside. Interesting, it can actually compete with divine power head-on. Could it be that he got something left by the legendary wizard? Crack! A loud noise that made his scalp numb exploded, and Chu Cheng leaned back and saw the wall cracked. The structure of the floating city could not withstand such a degree of impact and began to crack. Fuck! He turned around and ran decisively. Boom! Accompanied by a deafening roar and violent vibrations, the structure of the floating city began to split and slowly floated around. Damn, the floating city is broken. Many human professionals and elves professionals were excited, watching the huge floating city fall into pieces, and huge pieces of debris slowly separated and floated around. Everyone's attention was on the fragments of the floating city, but not much attention was paid to the huge monster in the center of the floating city. It's not that the boss is not big enough, but they have been here for so long, and they knew there was a legendary boss inside, so they would not be too surprised. Brothers, there are so many fragments, everyone is responsible for searching one piece, and whether there is any harvest depends on luck? Okay, we have more than 40 people here, divide this piece. We have about 50 people here, divide this piece. No problem, everyone pay attention to safety. The large force quickly split up, and more than 200 people were divided into 5 teams, each heading for the large fragments. Coincidentally, the elven professionals on the other side had the same idea as them, dividing the team into 5 parts, just taking up the remaining fragments. Fong Shi did not follow Tian Hong and the others, but followed another team and flew to one of the floating city fragments. Chu Cheng, where are you? Come here. Long-distance communication is not available in the Broken Star realm, but short-distance communication is still possible. Fong Shi mixed in with the team and rushed into the debris. She found Chu Cheng in a secluded corner and asked softly, "Are you okay?" Chu Cheng reached out and hugged her, gently stroked her soft hair, and said softly, "It's okay." Fong Shi immediately suggested, "While the chosen one is entangled by this boss, we take the opportunity to leave." But Chu Cheng shook his head and said, "No, this legendary creature can't beat the chosen one who is supported by the true God. After he kills this legendary creature, he will still catch up. I have to take this opportunity to kill him here." Fong Shi also understood this, and quickly changed his mind, and asked decisively, "What do you want to do? Let's see how the two sides fight first." Okay. At this time, a team broke into their area, and seeing the handsome men and beautiful women hugging each other, they whistled and greeted him. "How is it? What did you get?" This team recognized them. Chu Cheng pointed to the place he had looted before and said, "I have looted several rooms over there, just a laboratory and a library, and got some potions and some magic books, nothing good." "Then let's go over there." Several people waved and left quickly. "Let's go and observe." Chu Cheng took Fong Shi away from the wreckage of the floating city, found a small floating piece of wreckage outside to hide behind, and looked at the battlefield in the distance. At this time, the super shadow anomaly seemed to have turned into a pulse monster, constantly bursting out pure energy indiscriminately in all directions. Although the Drow God's chosen one was powerful, he could not rush in for a while in the face of such an indiscriminate strong impact. He could only swing his sword to cut through the shock wave, and jump over and slash randomly during the intervals between the shock waves. Most of the tentacles of this super shadow anomaly had been cut off at the end, and the remaining half was thick but not flexible, and could not hit the flexible Drow God's chosen one at all. What a shame for the legend, so frustrated. It was completely beyond his expectation that the legendary creature could be beaten like this. Chu Cheng felt that if his attributes were a little higher, his toughness and will could be exempted from the legendary pressure, shock and fear aura, he might be able to fight this thing alone. The premise is that this guy can't cheat. He couldn't handle this endless high-energy impact. Chu Cheng pinched his chin and asked Fang Shi, "Do you think this guy has any treasure? Such a high-energy impact that consumes a lot of energy can be sustained? Do you think he swallowed the nether energy core?" Only this possibility can explain the situation in front of him. This kind of endless high-energy impact without dead angles, the comprehensive energy consumption will not be lower than the dragon's breath, and the legendary dragon can't keep breathing. This super shadow deformer doesn't look like a high-energy creature, but it can send out high-energy impacts so continuously. It can only be said that there is an energy source on its body. Combined with the situation of the floating city ruins in front of us, it is very likely that this thing has swallowed the nether energy core in the floating city. Well, to be precise, it is on its body, and it has not been swallowed yet. Although this thing has been promoted to legendary, it is only the essence of life that has reached legendary. It is not the same as those who have reached legendary professional level. The strength is far behind, and it is impossible to have the ability to control the nether energy core. If he really had the ability, he wouldn't be unable to deal with even a non-legendary chosen. Boom! Another impact exploded. After the chosen Gruo swung his sword to cut through the shock wave, he showed a hint of impatience on his face. He knelt on one knee with his two swords tightly clasped together, and muttered something with a pious look on his face. A sudden burst of divine power flames burned all over his body, covering his two swords along his hands, merging into a huge lightsaber, swiping the sword to forcibly tear apart the next round of high-energy impact, and then disappeared into light. The next second, the super shadow deformation let out a painful roar that attracted the attention of a large number of professionals around. Chu Cheng quickly looked up and saw Gruo, who had turned into a light man, appear in front of the super shadow deformation. The 40-meter lightsaber slashed down, and an extremely thick tentacle was cut off at the root. Chapter 191. One knife cuts a tentacle, and there is no power to fight back. With a few slashes, several tentacles of the super shadow deformer were cut off at the root. The violent high-energy impact continued to explode, but he could not do anything to Gruo, who was exploding with divine power. He did not dodge or evade, and the tentacles were cut off one by one. Soon, only a bare meat ball was left. The muscles at the wound twisted wildly to heal, but they were burned by the divine light and flames, and could not regenerate. Chu Cheng looked expressionlessly at the chosen one Gruo, who used his ultimate move to beat the deformer without any power to fight back. The upper limit of blood volume could be reduced by more than 300,000 after a tentacle was cut off. After all the tentacles were cut off, the blood volume was only a little over 1 million. Almost. He looked up and looked around. A large number of professionals, who had finished looting, gathered around and waited to pick up heads. He whispered to Fang Shi, "Add buff to me first, and the hero's skills will wait." Okay. She cast a spell immediately. Group Acceleration LV5. Add 150 speed, LV5 base 50. Her talent plus artifact all spells add 200%. Group Bull Power LV5. Add 150 strength. Group Invisibility LV5. Artifact effect triggered, lasting 15 seconds of blood recovery. Chu Cheng then took out bottles of potions and took them. Strong Defense Potion. Add 15 defense. Strong Magic Blood Potion. Add 30 life regeneration. Advanced Blood Sucking Potion. Add 7% physical blood sucking. The duration of buff and potion is 15 minutes, and can be added in advance. At the same time, many professionals around also saw the opportunity and began to prepare potions, buff, explaining tactics, etc. Time passed second by second, and everyone focused on the health of Gruo and the super shadow abnormal, especially the abnormal, which had no ability to fight back under the burning of Gruo's divine power. Each sword could deal up to 20,000 real divine damage that ignored defense. More than 10 swords per second, up to more than 300,000 damage per second, which was extremely outrageous. It is impossible for a mortal to have such terrible damage. Only the power of the true God and the law of the God can cause such terrible damage. This is also one of the strongest means of the Chosen One, second only to the advent of the true God. 2 seconds later, a team of professionals could not wait and were ready to take action. Chu Cheng narrowed his eyes and did not speak. In the 3rd second, people disappeared one after another. The tank profession made the final preparations and started to reduce damage to charge at the Super Shadow Deformer. This legendary creature has less than 400,000 HP left. With Gruo's combat power, it can be killed in 2 seconds. Give me a flame of cleansing. She stretched out her hand and pressed on his chest, and the flame rose. Do you want the fate decree? No, let's see the situation later. She nodded, and in the blink of an eye, Chu Cheng disappeared. Time travel. He appeared out of thin air in the center of the battlefield, and the range time lock that must be triggered fixed Gruo and the Super Shadow Deformer, as well as several Eldar professionals who happened to jump in with displacement to grab the boss's head, all in place. The power of time is supreme. Even divine power cannot resist it. Gruo's great sword burning with divine power and flames inserted into the body of the Super Shadow Deformer, and the phantoms of the past and future appeared above his head and slashed down respectively. The terrifying high-energy impact in the Super Shadow Deformer was frozen when it was ready to go, and the phantoms of the past and future appeared above his head. The 4 Eldar professionals were fixed in place, and Chu Cheng's past and future bodies appeared behind them at the same time. Chu Cheng had no time to pay attention to them. His eyes fell on the boss, and his health was only 170,000. With a turn of his wrist, he slashed with both swords. The time lock was not triggered. Time shelter. Chu Cheng activated his ultimate move without hesitation. The next moment, the time lock ended and time resumed flowing. Gruo shouted loudly, and a surge of divine power exploded, exploding several Eldar professionals, who jumped in first, and the human professionals, who jumped in after the time lock ended. He slashed with a sword as fast as lightning. The remaining blood volume of the Super Shadow Deformation was not enough to withstand this attack, and its huge body was easily split into 2, as if it was rotten. The high-energy impact shattered, the vortex shattered, and an energy stone with a surface covered with fine runes and an energy black hole around it flew out of the corpse. Nether Energy Core. The eyes of the professionals, who were close to him, lit up and jumped in one after another. Gruo's eyes also lit up, and he reached out to grab the Nether Energy Core. No! Everyone was shocked and wanted to stop him, but they were not as close as Gruo, so they could only watch him reach out and grab the Nether Energy Core. But at the moment, when some people blinked and opened their eyes again, the Nether Energy Core caught by Gruo suddenly disappeared. Bold. Gruo was furious. You dare to take my lord's things, you are seeking death. In response to him, Chu Cheng appeared behind him out of thin air and stabbed him in the back of his head, and the divine shield exploded and rebounded. Although the invincible state ignores the divine power burst, his attack was also blocked by the divine shield. Wait until his divine power burst ends. We can't kill him now. Chu Cheng quickly sent a message to Fangxi, and then flashed away. The invincible state flashed infinitely, and in less than a second he had rushed out of the Shadow Lake, and appeared at a certain position on the edge of the boundary after a series of flashes. Taking a deep breath, he took out the Nether Core and held it in his palm, his eyes full of expectation. Nether Core, divine object, the highest magical achievement of the ancient Netherrealm magic empire, with endless power. Attribute 1, Immortal level magic gem. Attribute 2, Artifact level jewelry, equipable, additional features, mana source, ordinary mana limit increased by 100% to 1000%, mana regeneration increased by 1%, hero mana limit increased by 100 to 1000, and 1 to 10 hero mana restored every day. Additional features, supreme magic, all spells increased by 100% to 1000%. Additional features, mana replenishment, immediately restore all mana after use, and restore 3% of mana per second in the next 30 seconds, with a cooldown of 5 minutes. Additional spell, Magic Shock Wave, release the power of the Nether Energy Core, forming a powerful shock wave with a power of intelligence *20. The farthest impact range is 500 meters in radius. The impacted target needs to accept a double immunity test of toughness and will be silenced if either test fails, lasting 5 seconds, with a cooldown time of 20 minutes. Additional spell, fully release the energy of the Nether Energy Core, destroying everything within a diameter of 100 kilometers. Evaluation, A divine object from the ancient magic empire with endless energy. Magic artifact. Chu Cheng pursed his lips and felt a little sorry, because he was going to absorb this divine object next. When he saw the nether energy core, he knew it in his heart. If he could devour the almost endless energy in the nether energy core, he could forcibly upgrade the golden finger by 1 level, and by the way, the spatial refraction talent would also be upgraded by 1 level. Yes, he should have been promoted to the extraordinary level before upgrading, but now, he could upgrade in advance by devouring the endless energy in the nether energy core. No way, he needs a stronger strength to save his life. Looking up and around, he didn't even know where he was, so he was safe for the time being. Guo's positioning ability was far worse than before. He kept flashing aimlessly, so Guo couldn't catch him. If he wanted to track him now, he could only rely on the Drow goddess's divination, and he couldn't locate him accurately. It was impossible for her to catch him wherever he ran to the next second like before. There's enough time. Chapter 192. Chu Cheng's mind moved, and the golden finger light ball in the sea of consciousness exploded. Infinite streams of light flew out and surrounded him, quickly outlining a light cocoon. In the light cocoon, countless streams of light were injected into Chu Cheng's body, and his physique, strength, agility, perception, intelligence, spirit, etc. all rose rapidly. The invisible power was transforming his body in an all-round way. At a level that could not be seen by the naked eye, and could not be detected by the attribute panel, the injection of invisible power caused Chu Cheng to undergo earth-shaking changes from the inside out. At the time of his transformation, in the center of the realm, since the God's Chosen One disappeared in pursuit of Chu Cheng, the human professionals and the spirit professionals fought for the ruins scattered in the center of the Shadow Lake. At first, they did not think of a decisive battle here, but someone found an orange treasure chest in the wreckage of a mage tower, so the two sides fought. A total of nearly 500 people from both sides were scattered in this area in the form of teams, fighting madly. Both sides were experienced veterans, who had experienced such large-scale combat. 3 or 4 teams formed a team nearby. Melee professions lined up in the front row, and many magic systems and ranged bombarded each other, forming small battlefields, with a total of 40 to 50 people. Fang Shi stayed in the team of Wang Yuka, Tian Hong and others at this time. The 3 teams in it were from the Star Tower, and they were relatively more trustworthy. Fang Shi was no longer low-key at this time, and shouted in the team, "Focus on the front row, so that I can facilitate group treatment." Then he stretched out his hand and clenched it, and a ball of energy gathered in his palm, ready to use the hero's skill, End of Luck. However, she was insignificant, and not many people obeyed her orders. However, Tian Hong, who was commanding from behind, knew that he was a healer, and immediately shouted loudly, "Focus on the front row, we have a nurse here." There's a treatment. Focus now. After charging for 2 seconds, Fang Shi stretched out his hand and pushed. The energy ball exploded on the battlefield. The invisible cleansing force filled the 100-meter diameter range, quickly purifying all the negative states of the friendly forces within the range, and forming a group of starlight covering the original place, continuously dispelling the negative states within the range. Affected by the special effects of the inherited artifact crystal celestial sphere, the 12 melee fighters affected by this saw a treatment effect hanging on themselves, restoring 1230 HP per second. Damn, there is really a nurse. What a strong amount of milk. This is stable. Then Fang Shi stretched out his hand and pointed. An arcane shield was put on the besieged tank at the front of the battlefield, and then a flame of cleansing fell. Add 12,300. Add 2,460. Add 2,460. Damn, this amount of healing. The End of Luck continues to purify and restore health, and the flame of purification continues to add blood, instantly filling everyone's health, even the extraordinary tank profession. The Oracle's healing only lasts for 15 seconds, but she can bless them with group acceleration. Although the LV5 buff is not as good as the professional buff LV10 in the team, it will be covered by a higher level, but this is not important. What is important is the effect of spells, and the Oracle's healing effect that can trigger the artifact is enough. 2 teams with similar strengths PK, one side has a powerful nurse, and the other does not. It is almost a one-sided crushing. The Eldar professionals quickly discovered the core of the change in the battle situation. Several Eldar professionals in the back whispered a little, and a transcendent professional suddenly appeared behind Fang Shi with a flash, raised his hand, and hit him with a kidney shot. But a guard warrior next to her immediately responded, "Support. Destiny's decree." Fang Shi reacted and immediately cast a hero spell, disarming and silencing, and the invisible force field bound his weapon. At the same time, The Oracle's curse also triggered a fear curse that made him panic and want to escape. At this time, several mages next to her reacted. Ice Body Protection. Frost Nova. Arcane Shield. Someone raided the mage team, come to support. Several melee professionals, who were close quickly came over, charging to take over the armor-breaking, heart-breaking, and all kinds of powerful combat skills. Sin Purification Flame. Damage Deepened Curse. The damage reduction of 3075 is particularly conspicuous among the many damages of only 300 to 500, and the most is only more than 1000. The 8 people used all kinds of explosive means at the same time, and they exhausted the last bit of blood before he woke up. After falling down, they condensed a bloody trophy, which was quickly collected by the nearest professional. Killing the enemy civilization professional will definitely drop a bloody treasure chest, which will definitely drop 3 random equipment from the dead. The decapitation tactic failed, and the remaining Eldar professionals retreated decisively. Don't chase, go support the brothers on the right. The front row who wanted to chase stopped and quickly moved to the right. The changes on their side were quickly noticed by the surroundings. The morale of the human side increased greatly, while the morale of the Eldar professionals dropped sharply. As soon as the team approached, Tian Hong shouted loudly, "Brothers, we have a nurse here, the front row concentrate on healing." "There is a nurse? Concentrate now." As soon as the voice fell, a green light suddenly appeared above the battlefield, followed by a little bit of energy light rain containing a strong breath of life, and the numbers of 3690 floated out when they touched it. In just 2 seconds, the health of this team was fully drained. Retreat. The 2 teams merged, and there was a powerful nurse. The Eldar professionals had no intention of fighting and decisively ran away. At this time, one of the Eldar professional teams that also had treatment also won. However, after weighing the efficiency of both sides, the Eldar professionals felt that the chance of winning was not high, so they decisively gave up the battle and withdrew from the battlefield one by one. This is normal. No matter how good the equipment is, it is not as important as life. For minutes later, all the Eldar professionals withdrew. Some people cleaned the battlefield, and the dead were resurrected one by one with resurrection scrolls. As for the Eldar professionals, who died in the battle, the corpses were collected and destroyed with a fireball spell. Unless there was a real-world stone or a god-demon level strongman who found a way to reshape the body, otherwise it would be completely dead. After the battle, everyone appeared in the original location of the floating city, in the half-broken magic tower, in front of the orange treasure chest that caused their battle. Many team leaders gathered in front of the orange treasure chest, staring at each other for a while, until Wang Yuka spoke first. "There are so many of us, but there is only one treasure chest. It's not easy to divide. And even if the income is divided equally, there is nothing for so many of us. I have a suggestion here, you can refer to it." Miss Fong, she played the most critical role in this battle. It can be said that if she is not there, it is hard to say whether we can win. I suggest that she can choose an item from the orange treasure chest. What do you think? Dozens of captains pondered for a while and nodded. I think it's feasible. Although there is a high probability that an orange suit will be divided, this treasure chest comes from the relics of a legendary wizard with a floating city, and the probability of legendary equipment is very high. But as Wang Yuka said, no one is willing to accept the orange suit. But if she takes it, it will be different. Just now, it was because of her that the battle situation changed, saving everyone in disguise. With so many people present, if she takes it, others will have no objection. With almost everyone agreeing, Fong, she did not refuse. She walked up to the orange treasure chest and put her hand on it. Chapter 193. At the same time, Chu Cheng's promotion was also nearing its end. Under the almost endless pure energy infusion of the nether energy core, the treasure in his mind finally completed the promotion. Chu Cheng took a deep breath and exhaled violently, and the invisible power exploded in waves. Without checking the panel, he already knew that the changes in this promotion were stronger than he imagined. First of all, after the promotion, his all attributes increased by 10 for each level up, and were readjusted according to the level. Yes, it was neither 3 for each level up as he originally imagined, nor 5 for each level up as he imagined, but a direct 10-fold increase, 10 for each level up, which was very exaggerated. He is now level 32, which is equivalent to adding 320 points to all attributes. It is worth mentioning that he had previously beaten the last bit of health of the Super Shadow Abnormal, gained a huge amount of experience, 22 free attribute points and 25 skill points, and upgraded to a level. However, because of too little contribution, almost all the damage came from Gruo, and no loot box was generated. Name, Chu Chung. Race, human. Occupation, eternal overlord, immortal, level 32. Talent, space refraction LV3. Hero's specialty, eternity. Main attributes, constitution 538, strength 537, agility 445, perception 387, intelligence 452, spirit 452. Secondary attributes, toughness 53, reflex 44, will 45 plus 20, life regeneration plus 30 per second, mana regeneration plus 20 per second. Health, 16,140 plus 500 points. Physical strength, 16,140 points. Mana, 13,560 points. Melee attack, 1439 chop. Ranged attack. Hit, 1198. Physical defense, 24% plus 73. Magic resistance, 60%. Movement speed, 790. Basic skills, omitted. Hero skills, time travel, awakening, time lock, awakening, time shelter, awakening, professional skills, blade storm LV5, thunder shock LV5, blood god body LV5, violent charge LV1, phase walk LV1, nether strike LV1, divine power critical hit LV1, hot-blooded fighting spirit LV5, giant god power. Life occupations, advanced fishing, elementary first aid, elementary cooking. Very good. Chu Chung pursed his lips, very satisfied. This is only level 32. If it can be upgraded to level 50, the main attributes such as physical strength will reach more than 800, plus various buffs. It is possible to stack up to 1000. By that time, the attributes alone will be no less than or even stronger than the boss. When I go back this time, I will upgrade specifically to bring the level up first. The attribute upgrade is completed, and then the talent upgrade. The space refraction talent has been promoted from LV2 to LV3 at this time, and the attributes have also changed dramatically. Space refraction LV3, form a layer of space crystal wall around the body, increase the upper limit of its own damage reduction by 5%, and absorb 300 points of full damage, rebound to up to 20 enemies within a radius of 300 meters, and obtain skills. Space mark, space barrier. Space mark, apply a space mark to a target, gain the target's vision. If the target is an enemy, it cannot be invisible or teleported. Each physical attack causes 300 extra damage to the target, and teammates cause half of the extra damage to the target, and gain the skill Arrive. If the target is a friendly, temporarily gain the next level of space refraction. Arrive, teleport behind any space marked target, cool down for 5 seconds. Tip, a maximum of 3 space marks can exist at the same time, and they disappear after leaving the body 100 kilometers. Space barrier, the power of space isolates everything. After it is turned on, it absorbs 100% of the damage and rebounds it to all enemies around, lasting 5 seconds, with a cooldown of 60 minutes. Tip, both rebound damage and extra damage are pure damage, ignoring physical defense and spell resistance, and are full damage. Tips, talents can be switched on and off freely, and can control the rebound target. Tips, talents cannot be dispelled or sealed, and the priority is the law level. Awesome. With 300 damage reduction, elite monsters below level 30 can be unharmed, which is very powerful. With this attribute now, it should be able to compete with the Chosen of the Drow, right? Well, provided there is no divine power burst. That is too buggy. After closing the panel, Chu Chung stretched out his right hand, and a stream of light gathered in his palm, quickly forming a vortex, with a few light balls hanging in his palm, and the surrounding space was slightly distorted. What should I call it? This thing comes from the new ability acquired after the golden finger is promoted. One can be condensed every year, which has a very magical effect. The core effect is evolution, which can tap the deepest power of the individual's blood and soul, and give the target extraordinary power. Now there are a total of 3 on hand. One is condensed normally a year, and there are 3 on hand because the nether can condense extra power. The energy of the nether core is endless. After upgrading the gold finger and the talent, there is still some left. He condensed 3 in one breath. Chu Chung already had a plan for the use of this thing in his mind. He would give one to Fang Shi at that time, and then, after putting the things away, Chu Chung looked up and looked around, and walked towards the Shadow Lake. 2 minutes later, a figure quickly passed by in front, and returned to stop the next second. It was Gruo, the chosen one of the Drow gods. He swung his 2 swords, and rushed over quickly. Chu Chung smiled and asked, "I'm curious, You consumed so much divine power to kill that legendary creature. How much divine power do you have? Enough to kill you. That may not be the case. Chu Cheng drew his sword and made a sword flower, and rushed forward. Dang! Guo did not move at all, and he took a big step back. But there was no frustration on his face, but a smile appeared. Just as I thought. The strength is still not comparable, but it is not directly crushed like before, which means that Guo's strength should be around 800 or 900. The power gap has not doubled, and the crushing cannot be triggered, and the damage is directly reduced. Chu Cheng did not show weakness and swung his sword to meet it, and fought with Guo frantically, attacking but not defending. The gap in swordsmanship is too big, and fighting with swordsmanship will die. You can only give up defense and fight with defense and skills. The blood volume is not comparable. Guo has more than 7 million blood, but his defense is higher, and his skills are stronger. In this regard, the natives can't compare with the professionals, except for the native mages. They don't have so many equipment and skills to cooperate with professionals, and they mainly rely on attributes, few combat skills, and superb combat skills. At this time, Chu Cheng's HP was as high as 16,000, and his physical defense was also higher. In addition, his talent upgrade reduced damage by 300. At this time, his damage reduction and defense were only slightly worse than that of the Blade Storm. His ability to withstand damage had almost changed qualitatively compared to before. In addition, the time lock was triggered from time to time under high attack speed, and he was evenly matched with him for a while. But this state could not last long. 16,000 HP could not compete with the other party's 7 million HP, and he was defeated in less than 20 seconds. What a pity! After a round of attempts, he found that the idea in his mind seemed impossible to implement. He had an idea to try whether he could use high attack speed to continuously trigger time lock, and continuously stack time lock during the time lock stage, to achieve permanent control and strong killing. But combined with the previous attempts, and the 2 attempts of stacking the attack speed in more than 20 seconds, he found that this idea could not be realized. Chapter 194. In theory, as long as the attack speed is fast enough, the time lock will be triggered if the attack is continuous for 30, 40, or even 50 times in 1 second. No matter how small the probability is, it can always be triggered as long as the speed is fast enough. But the actual operation is not like this. After many attempts, Chu Cheng found that this thing seems to have resistance superposition. That is to say, when the time lock is triggered repeatedly, people will instinctively resist, and the probability of the next trigger will be reduced to a certain extent. After multiple continuous triggers, the probability gradually decreases until it can no longer be triggered. Chu Cheng tried it, and with his current attack speed, he can trigger it at most 5 times in a row. Before, the maximum number of triggers was 5. Now the agility is increased, and the attack speed is increased, but it has not achieved a qualitative change. Retreat first. Chu Cheng's mind moved and turned on the time protection to enter the invincible state. He gave the Drow Chosen One a middle finger, and the person disappeared. Guo had a blank expression and continued to follow. As a Chosen One who has lived for hundreds of years, what he lacks the most is patience. After a series of flashes, Chu Cheng once again crossed hundreds of kilometers, and returned to the Shadow Lake in the center of the realm. He dived into it, and soon saw many professionals, who were searching for the ruins, as well as Fangxi. With a flash of his figure, he appeared directly in front of Fangxi. Fangxi was stunned for a moment, then smiled. "You are back. Where is the Chosen One?" Chu Cheng said in a deep voice. "Still behind. I can block him now, but I can't hold on for too long. I need your help." She immediately asked, "What do you want to do?" "Use the star crystal wall to trap him, and then have enough firepower to quickly kill him. Now I need to ask the seniors if they are willing to take this risk." "Seniors are here." She pointed behind her, and Xiang Feng's team was not far away. "I ask?" Chu Cheng quickly flew over and greeted Xiang Feng, who was searching carefully in a large wreckage of a floating city. Xiang Feng asked curiously, "Are you okay? What about Guo?" "I need help from seniors." Chu Cheng directly told him his thoughts, and asked for help. Xiang Feng asked solemnly after hearing this, "Are you sure you can trap him? This is no joke. If we can't trap him, and he escapes, we'd be in trouble." "Sure," Chu Cheng said very confidently. "My girlfriend has a way to trap him. The divine power barrier and sacred armor can definitely trap him." "Is that so?" Xiang Feng frowned and pursed his lips in thought, and said a little, "It can be done, but our 3 teams are still not enough. We have to call more people. If you can really trap him, I believe there are many people willing to help kill Guo." Please help contact them, and tell them that if the chosen one of the drow is killed, all the spoils will belong to them, and I don't want any. No problem, I contact them, and I estimate that I can get more than a dozen extraordinary professionals. Try to send as many as possible, more than 20 would be best. I try my best. Xiang Feng turned around and started contacting people. A few minutes later, people came one after another, and finally there were more than 40 people gathered. Chu Cheng found that they were all extraordinary professionals above level 50. He was surprised and asked, "There are so many?" Xiang Feng nodded and said, "Originally, we could only call 20 or so people, but everyone heard that they could kill Gruo, so they were willing to help." At this time, an extraordinary professional in the crowd laughed and said, "Gruo, the chosen one of the drow, is one of the top strong men of the drow Quirik family. Since this family moved here, they have been expanding and enslaving. The human lords nearby have long wanted to destroy them. It just so happens that Gruo is alone this time, and he just fought a legendary creature and consumed a lot of his divine power. Now it is estimated that he will not be able to use it a few times. It is a good opportunity to besiege." Xiang Feng nodded and said, "Yes, the lords nearby have started to prepare recently. If we kill Gruo now, it will be easier to attack the Quirik drow family." "I see." Chu Cheng clasped his fist and said, "In that case, take the opportunity to kill him here. What I said before counts. I don't want the spoils, just kill him. Tell me your tactics first and determine what method to use to trap him so that he can't escape. My girlfriend has a big move that can create a powerful barrier with sacred armor, which can ensure that he can't rush out even if he bursts out with divine power. Astral Crystal Wall, active use, creates a powerful barrier with a maximum radius of 500 meters. The barrier has a defense of 1 million, sacred armor, and consumes 50 points of destiny power. Boundaries can protect teammates or trap people. Holy armor means that the priority of this move has reached the level of gods and demons. Even if a true god is in it, he cannot penetrate the crystal wall by teleportation. He must break the crystal wall to leave, which also means that Gruo will definitely be trapped. He didn't dare to use it before. Naturally, he didn't have the strength to beat Gruo in a cage fight. He and Fang Shi alone can't beat him at all. There must be strong enough teammates to surround and kill Gruo before he breaks the astral crystal wall. When the skills were shared, everyone's expressions were visibly relaxed. Zhang Chengxian from the elemental tower smiled and said, "With this ability, it can be said that it is stable. With Miss Fang Shi's auxiliary treatment ability, he will definitely be killed." Others nodded one by one. Seeing this, Chu Cheng said, "That's it. When he arrives, I will fight him. Fang Shi will unfold the astral crystal wall to include everyone in it, and then suddenly surround and kill. The only key point is to protect her safety." He explained, "This stellar crystal wall isolates everything, and she has to enter it to assist in recovery and treatment. At the same time, this stellar crystal wall is also maintained by her. Once she dies, it will collapse. Gruo can definitely see it with his vision, and he will definitely find a way to kill her. This requires everyone to protect her. This is easy." A shield-holding warrior laughed. "1/3 of our more than 40 people are tanks, and each of them has skills such as interception or protection. It is not a problem to protect her." "Very good." Chu Cheng glanced at the surroundings and the endless netherworld abyss below, and said, "Let's go outside. After all, this is in the netherworld. I wanted to leave a long time ago. Here, there are 50 points of environmental damage every 5 seconds, which seriously affects our strength." The group quickly flew out of the Shadow Lake, and Chu Cheng assigned tasks to everyone in a deep voice. After drilling out of the Shadow Lake, they chose a place, and quickly stood according to the tactics just now. Chu Cheng stood alone in an open space, while Fang Shi and the others stood in a crack in the ground 500 meters away, hiding their breath and becoming invisible. At such a long distance, it was impossible to detect them. 2 minutes later, Gruo arrived. With a large loss of divine power, his efficiency of action dropped significantly. In the past, he would have arrived quickly, and would not have waited so long. Chu Cheng, who was wandering outside the Shadow Lake, turned around and ran after seeing Gruo, and Gruo chased after him reflexively. Chapter 195. Chu Cheng saw Gruo quickly fleeing to Fang Shi's position. Gruo flashed in front of Chu Cheng and slashed with a sword. The huge force pushed him back. He raised his hand, and used a series of moves to make him retreat again and again. "Now!" Chu Cheng decisively activated the solidity, and a strange smile appeared on his face that made Gruo's heart jump. At this moment, Fang Shi had already unfolded the star crystal wall, and a layer of crystal light quickly spread out. "No, there is an ambush." Gruo's perception was very high, and he reacted instantly and wanted to escape. Time travel. Chu Cheng instantly jumped on Guo's face and froze him. When he woke up, the star crystal wall had been unfolded, and dozens of extraordinary professionals came out to kill him. Furious charge. Savage charge. In an instant, more than 5 different charges hit him, knocking him flying. Followed by various combat skills, Guo was in a hurry to resist, and for a while, he didn't care about Chu Cheng. Destiny's decree. Flame of purification. Damage weakening curse. Ice chains. Storm hammer. All kinds of common spells and hero spells bombarded him head-on. Even though Guo had a very high magic resistance, he was inevitably affected at this time. Especially Feng Shi's spells. After the multiple bonuses of talent and artifacts, the power of the spells was extremely terrifying. Even Guo could not resist it. Dozens of extraordinary professionals' output, Guo soon couldn't resist and retreated step by step. If it were normal, he could use his super fast speed to pull away and defeat them one by one. No one could trap him. But this time, he couldn't use his speed advantage to defeat them one by one. Feng Shi's star crystal wall theoretically could create a crystal wall barrier with a radius of 500 meters at most, and it could also reduce the range to a diameter of 1 meter. The star crystal wall that Feng Shi deployed this time was only 50 meters in diameter. More than 40 people squeezed in, leaving him no room to move and dodge. For a professional of the extraordinary class, a distance of 50 meters is no different from being right under one's nose. Boom! A storm hammer hit Guo in the face and sent him flying. Before he landed, an ice spear and a thunder spear hit him. Several melee fighters were charging below. Divine power protects the body. After a little hesitation, Guo finally used the last of his divine power on defense. There was no choice. Without divine power to protect the body, he could not be immune to so many spells. He could only passively take the beating without the power to fight back. Divine power covered the whole body, and all the control spells that were difficult to resist before were immune. After Guo stabilized his body, he flashed to the edge of the star crystal wall, and the cold stars hit the star crystal wall, causing a large area of less than 200 damage. Netherworld strike. Chu Cheng appeared behind Guo and stabbed with both swords. If you can't fight with swordsmanship, you don't need fancy skills. Just do it as fast as you can. Time lock. Guo was immobilized and unable to move. 2 Chu Cheng illusions emerged and launched a fierce attack. But the time lock was not triggered. In the state of divine power protection, Guo's toughness was greatly improved, and the probability of triggering was much lower than usual. But it didn't matter. This was not a one-on-one duel, but a siege by more than 40 extraordinary professionals. He didn't need to fight alone. Despair. At this time, Guo's heart was in despair. The star crystal wall has a sacred armor defense of up to 1 million. Guo did not have divine power attached to the weapon to temporarily obtain real attack, and the damage to the star crystal wall was pitifully low. Although the divine power protection on his body also has a sacred armor with a defense of 1 million, their attack damage is not high, mostly only a few dozen points, but they are outnumbered. Seeing that his divine shield was about to be exhausted, while the astral crystal wall still retained most of its defense, Guo had to give up this idea and turn to fight. Feng Shi used the end of luck to completely cover the internal space of the astral crystal wall, and everyone received a buff that restored 1230 health points per second for 15 seconds. When he saw someone being targeted by the Chosen of the Drow, he would use the flame of purification to instantly restore his health and status. With a bunch of tanks and various protections and aids, he couldn't kill anyone. In the 47th second, the divine shield on the Chosen of the Drow was forcibly broken by them. Then, there was an inhumane beating. Various control combat skills and spells took turns, making the Chosen of the Drow unable to move. No! I tried my best. At the first minute and 56 seconds, the last bit of health of the Chosen of the Drow was wiped out, and he fell down with a face full of unwillingness. Feng Shi did not remove the astral crystal wall until he saw the loot box condense and confirmed that he was dead. Huh? Chu Cheng let out a long breath, feeling that the dark cloud hanging over his head had completely disappeared. We can go back now. As for whether the Drow goddess would be furious and send other chosen ones, or personally descend to capture him, there was a 50% chance. But by the time the avatar descended, he would have already run away. Chu Cheng smiled and bowed to thank them. After a round of greetings, he took Feng Shi back to the gathering point and called back the Devil Tyrannosaurus and 5 soldiers. Careful when coming. Full of confidence when going back. As for their combination, As long as they don't run into legendary creatures head-on, they will be fine. On their way back, there were only 2 legendary creatures. One was a shadow creature, and the other was the matriarch of the Kalak Drow family. Neither of them would leave their nest easily. Apart from that, there were only other chosen ones. But the other chosen ones had tasks, and by the time they were transferred from other places, they had already run away. After traveling continuously for nearly half a month, they finally crossed this Broken Star area and came to the number 8 base where they hired a few men. Chu Cheng was even more relieved when he got here, and he was no longer in a hurry to travel, and returned at a normal speed. Only then did he have time to count the gains of this trip with Fangxi. I won't talk about the other gains that have been obtained, and the gains that have not been counted are those from the last battle. A large number of potions harvested from the floating city, Fangxi's major in alchemy. After counting them one by one, it was found that most of them were energy recovery potions, purification potions, magic blood potions, and other medium and low-quality potions. Some buff potions can be kept for personal use, and the others can be sold. Then, there are a large number of magic books, all of which are valuable and belong to Fangxi. If she has nothing to do, she can study it. Understanding and mastering these magic books can greatly improve her magic ability. If her magic level can reach a certain level, she can even cast these spells without learning them. If she can use various spells without spending spell slots to learn spells, then she is a real magician. This kind of magician is called a real magician, also called a root magician. This kind of magician will not be restricted in casting any spells. There will be no limit on the number of spell slots. You can cast any spell you want. As long as you have the ability to learn hundreds of spells, it will be no problem. This kind of magician is called a real magician, and it is also a necessary prerequisite for the promotion to a legendary magician. If you can't do this, how can you be promoted to a legendary if you can't even figure out the root of the spell? Chapter 196. In the rear cabin of the Devil Tyrannosaurus, Fangxi suddenly took out something and handed it to Chu Cheng after he finished counting the things. Here you go. What? Chu Cheng took it and was stunned the next second and asked in surprise, Legendary equipment? Where did you get it? An orange treasure chest found in the ruins of the floating city before, which contains 2 legendary equipment, a pair of boots and a staff. I think this one is very suitable for you. Why don't you take the staff? I have the inherited artifact. Relatively speaking, you need it more than me. I like it very much. Chu Cheng showed a sincere smile on his face, hugged her soft waist and kissed her. Void Shuttler, Legend/Orange, Equipment Type, Feat. Equipment Requirements, Constitution 300, Agility 300. Equipment Attributes, Movement Speed increased by 300. Equipment Special Effects, Swift as the Wind, Maximum Movement Speed increased by 100%, Maximum Jump Distance increased by 300%, Absolute Dodge increased by 20%. Equipment Special Effects, Brisk Steps, your steps are more flexible, greatly reducing the movement between actions. Equipment Special Effects, Free Walking, you can walk and run freely in any terrain. Equipment Skills, Void Flash, free flash to any place within the sight range, cooling time 15 seconds. Equipment Skills, Void Shuttle, after opening, you will gain the ability of Void Shuttle in the next 30 seconds, you can cross the legendary enchantment, freely jump between reality and ether, as well as shadow and other planes, cooling time 30 minutes. Evaluation, a pair of boots that the legendary assassin Tony is famous for, it can give you super high speed and unprecedented flexibility, allowing you to quickly escape from danger. With this, the original pair of blue boots retired on the spot. After equipping it, his movement speed now exceeded 2,000 in an instant. The original movement speed is 790, plus the legendary boots add 300 speed, 1090 movement speed, plus the orange special effect of Swift as the wind increases the maximum movement speed by 100%, that is 2,180 movement speed. This speed should catch up with the chosen one of Drow Gruo. If he waits for his level to rise to level 50 and become extraordinary, his attributes will be further adjusted, and he will definitely surpass the chosen one of Drow by then. This time out, I have gained a lot. Fangxi obtained the legendary hero profession, with talent upgrades and a professional inheritance artifact, and his strength has greatly increased. He obtained an orange suit, and the Goldfinger upgrade came with a talent upgrade plus. Well, there are also 3 roots of power condensed by the Goldfinger. This thing was named the root power by Chu Cheng. After all, the power that can tap into the deepest part of an individual's blood and soul is the root power. He himself cannot use it. The upgrade of the Golden Finger has already tapped the deepest power of his blood and soul. Unfortunately, there is nothing powerful in the depths of his blood and soul, and there is no powerful blood inherited in his blood. There is no need to tap the blood that is not strong enough. But it can be used by others. If it is confirmed that there is hidden power in the blood of the subordinates, it can be used. The confirmation standard is very simple, that is, to see if you have innate talent. If you have innate talent, you are 100% sure that there is hidden power in your blood. Chu Cheng's spatial refraction talent is given by the golden finger, not by himself. He looked at the beauty leaning on his arms, stretched out his hand, and a ball of root power condensed in his palm, instantly attracting her attention. This is the root power, which can tap into the power deep in your blood and soul. Do you want to try it? Fang Shi nodded without hesitation. Okay. He pressed his big hand on her forehead, and the root power instantly sank into her brow and disappeared. The next second, a faint light slowly emerged from her body, slowly covering her whole body to form a light cocoon. This change. Chu Cheng pinched his chin and waited patiently. The light cocoon did not last long, and soon faded slowly, turning into countless fine runes and merging into her body. A special rune mark on her brow lit up for a moment, and then quickly disappeared. How do you feel? Fang Shi pinched her brow and said, I feel good. Are there any changes? Let me see. She opened the panel with a thought and shared it directly in front of him. Chu Cheng first glanced at the attribute panel, and it seemed that there was no change. Open the prompt page again, and you will see a detailed prompt. Tip. You have tapped into the root power deep in your soul. You have awakened the final state of your talent, and your talent will be promoted. Tip. Your root power covers your talent, and your talent, Arcane Supreme LV3, is promoted to Energy Dominator LV1. Talent. Energy Dominator LV1. All skills are increased by 100%. All skill cooldowns are reduced by 25%. All skill consumption is reduced by 25%, and skill priority is increased by 1. This is quite powerful. The original Arcane Supreme Talent bonus was limited to spells, but now all spells and skills are effective, including passive expertise. In addition, it used to only reduce spell cooldown and mana consumption, but now even hero spells will have their cooldown and consumption reduced. This is indeed a qualitative change. The gap is not too big now, but when her understanding of magic is deep enough, and she can cast many spells freely without spell slots, the gap between the two talents will become more and more outrageous. Not bad. This thing is powerful. Chu Cheng rubbed his hands excitedly, and suddenly looked down at the Mount Tyrannosaurus Rex under him. He couldn't help but have a sudden thought. This thing can tap the root power. What will happen if it is used by the Tyrannosaurus Rex? Will it become a real dragon? A powerful battle pet is also a great helper, sometimes even more useful than teammates. After all, teammates have their own thinking, and it is difficult to find a teammate who can be completely trusted like Fang Shi. Battle pets are different. Once such beasts are subdued, their loyalty can often be maintained until the moment of death in battle. In addition, the root power bestowed by himself comes from the condensation of his own golden finger, which is stained with his own breath. After fusion and evolution, it will be more loyal, and the breath is connected and easier to control. You can try. He told Fang Shi about this idea, and she agreed immediately. Then let's try it. Half a day later, they came to the boundary fragment of the number 5 base, and stopped at the edge of the boundary. The group got off the back of the Tyrannosaurus Rex, and Chu Cheng came to the Tyrannosaurus Rex lying on the ground to rest, reached out, and touched the rough skin of the dragon, and said with a smile, You are lucky, now let's see how lucky you are. After that, he began to condense the source power. Ah! The resting Tyrannosaurus Rex suddenly climbed up at the moment when the source power was condensed, raised his head, and let out an excited long roar, stretched out his huge head, and his big eyes were full of desire. Don't worry, it's for you. Chu Cheng smiled and pressed the head of the Tyrannosaurus Rex, pressing down the source power condensed in his palm. Chapter 197. The power of the origin merged, the devil Tyrannosaurus roared to the sky, and its body began to expand rapidly. The hard dragon skin on the surface of the body cracked into thin lines, and soon cracked and spurted blood, dyeing the whole body red. The devil Tyrannosaurus roared in pain, and its body slowly expanded with the roar, and its skin cracked into smaller pieces, and more blood gushed out. When the devil Tyrannosaurus expanded to a certain extent, there was no intact skin on the whole body. At the same time, blood flames began to burn on the surface of the blood-red body, and a faint blue light emerged. The blue light gradually became brighter, and slowly turned into a small blue electric light beating on the surface of the body. Blue electric light? What kind of power is this? Chu Cheng curiously circled the devil Tyrannosaurus, and there was no information about this in his mind. It is not uncommon for Warcraft blood to leap. Many Warcraft will leap after meeting the conditions. Dinosaur species, like Tyrannosaurus, also have high ranks, and can be promoted to dragons after meeting the conditions. It is just a different kind of dragon. Unless the ancestors have the bloodline of 5-color dragon and metal dragon, they can be promoted to 5-color dragon or metal dragon, otherwise they are promoted to different kind of dragon. That is, a real dragon in dinosaur form, without wings and unable to fly, but with the breath of a dragon. The power of blue lightning obviously does not belong to 5-color dragon or metal dragon. This can be seen from the fact that the size of the devil Tyrannosaurus is getting bigger and bigger, and soon the head and tail are more than 20 meters, but there is still no trace of wings on the back, which shows that it is a different kind of dragon. And the size of 20 meters is not the limit, it is still expanding. At this time, the blue lightning on the devil Tyrannosaurus has become more and more intense, and has already suppressed the blood flame and covered the whole body. As the lightning continues to explode, a circle of lightning balls similar to light cocoons are formed. Circles of lightning auras slowly spread out with the lightning ball as the center, becoming wider and wider. Time passed, and before I knew it, an hour had passed. The lightning ball had expanded to about 30 meters. Then it slowly converged, and the breath inside gradually stabilized. Chu Cheng knew that the promotion was over. After a while, the bursting lightning began to shrink inward, and soon revealed a familiar face to Chu Cheng. Brother? A huge monster about 20 meters tall, nearly 30 meters long from head to tail, stood in place. He had 2 thick thighs standing on the ground, as steady as a mountain. The shrunken claws of the Tyrannosaurus rex had expanded into 2 thick and powerful forearms, covered with thick black keratin, and a spine wrapped in blue lightning extended from the horn on the head to the tail. Roar! The promoted devil Tyrannosaurus rex roared to the sky, and a faint pressure spread out, sweeping in all directions. Chu Cheng suddenly realized something, and with a thought, the attribute panel popped up, and he saw a new interface appeared on the far right of the panel, the pet interface. Click on the pet interface, and you will see the attribute interface of the upgraded devil Tyrannosaurus. Unnamed, legend, race, ancestral atomic dragon, evolving. Level 60. Main attributes: Constitution 1200, Strength 1200, Agility 300, Perception 600, Intelligence 800, Spirit 800. Secondary attributes: Toughness 120, Reflection 30, Will 12, Life Regeneration 500 per second. Health 9.8 million. Source Energy 100%, 1% recovery per minute. Mana 2.4 million. Attack Power 30,000 bytes. Physical Defense 120 points. Magic Resistance 75%. Movement Speed 800. Skill/Passive: Legend Creature, Health plus 5 million, Attack Power plus 500%, Movement Speed plus 500, All Spells plus 300%, Magic Resistance plus 70%, Advanced Dominance. HP Adjustment: 1 point of Constitution * 3,000 points of health. Attack Power Adjustment: 1 point of Strength * 5 points of physical attack. Skill/Passive: Giant Creatures, HP Adjustment 1 Constitution plus 1,000 health points, Strength Judgment plus 100%. Skill/Passive: Dragon Majesty, Legend, the Majesty from the upper dragons turns into a substantial aura, which can make weak creatures feel fear. All creatures that see the ancestor atomic dragon need to accept a will immunity test. If the test fails, they will be shocked or frightened, and there is a certain probability of death. Skill/Passive: Dragon Fighting, Legend, Dragon Clan inherited combat skills, with a series of basic dragon combat skills, based on the body attack additional strength value * 5 additional damage. Skill/Passive: Dragon Language Magic, Legend, Dragon Clan inherited magic. Skill/Passive: Atomic Dragon Armor, Legend, the armor of the atomic dragon contains powerful power, can absorb all damage based on Constitution, reduce all damage by 50%, including true damage, and be immune to all spells below Legend. Skill/Active: Atomic Breath, Legend, the atomic dragon can spit out lightning energy breath, which is divided into 2 types, Ray and Cone. Ray Breath: the atomic dragon spits out an extremely condensed lightning atomic breath to hit the target, causing continuous energy damage of the atomic dragon's power * 100, and consuming 5% of the original energy per second. Conical Breath: the atomic dragon spits out a cone-shaped lightning atomic breath, with a maximum distance of 1,000 meters and a maximum width of 100 meters, causing continuous energy damage of the atomic dragon's power *10, and consuming 5% of the original energy per second. Skill/active. Question mark. Condition not met. Original atomic dragon? Chu Cheng's expression became strange. He kept looking at the upgraded Devil Tyrannosaurus and the panel attributes, and couldn't help but blurt out, "Isn't this Godzilla?" The shrunken version of Godzilla, except for the size, looks almost exactly like the Godzilla in his memory. "This is great!" Chu Cheng waved excitedly, and the atomic dinosaur slowly lowered its head, with a pair of wise eyes full of respect. Yes, as a true dragon, and an ancestor true dragon, he is indeed full of wisdom. After all, his intelligence is as high as 800, and he has mastered the dragon language magic of the dragon clan like other dragons. Fusing the power of the root, they naturally developed a certain bond. One action, one thought, both sides can understand each other's meaning. Whether it was out of fun or commemoration, Chu Cheng jumped on the back of the atomic dragon, patted his head and said, "From now on, you will be called Godzilla." Ah! The deafening dragon roar exploded, and the ground gravel and leaves collapsed and flew around. Several soldiers on the side were horrified and trembling all over, unable to move. Then he tried many functions of the battle pet panel, including summoning Godzilla back to the pet space and summoning it again. After trying back and forth, he sat on Godzilla's back and walked back and forth. When he came back, he found a problem. The carriage on the back of the Devil Tyrannosaurus Rex had burst when he was promoted just now. And except for him and Fang Shi, Godzilla did not allow those ordinary soldiers to step on his back. "Let's walk together." It's not that noble, but mainly because there is no fixed carriage, and Godzilla's back is not suitable for riding. Fortunately, there is a fixed base in this realm. The group came to the base, and stayed for 2 days, and installed a large detachable frame on his back. The sidecar is stuck between the ridges, with a compartment on each side and a large compartment on top. When you are free, hang it up as a mount, and take it down and retract it when fighting, which is very convenient. It is worth mentioning that Godzilla is still in the process of evolution at this time, and the power of the root ancestor atomic dragon bloodline has not been fully released. In the next few years, he will continue to grow stronger. Even if the level remains unchanged, the attributes will continue to rise until the bloodline power is fully released. So this sidecar is only used temporarily. When the size increases with the release of the bloodline in the future, a bigger one will be needed. After getting these done, the team continued to set off. This time he was more arrogant than before, rushing all the way, and no shadow creature dared to block the way. Chapter 198. We are back. After 2.5 months, Chu Cheng and Fang Shi finally returned from the Broken Star Realm, successfully achieving all their goals and more. Standing on the teleportation platform, Fang Shi sighed a little, and went back first, while Chu Cheng took a few soldiers to the school office to register them with his pet Godzilla, so that they could move around in the floating city and the campus. Yes, several men were brought back. Originally, they were going to give them a sum of money to put in the outpost base and join the outpost base's troop sequence. But to his surprise, the captain was unwilling and asked to continue to follow. In his original words, "I don't know where you come from, but I can feel your extraordinariness, and we are willing to follow you forever." Chu Cheng thought about it, and felt that it would be good to have a few men who were willing to follow him. Although they were soldiers, they were all elite templates, and it would be useful to upgrade their levels, so he agreed. A total of 5 people: Captain Lu Fei, a level 37 elite shield warrior; Vice Captain Lu Chuan, level 32 elite shield warrior; Team member Lu Ang, level 28 elite spear warrior; Team member Lu Yu, level 28 archer; Team member Lu Dong, level 28 archer. The formalities went smoothly. This kind of thing is very common in the Star Tower. Seniors, who intend to establish their own territory, often recruit some subordinates from some realms, and from time to time, they will use the tower's teleportation array to transfer troops in this realm to other realms. As the strength of the students in the Star Tower increases, they are generally divided into 2 routes. One is still the personal route, focusing only on improving personal strength. The other is to go the Lord route, gather a group of like-minded teammates, train a group of well-equipped soldiers, go to the depths of chaos to conquer domains of different sizes, plunder various resources in the domains to supplement themselves and expand the main world. In the early stage, basically you have to improve your own strength and accumulate capital. When the capital accumulates to a certain level, you can start to prepare. With Chu Cheng's current level, it is reasonable that he has not reached that level. Generally, he will consider conquering foreign lands after he is above level 50 and promoted to extraordinary. Before that, most of them stay in school to accumulate personal strength. However, they have surrendered voluntarily, so it is not good to turn them away. After completing the formalities, Chu Cheng led them to his residence and let them live on the first floor temporarily. Then he applied to the school engineering team to build a new small building on the other side of the main building of the villa, and flatten the original garden in the middle to prepare for their training ground. There are only 5 people, enough to stay. At Fang Shi's villa, Chu Cheng took out all the harvests from the Broken Star realm this time, including the 7 damaged steel golems, and temporarily piled them in the basement. Where should these books be placed? In my study. Fang Shi took her to her study, pointed to an empty shelf and said, just put it there. No problem. Chu Cheng glanced at the girlish study, smiled slightly, took out all the magic books one by one, arranged them in different categories, clapped his hands and said, done, there are marks on them, you can find them easily. The voice suddenly stopped. I don't know when Fang Shi had returned to her room, changed into a thin pajamas, her delicate face was full of blush, and she looked at him shyly. Gulp. He couldn't help swallowing his saliva, and the anger accumulated over 2.5 months suddenly surged up, and little Chu Cheng immediately stood up. He took a few steps forward and hugged her into his arms, and the fragrance filled his nose. Ah! The girl's clear and moving voice was a catalyst, which instantly made him lose his mind, and he hugged her and walked out the door. Bang. Ding. The room is over here. After a while, the door slammed shut, and the girl's suppressed low cry came faintly. The red candle swayed, and the hibiscus tent was warm. When the door opened again, it was already the afternoon of the next day. Chu Cheng slowly opened his eyes, and saw the soft and fragrant beauty sleeping in his arms, with traces of battle on her white and tender skin. Huh? Chu Cheng felt unprecedentedly light and refreshed. He took the difficult-to-control bullet and kneaded it gently, concentrating on thinking about what to do next. Fang Shi has successfully taken on the legendary hero profession and obtained the inherited artifact, which greatly increased his strength. The next step will be to quickly improve his strength and upgrade his level to above level 40 as soon as possible. During this period, he will upgrade the legendary artifact embryo to legendary equipment. Then make money. The two of them now have more than 100 gold in total, which is too little. When they reach level 40, they don't need to compete with others for limited resources in the dungeon boss, and can go to those non-dungeon realms. The resources in those non-dungeon realms far exceed those in the dungeon. As long as you have enough strength, the resources you can earn in one trip are equivalent to brushing several or even dozens of dungeons. And when you are above level 40, you can also consider managing your own forces. In addition, you have to upgrade the enchantment profession during this period, which is sometimes quite useful. Fang Shi is good at alchemy and tailoring, and I do enchantment and jewelry cutting. Well, we need to find 1 or 2 strong teammates. The 2 of us are not enough. After a round of statistics, Chu Cheng found that there were still many things to do next. Take your time. Anyway, there will be no problem in 2 years. After thinking, Chu Cheng lowered his head and kissed his girlfriend, and fell asleep comfortably. When he woke up again, the beauty in his arms had left. He stretched and found a touch of bright red on the bed sheet, and he smiled slightly. Going down to the first floor, Fang Shi was cooking in pajamas. He went forward and hugged her from behind, sniffed and smiled. It smells so good. Go wash your face before eating. Okay, my wife. She pretended to hit him, but did not refuse the title. So far, their relationship has been settled. In the next few days, they were busy with their own things during the day, and lived together at night. Men and women tasted the forbidden fruit for the first time, and they were unstoppable. The physique of more than 500 gave him more physical strength and endurance than a bull, but Tian was also strengthened to be more durable. The two sides were evenly matched for a while, and it took a long time to barely decide the winner. Half a month later, Chu Cheng remembered that he had something important to do, and got up from the gentle land. He applied to meet the instructor, and met Yundinga an hour later. The instructor was still the same, without a single change. Looking at Chu Cheng, Yundinga raised his eyebrows and nodded slightly. It seems that you have made great progress in the past 3 months. Slightly improved. Yundinga smiled and didn't ask anything. He just took out a 2-handed sword embryo with a faint flame on the surface and handed it to him, saying, "This is a legendary weapon embryo. The forging method is introduced above." Chu Cheng reached out to take the sword embryo and immediately saw its attributes. Legendary weapon embryo. Legend. This is a legendary weapon embryo. After filling in the appropriate materials, it can be smelted into legendary equipment. Condition 1. Gathering souls, you need to refine enough soul strength to determine the special effects and skill strength of the equipment. The current progress is 0 out of 100. Step 2. Magic runes. You need to refine magic runes to determine the specific attributes of the equipment. You can fuse 0/3 magic runes. Chapter 199. Yundinga said calmly. Soul strength determines special effects and skill strength, and magic runes determine the specific attributes of weapons. You can decide which runes to refine based on the situation. In addition, there is actually no upper limit for gathering souls or fusing magic runes. The values marked above are just the minimum standards. You can fuse more souls of strong men and magic runes to enhance their attributes. Generally speaking, the progress of gathering souls must reach more than 300, and more than 9 magic runes must be fused. You can forge top-quality legendary equipment, and you will have the opportunity to upgrade to ancient or even ancient quality in the future. Oh! Chu Cheng bowed seriously. Thank you for your guidance, mentor. Yundinga nodded. I've told you the precautions, and you can decide the specific choice yourself. Go. Chu Cheng nodded and said goodbye immediately. Let's start now. After coming out of the Mage Tower, Chu Cheng sent a message to Fang Shi, asking her to prepare to enter the dungeon. However, as soon as the message was sent, a strange message was received. Brother Chu Cheng, do you still remember the original agreement? What agreement? I remember it. I'm in arena number 5. Come over quickly. Okay. Chu Cheng sent another message to Fang Shi, asking her to wait for a while. Luo Lingfeng, level 36, upper hero profession Void Hunter. You said you would practice more during the last exam. Why haven't you been seen for 3 months? Chu Cheng smiled awkwardly. My girlfriend is going to receive a legendary hero inheritance. I accompanied her, and only came back a few days ago. Luo Lingfeng's eyes immediately lit up and asked, what legendary hero inheritance? Is it amazing? Chu Cheng waved his hands and said, assistance and treatment. Forget it. Then let's fight first to see how much your strength has improved during this period. Okay, come. Luo Lingfeng stretched out his hand, and the space began to change, from an indoor hall to a wilderness with rugged stones everywhere. The countdown was ticking. Chu Cheng drew out his 2 swords, and seeing Luo Lingfeng quickly complete the transformation, he jumped dozens of meters and rushed over. The countdown ended, and he appeared behind him in a flash, and his claws with the power of space hit his back. Luo Lingfeng felt numb in his chest instantly, and he saw a knife mark. Chu Cheng turned around and slashed with his 2 swords. Luo Lingfeng disappeared in a flash, and Chu Cheng reflexively slashed with a sword. Dang! A crisp sound shook Luo Lingfeng's body, and his wrist turned, and the sword body cut a circle, and the blade and the fine scales cut and burst out a circle of sparks. Hiss! Luo Lingfeng quickly dodged to 10 meters away, and asked in shock, your strength and speed. Chu Cheng put his hands together, and made a beautiful sword flower, smiling slightly. I haven't been idle recently, and my strength is several times stronger than before. This is too fast. Just after fighting for a while, Luo Lingfeng could sense that Chu Cheng's strength and agility had far surpassed his own. 3 months ago, the difference in strength and agility between the 2 sides was not much, but 3 months later, they were much stronger. This increase was so exaggerated that he couldn't believe it. Try again. He didn't believe it. He flashed again, and appeared on Chu Cheng's left side, stretching his palm and 5 fingers straight into his neck. Chu Cheng reacted quickly and blocked the claws with a sword diagonally, and turned his wrist to sparks. Luo Lingfeng was not to be outdone and flashed and disappeared again, appearing directly on top of his head and grabbing him with a palm. Chu Cheng raised his head and thrust out a sword. Luo Lingfeng turned his wrist and accurately grasped the sword, and his other claw quickly reached down. He did not rely on his strength advantage to shake off his opponent, but tapped with his left hand, and 7 swords tapped at the center of the claw that reached down. There was a series of crisp clanging sounds, and Luo Lingfeng was frozen in the air like a photo. Time lock was triggered. 2 phantoms appeared on Luo Lingfeng's left and right, attacking crazily. Chu Cheng himself did not take action, but stood with his sword put away, but the magical thing was that the attack of the past and future bodies alone triggered the time lock again, and the second round of past and future phantoms appeared and attacked. Fortunately, it was not triggered again this time, but when the time lock ended, Luo Lingfeng was dumbfounded when he saw Chu Cheng standing a few meters away and smiling at him, and his own health was less than half left. Damn, your passive can be triggered like this? Chu Cheng raised his eyebrows and laughed. You just found out. It's too buggy. If the speed is fast, can it be stacked infinitely? That's not the case. I tried it, and it can be stacked up to 5 times at most. That's also very abnormal. If I'm a little luckier, you will die in your dream after this set. Hee, do you still want to fight? No, I can't beat you. I can suppress some strength and agility, the same attributes as you. That's useless. Your passive immunity level is too high. Once it is triggered, there is no solution. Really not going to fight? Unless you ban this passive. That's fine. It's rare to meet a powerful person, so it's okay to practice combat skills. Then come. Chu Cheng turned his 2 swords and smiled. 3 minutes later, Chu Cheng defeated Luo Lingfeng with his natural injury reduction and rebound, as well as higher blood volume. Luo Lingfeng was not convinced, so he blocked half of his physique in the next round, and closed his talent rebound to fight again. Most of his skills were useless, so he fought with skills. In the end, he was better, and defeated him head-on. The key to victory or defeat lies in swordsmanship skills. Chu Cheng had experienced several beatings by the chosen one of the Drow, Gruo, and had a higher level of vision and experience, and he made further progress in swordsmanship skills. It's like dividing the master-level swordsmanship into 100 levels. Luo Lingfeng is below level 10, and Chu Cheng was also around level 10 before, not much different from Luo Lingfeng. But after being tortured and beaten by Gruo's master-level swordsmanship, he made some progress and rose to level 15 or 20, naturally surpassing Luo Lingfeng. Luo Lingfeng naturally did not accept it, and continued to challenge. Chu Cheng was also happy to accept the challenge patiently. In the next few days, he would not go to the dungeon, and would accompany Luo Lingfeng in single PK. Fighting at the same level, both sides' skills grew rapidly, and both could feel the improvement of their own fighting skills. Awesome. After a battle of equal strength, the two sat down to drink water and eat to replenish their consumed physical strength. After eating almost everything, Chu Cheng said to him, "I won't come tomorrow." Luo Lingfeng was stunned for a moment. He smiled and explained, "I want to forge legendary equipment." "Oh, that's right. If you didn't say it, I would have forgotten that I also want to forge my legendary equipment." Chu Cheng was a little surprised and said, "You want a legendary embryo quota?" "Yes." "Do you want to team up together?" "My girlfriend is a support and healer." "Sure." "Okay, see you tomorrow." "See you tomorrow." Back to Fangshi's residence, Chu Cheng told her about this, and she immediately reacted and asked, "Do you want to pull him to join our team?" "Yes." Chapter 200. Chu Cheng introduced her seriously. Luo Lingfeng is a top hero, the Void Stalker. He has both physical strength and agility. He has a certain talent for damage reduction, and can be a secondary tank. He has strong melee ability, and can be a frontline output. He has a mysterious spatial ability, and can be a scout. He is a very good teammate. Yes, he is indeed a suitable teammate. Early in the morning of the next day, the two washed up and set off. After meeting up with Luo Lingfeng, they set off with their men. 5 soldiers also went to help and upgrade by the way. The attributes they obtained from upgrading are not as high as those of professionals, and they do not have as many skills as professionals, but the corresponding upgrade requires less experience than them, and the upgrade is much faster than them. Although it is only an elite template, if the level is high enough, it can also play a considerable role. And in the future, when the level is raised, Chu Cheng plans to exchange a few top professions for them to help them transfer to professionals. Ordinary soldiers can only transfer to ordinary professions, and cannot transfer to hero professions. Of course, if there is a chance to obtain other strength-enhancing templates, it is also possible, which is more cost-effective than transferring to ordinary professions. At least the boss of the horror template has higher health and defense than ordinary professions. If there is a chance to upgrade to the Lord template, it goes without saying. On the transmission platform, Chu Cheng carefully checked the information of many copies on the light screen, and soon made a choice. He pointed to one of the copies, and said to Fangshi and Luo Lingfeng, "Go to the Wartide copy. This copy is a special upgrade copy. The tower has specially set up resource allocation. All resources are placed on killing experience, which is specially used for students to upgrade quickly." Chu Cheng's biggest problem now is that his level is too low. He must go to this copy first to raise his level to at least level 40. No problem. Yes. The 3 agreed, and Chu Cheng made the choice in the name of the captain. 1 minute later, the teleportation beam shot up into the sky, and a group of 8 people left the floating city and teleported to the distant void. After the familiar data emerged, when they stepped on the ground, a group of 8 people appeared in a barracks. After the light film disappeared, noisy sounds came to their faces. It was the first time that Chu Cheng entered this dungeon. There were crowded soldiers everywhere, dirty tents, sewage flowing on the ground, and garbage everywhere. The camp had soldiers wearing standard equipment, and many mercenaries in messy clothes. All races were human, and no aliens were seen. Let's leave here quickly, and go directly to the battlefield. Okay. The Tide of War dungeon, a pure war world, challenge levels 20 to 45, no specialties. This means that the lowest level soldiers in this dungeon are all level 20, and the most elite guards are as high as level 45. This is a classic war dungeon. Both camps are all human, belonging to two human empires. Both sides have a base camp at the two corners of the map, namely the War Fortress and the Iron Blood Fortress. There are 3 canyons across the map connecting the two fortresses. A steady stream of soldiers advance along the 3 canyons and fight in the canyons. The duration of the dungeon is 1 year. Starting from the initial level 20 soldiers, the level of the monsters increases by 5 levels every 2 months. In the 10th month, the level of the monsters will become 45. At this time, the war will enter a white-hot state, and the bosses in both camps will come out in full force to fight to determine the winner. Chu Cheng and his team enter the 8th month of the dungeon at this time. The level of the monsters at this time has become 40, which is just right for Chu Cheng and Luo Lingfeng to upgrade. Even if Fang Shi is only level 42, the 2-level gap can still gain full experience. The group walked out of the fortress, and came to the canyon, with a width of 1 mile on the lower road. They summoned their own mounts. Including Lu Fei and other soldiers, he had just equipped each of them with a warhorse mount in the fortress, 3 gold each. Everyone get out of the way. Chu Cheng looked back, and saw a team of fully armed soldiers coming out of the fortress. These were soldiers refreshed by the fortress. Every half an hour, a squadron of 200 people would be refreshed. The level was 40. The squadron leader and several team leaders were elite templates, with shield infantry, spearmen, archers, and a small team of cavalry. The reason why this copy is most suitable for upgrading is that this copy can continuously refresh soldiers, and it is almost impossible to kill them all. The group followed the squadron and walked forward. About 4 hours later, they saw a loud shout coming from the direction of the squadron in front, and then accelerated to charge. At this time, they saw that the canyon in front suddenly opened up, and it was an endless wasteland. Countless soldiers from different empires were fighting in it. There was no tactics at all, and they killed everyone they saw. You are in me, I am in you, the battle lines are intertwined. That's it. Chu Cheng turned around and said to several soldiers, "You have only one mission, protect her well." Captain Lu Fei responded with a serious face, "I will complete the mission." Very good. Fang Shi paused with the staff in his hand and began to buff them. Group Acceleration LV5. Speed plus 150. Group Bear Endurance LV5. Constitution plus 150. Group Bull Power LV5. Strength plus 150. Group Cat Elegance LV5. Agility plus 150. Group Night Owl Perception LV5. Perception plus 150. Wow, this buff. Luo Lingfeng was shocked. This buff bonus is a bit outrageous. As far as I know, only when you upgrade to the extraordinary level can you get such a high bonus. And this oracle treatment? Such a high recovery per second. Chu Cheng smiled and explained, "I'm not lying to you. Professional assistance and treatment, she has special talents, the buff bonus is much higher than others, you can fight with confidence." Awesome. Luo Lingfeng gave a big finger to express his appreciation. Fang Shigong added 3 new buffs to the buffs he had just blessed, namely Bear's Endurance and Cat's Grace plus Night Owl Perception, which he learned after returning from the Broken Star Realm this time, and all the skill points accumulated before were upgraded to LV5. Normal attributes can only be added by 50 points, and after the talent and artifact bonus, it is 150. The soldiers' all attributes increased by 150, which has exceeded their original attributes, and their combat ability and survivability have increased dramatically. With a single-minded defense, even small armies can't do anything to them. After adding the buff, Chu Cheng drank a bottle of blood-sucking potion and gave another one to Luo Lingfeng. She is a part-time alchemist. She can make this kind of potion by herself. You don't need to buy it in the future. Sure. Luo Lingfeng had nothing to say about this support and treatment. Chu Cheng looked at his expression and smiled secretly in his heart. There will be more surprises for you later. Wait until you experience such powerful support and treatment. I don't believe that I can't pull you on board. Are you ready? Get on board if you are ready. Then get on board. Chu Cheng drew out his 2 swords and looked at the nearest Iron Blood Fortress squadron in red armor, which happened to defeat a War Fortress squadron in blue armor. Chu Cheng pointed at the squadron and fell like a meteor after a short charge. Boom! The air wave exploded, and the two swords opened and swept across, killing crazily. Luo Lingfeng quickly transformed into a void hunter, and appeared not far from Chu Cheng in a flash. He pinned a long-range shooter to the ground and grabbed him with his claws, turning him into a bloody mess in an instant. Chapter 201. Shoot! The squadron leader pointed at him, and yelled. Dozens of archers drew their bows together. Dozens of arrows hit Chu Cheng, who didn't dodge. After a series of crisp clangs, the arrows bounced off. Invisible ripples spread out, and a large number of people died in the surrounding area instantly. LV3 spatial refraction can absorb up to 300 damage, and rebound to up to 20 enemies around. The level 40 ordinary monster has only about 2,500 HP, and an attack power of about 250. It can't break the defense at all, but the damage of 30 to 40 is enough to easily kill them. They fell down at the touch, and a large number of people fell down in an instant. 2 seconds later, the second round of concentrated fire fell down again. At this time, they realized that Chu Cheng had already rushed up. Some were at a loss, and some fought back reflexively. Chu Cheng flashed to the group of archers, and the soldiers fought back reflexively, and another group fell down. It was not right to fight, and it was not right not to fight, which was frustrating. At this moment, Chu Cheng returned to the time when he was invincible. Luo Lingfeng was stunned watching from behind. He cut off 2 soldiers. When he looked up, he saw countless sharp blades in the air sweeping in all directions, and the enemies fell in groups like wheat. Too perverted? Haha, I think it's perverted too. 5 minutes later, the Iron Blood Fortress squadron was killed by them. Without rest, he continued to focus on the next target. There were not many other things on this battlefield, but there were many soldiers, which was enough for him to kill. Luo Lingfeng wanted to show off at the beginning, but his killing speed was too fast, and he often died before he killed a few. Later, he was too lazy to go up, so he stayed by the side of the team to gain experience and cover Fangxi. Seeing this, Chu Cheng simply let himself go and rushed directly to the central battle core of the lower lane, where tens of thousands of soldiers from both sides were fighting. An hour later, the Iron Blood Fortress side of the central main battlefield was defeated. Except for Fangxi and Luo Lingfeng, everyone upgraded on the spot. Chu Cheng upgraded 1 level on the spot, and several ordinary players of level 28 directly upgraded 2 levels, all of which were upgraded while lying dead. Too fast. Let's go to the middle lane. The team immediately changed the scene, and walked along the canyon between the central battle line to the middle battle line. Along the way, we saw teams fighting from time to time. The small team ignored them, and the larger teams took the heads without hesitation. 2 hours later, we arrived at the central battlefield, and saw the main battlefield that was larger than the lower lane. Brother Lingfeng is roaming around. I'm going up. Luo Lingfeng laughed and said, I know this. Chu Cheng turned around, aimed at a target, and launched another attack, and appeared in the center of the battlefield the next second. Then, after the second hour, the Iron Blood Fortress army collapsed across the board. Upgraded again. Go to the top lane again. Elbow. The top lane is the same as the middle and lower lanes. There is also a large battlefield. There are thousands of people fighting on both sides, and there are also many professional teams leveling up. More than an hour later, several professional teams left the battlefield with curses. After clearing the top, middle and lower lanes, Chu Cheng rushed down along the central front and returned to the bottom lane. He found that thousands of soldiers from the Iron Blood Fortress had gathered in the bottom lane. This is a compensation mechanism. Before the final battle, no matter which side is at a disadvantage, a large number of soldiers will be quickly spawned to stabilize the front line to ensure that neither side will be defeated before the final battle. This was exactly what Chu Cheng wanted. After the bottom lane was finished, he went to the middle lane. After the middle lane was finished, he went to the top lane. After the top lane was finished, he went back to the bottom lane. He kept going back and forth, constantly accumulating killing experience and upgrading his level. The tower invested the most resources in this dungeon, and basically invested in this aspect. Other loot incomes were greatly reduced. Soldiers had no loot except experience. Even the 2 highest commanders of the fortress would not have anything good. With Chu Cheng's abnormal monster killing speed, their level was increased very quickly. Almost 2 rounds of top, middle and bottom lanes could be cleared in 1 day. On the first day, Chu Cheng upgraded 3 levels to level 35. On the second day, he continued yesterday's operation, and Luo Lingfeng continued to lie down for experience. Without any risk, he successfully upgraded by more than 1 level, almost 2 levels, and he felt a little embarrassed for lying down. On the morning of the fourth day, Luo Lingfeng grabbed Chu Cheng and asked seriously, "Brother Chu Cheng, do you want to recruit me as your regular team member?" Chu Cheng smiled and asked, "Brother Lingfeng, do you think my team has a future?" "Very promising." "How strong is it?" "Very strong, with extraordinary potential." "Then are you interested in joining my team?" "I need to think about it carefully." Chu Cheng patted his shoulder and smiled. "You have plenty of time to think about it. I also have a piece of news for you. Our team has a special benefit that is as valuable as the Star Ascension ceremony, which can allow you to evolve without any risk." Luo Lingfeng fell into deep thought. On the afternoon of the 14th day, Chu Cheng, who had killed countless people, finally accumulated enough experience and his level reached level 40. Most of the experience was also shared equally by the team, otherwise he would have reached level 40 long ago. But it's not a big problem, just a few days later. A strong team is also good for him. When the level reaches level 40, you can get a new hero skill. Chu Cheng opened the panel, his eyes fell on the panel, and his finger lightly touched it, and 5 optional hero skills appeared in front of him. Time change, awakening increase your own buff time by 100%, and reduce the negative state time by 25%. Time exchange, awakening extract all the attributes of the target and bless yourself, up to 30 points. Time exile, awakening exile a target outside of time. Time seal, awakening the power of time seals the target, reducing all attributes by 30%, unable to cast spells, prohibiting passive, and unable to recover, lasting 30 seconds. Time mirror, awakening condense a mirror with the same attributes as yourself or the target. Chu Cheng thought about it for a while, and chose time seal. This one-on-one is very useful. The 30-second weakening of all attributes plus silence and inability to recover can instantly turn a master into a super soldier. Keep going. Chu Cheng is going to brush it for another half a month to make up a full month. Time flies, and soon a month has passed. Return. Chu Cheng looked at the level of the entire team, and was satisfied. The highest level is still Fang Shi, now level 45, and has risen 3 levels in a month. Luo Lingfeng has risen 5 levels, and is now level 43. Chu Cheng has risen 10 levels in one breath, and is now level 42. The levels of several other subordinates have also changed qualitatively. Captain Lu Fei is now level 45. Lu Chuan of the dungeon team is now level 44. All 3 team members have risen to level 42. There is no way. The monster level is only level 40, and the efficiency of upgrading later is greatly reduced. But this is enough. This level has caught up with those seniors. Apart from other things, at least in terms of level, it is not inferior. Returning to campus, the team disbanded. Chu Cheng sent a message to Luo Lingfeng, and went to the next dungeon in 3 days to prepare to kill the boss and forge legendary equipment. Chapter 202. Plague Land, what do you think of this dungeon? 3 days later, Chu Cheng, Fang Shi, and Luo Lingfeng came to his villa for a meeting. He pointed to the dungeon name on the blackboard and said to them, "I've been to this dungeon once, and I'm quite familiar with it. Now is the beginning of a new cycle. If we act quickly, we can get several big bosses." Luo Lingfeng thought about it, and nodded. This dungeon is okay. After a few days of ideological struggle, he had made a decision in his heart. Fang Shi asked, "The Plague Land dungeon will be 10 years old next year, and there is a chance of legendary equipment. Don't you want to wait?" Chu Cheng shook his head and said, "Next year, a large number of senior people will come, and I'm too lazy to fight for it." "Then let's go." After making a decision, the team quickly prepared to set off. Each person consumed 5 dungeon points, and teleported to the Plague Land. Without stopping, the group quickly left the Crusader Fortress, but did not notice that Su Mingli and his group, who were eating in the hotel at the entrance of the fortress, happened to see the group leaving. "It's Chu Cheng and Fang Shi. You don't take the road to heaven, but you go to hell." Su Mingli stood up suddenly, and said to his 4 teammates, "Follow them." At this time, Wang Bo said, "Don't worry, wait until they are far away from the Crusader Fortress, so as not to be seen." Su Mingli thought for a while and nodded. "Then wait a while before catching up, or we rush to the cursed fortress in advance and set up an ambush there." "Okay." While they were discussing this, Chu Cheng and his team had already come out of the Crusader Fortress for about 2 or 3 miles, and the Crusader Fortress could no longer be seen behind them. Luo Lingfeng summoned his mount to set off, but found that they did not move, and asked in surprise, "What are you waiting for?" Chu Cheng smiled and began to summon his pet. After a full 15 seconds of summoning, the teleportation light gate expanded to 40 meters high. As he was dumbfounded, a thunderous roar came out, and a 30-meter-high behemoth walked out of it. This, Luo Lingfeng was stunned, with a look of shock on his face. Chu Cheng jumped onto Godzilla's back, patted it lightly, rubbed it hard, and interacted with Godzilla, and said with a smile, "You are not mistaken, this is my pet, come on up." Fang Shi and several soldiers jumped up very skillfully. The soldier sat in the front compartment, responsible for vigilance and guidance, and he and Fang Shi sat in the middle compartment. The lower compartment is for storing things, and there will be more people in the future, so people can sit. Luo Lingfeng's face was still filled with shock after he jumped onto Godzilla's back. He looked at its huge body and couldn't help asking, "Captain, is your battle pet a real dragon?" "Yes. This is amazing. There are more amazing things, you will know later." With a thought, his will communicated with Godzilla's will, and the huge origin atomic dragon set off with heavy steps. This is so cool. Such a huge monster gave them an unprecedented sense of security. Although the pace was slow, one step was more than 10 meters away, so the speed was not slow. From time to time, wandering undead were seen along the way. When the giant foot stepped down, a circle of electric light exploded, and ordinary skeletons were blown to pieces when they touched it. Shit! What is that? A team of professionals looked up at the giant monster passing by not far away and was stunned. Damn! Isn't it next year when the Lich King reaches the 10th level that there will be a very small chance of orange equipment? How come a senior person comes in so early? No one answered, and the behemoth slowly sank into the gray fog with heavy steps, leaving broken bones all over the ground. It crushed everything along the way, and went straight into the depths of the plague land, and soon arrived in front of the cursed fortress again. At this time, a team had gathered near the cursed fortress, and was clearing the undead near the fortress. The huge behemoth immediately aroused their vigilance, and soon someone shouted from afar, "Brother in front, we come first. According to the rules, this fortress will belong to us." Chu Cheng ordered Godzilla to go over, and everyone in the team was scared and couldn't stop swallowing saliva. He looked down at the team and said, "I know the rules. I just want to ask if you need more people. If you agree, you don't need to do anything. I will help you conquer the cursed fortress. All the spoils belong to you. You only need a subsidy of 200 gold. The leaders of several teams were stunned for a moment, then turned around and discussed in a low voice. A representative came out and said, "Can you conquer it? You will know if you try. Yes, if you conquer it alone, 200 gold is 200 gold. Okay, get out of the way." At the same time, Fang Shi, Luo Lingfeng and others in the carriage also jumped down. When Chu Cheng jumped down, he took up the carriage stuck on his back. Patting Godzilla's thigh, he pointed in the direction of the castle. "Destroy this fortress." Godzilla raised his head and roared, and a lightning bolt thicker than a human was sprayed out of his mouth. It instantly spanned more than 2,000 meters and hit the city gate. A circle of lightning exploded and quickly turned into thousands of tiny lightning bolts that spread out. All the undead within a radius of hundreds of meters above and below the city wall were covered by the lightning net and turned into powder. At this time, the undead witch tower in the cursed fortress slowly lit up, and a huge eye of the god of death emerged. The lightning came out of his mouth, and the undead wizards in the cursed fortress did not react. Then Godzilla raised his head and roared, and the dark clouds in the sky gathered and quickly turned into thunderclouds. But at this moment a magical aura rose from the direction of the undead witch tower and directly dispersed the thunderclouds. Godzilla quickly cast a spell again, and a cloud of fire began to gather. But the undead witch tower had another magical aura rushing into the sky, dispersing the fire cloud. Godzilla snorted, and his nasal cavity sprayed blue flames, looking a little angry. Chu Cheng did not speak. This was combat experience, allowing him to learn how to face it. Roar! The angry Godzilla raised his head and roared, and blue light gathered in his open dragon throat, getting brighter and brighter. Atomic breath. Godzilla, who was repeatedly frustrated in casting spells, simply gave up and started to charge up his ultimate move. The undead tower immediately began to counterattack. First, a magical aura hit Godzilla, but he did not interrupt. Then a death eye blasted over, but there was no reaction either. And then, a 1-meter diameter, extremely bright atomic breath penetrated the sky and earth, and hit the fortress gate heavily. The terrifying energy overflowed, and in just 5 seconds, the thick city gate was pierced through. The atomic breath penetrated into the city, and many undead at the city gate melted at the touch, and instantly penetrated into the fortress. Then the breath rose up and accurately hit the tall undead tower in the city. A thick layer of undead barrier rose, but it only lasted 3 seconds under the breath before it was blasted through. The terrifying atomic breath hit the undead tower, and it was destroyed in the second, and the tower collapsed. It took a total of 11 seconds to break open the city gate and destroy the witch tower. Many professionals not far away were stunned. Chapter 203. Without the interference of the undead witch tower, the atomic dragon Godzilla summoned thunderclouds and fire clouds again, summoning lightning and fire rain to fall into the city. After a shocking bombing, Godzilla rushed to the cursed fortress. Bang bang, a few slaps smashed the wall and stepped into it. With one step, a circle of lightning exploded, and dense undead rushed out of the cursed fortress, and were crushed one after another. The Death Knight boss was still in the city. The Death Knight, an abomination that they had spent a lot of effort to defeat, were as weak as babies in front of the atomic dragon, and were slapped away on the spot. Although it was not an instant kill, it could not withstand a few slaps. After all, the basic damage was as high as 30,000. Such a high power gap would trigger special effects such as critical strikes, crushing, which was very high. Triggering 1 will triple the damage, stacking 2 will triple the damage, and triggering 3 will trigger a crit of 27 times, which is no different from an instant kill. They pushed forward all the way, and in less than 5 minutes, they pushed to the center of the cursed fortress, and found the cursed wizard who was hiding in the back and gathering many corpse wizards, and preparing to resist stubbornly, and stepped on it with many spells. 200 gold in hand. Chu Cheng took the 200 gold from the team with a smile, waved his hand, and asked Godzilla to leave. That it was their own business. The strongest bosses were killed in seconds, and the remaining elite monsters could not stop them. Leaving the cursed fortress, the team went straight to the center of the plague land. On the way, several people separated. Chu Cheng and Luo Lingfeng each went in a direction to look for the Scourge Knight, and Fang Shi sat on the back of the Devil Tyrannosaurus Rex, and continued to go to the central plague fortress. Chu Cheng was not going to go too high-end, so he just used the soul of the Scourge Knight. Just picked the magic runes that were integrated. The soul determines the upper limit of power, and the magic runes determine the specific attributes. With a speed of more than 2,000 and a flash from time to time, Chu Cheng's sweep efficiency was very fast. In less than 5 hours, he found the killing Scourge Knight more than 20 kilometers to the right of the plague fortress. He quickly contacted the two, and waited for more than 2 hours for Luo Lingfeng to meet Fang Shi. Chu Cheng immediately said, "I will pull the Scourge Knight, and you quickly clean up the Death Knight next to you." Luo Lingfeng nodded, "No problem. Add buff to me." Fang Shi stretched out his hand, and a stream of magic aura emerged, quickly improving his attributes. "I'm on it." His figure flashed and appeared in front of the killing Scourge Knight out of thin air, raising his hand and slashing with a sword. "You are courting death." The slaughtering Scourge Knight pointed with a halberd in his hand, raised his warhorse high, and smashed it down fiercely. Dang! Equally matched. Not much difference in strength. Chu Cheng raised his eyebrows, turned his wrist to block the halberd, and swung his hands. With his own strength of 647, plus the strength of 150 from the bull power, his strength at this time was no less than that of the Scourge Knight. There was no advantage in attributes, nor in skills. The only advantage of the Scourge Knight was the blood volume advantage. But this blood volume advantage was quickly stacked by Chu Cheng, and he slashed 11 times in a second. The super fast attack speed quickly suppressed the Scourge Knight. The power of death was triggered, and the attack increased by 300. Chu Cheng decisively activated the wild power, and the attack increased by 100. Then, time lock. The two swords were as fast as lightning, and there was an illusion when they were swung. 33 swords in 1 second, successfully triggering the time lock again. The phantoms of the past and future in the previous round have not disappeared, and the new phantoms of the past and future appear again. The time lock was triggered 4 times in a row in just a few seconds, and the blood volume of the Scourge Knight disappeared like an uncontrolled flood. Basic attack 1659, plus Death Force, and Wild Force 400, a total of 2059 basic attack. 1 round of time lock 3 bodies combined 33 attacks, that is 67,947 basic damage, and the time lock must be 3 times critical, which is a terrifying explosion of 218,691. And this time lock was triggered 4 times in total. When the last round of time lock ended, a super terrifying damage of 870,000 burst out on the head of the killing Death Knight, directly knocking off half of his blood volume. Shit! Luo Lingfeng was stunned, and was knocked over by the Death Knight with a shot when he was distracted for a moment. As he turned over, The 5 Death Knights immediately charged forward with their guns and sent him flying. In the air, flames rose from his body, and the health he had just lost was instantly restored. Awesome. He landed and turned over, raised his big finger, and appeared behind the Death Knight in a flash. He held down his arm with one hand, and raised his other claw, which appeared with light, and slapped the Death Knight's head to knock him unconscious. Ah, hit him! He swung his claws and smashed them in a phantom, causing more than a dozen high damage of more than 3,000 in 1 second. The other Death Knights around him thrust their guns at him, and he flashed in front of the Death Knight, briefly charged his right hand, and slapped his chest hard. With a muffled bang, invisible ripples exploded, and the Death Knight was directly slapped away, and fell to the ground without any movement. At this time, he looked up in the direction of Chu Cheng, and saw 10 phantoms disappear at the same time. Minus 1.09 million. A huge head flew up, and the bloody death gas gushed out from the broken neck and became a pillar in the sky. You are awesome. He felt speechless. Once the killing Scourge Knight died, the remaining elite Death Knights were gone. With Chu Cheng's current attack power, he could kill them in seconds as long as he triggered the time lock. He and Luo Lingfeng killed all the Death Knights in just 4 minutes. Oh, good stuff. In addition to 3 purple soul gems, a set of 40-level red quality boots, and a killing magic rune were also found. The soul gem belonged to Fangxi. In addition to being embedded in equipment, this thing is also an alchemy material. The boots were given to Luo Lingfeng. The killing magic rune naturally belonged to Chu Cheng. In addition, the soul of the killing knight was sucked out with a legendary embryo, and the soul gathering progress instantly increased by 20%. This means that only 5 extraordinary souls are needed to meet 100% of the soul gathering progress. Good, keep going. The 3 of them split up again, and continued to look for other Scourge Knights. A few hours later, Fangxi found the Plague Scourge Knights entering the city near the Plague Fortress. Several people quickly gathered under the Plague Fortress. Godzilla charged an atomic breath, spent 15 seconds blasting through the city wall, and knocking down the undead wizard tower in the city, and then rushed into the fortress along the destroyed city wall. He was allowed to wreak havoc in the fortress, and wipe out the undead, and then Chu Cheng and his team entered the city. Facing the 2 extraordinary bosses in the city, Chu Cheng's choice was to continue to let Godzilla go, and the super large meat shield blocked the counterattack of the undead. First spray the super large stitched monster in the city to death, and then kill the Plague Scourge Knight, and Chu Cheng joined his teammates to kill the undead wizard. Chu Cheng very decisively consumed 10 points of time power, and sealed the necromancer with a time seal, reducing all attributes by 30%, making him unable to cast spells, and unable to recover. Then a group of people rushed up and beat him up. Before the 30-second seal was over, he was beaten to death. Chapter 204. Kill the Plague Scourge Knight, and the gathering progress will increase by 20%, 2 purple soul crystals, and a purple outfit. Scourge Protector, Epic/Purple, Equipment Type, Helmet/Plate. Equipment Requirements, Level 40. Additional Attributes, Constitution plus 25. Additional Attributes, Defense plus 15. Additional Attributes, Undead Resistance plus 20%. Additional Characteristics, Scourge Protection, the power of the Scourge flows through the whole body, reducing all damage by 10%. Slot 6. Evaluation, the power of death flows through the whole body. He and Luo Lingfeng both need this helmet, but Luo Lingfeng's helmet is of rare quality, and he is blue, the kind that adds 2 to his constitution and strength, so he will be given priority. Because he is a member of the team, he doesn't need to bid, it's an internal demand. This is not a big problem, and Luo Lingfeng won't have any objections. With their efficiency in killing boss, it's probably only a month or so to pass the Plague Land, and then spend a few more months to go through a few more copies, and all the equipment can be upgraded. It's a bit difficult to get all purple equipment, but it's not a big problem to get half purple and half red. By then, he and Luo Lingfeng should be able to get their orange equipment, and then make a team contract to officially form a team, and then he can rest assured to hand over the root power to Luo Lingfeng. After improving his strength, he can try to enter the palace of the Devil Lord Amodar to steal the 2 orange equipment. The plan is perfect. 6 hours later, they found the Death Scourge Knight again. The group quickly came to meet up. Godzilla raised his hand, and killed all the Death Knights with a breath, and then rushed up to besiege. Soon surrounded and killed the Death Scourge Knight, there was no death rune, but a top-grade crossbow appeared. Death Slayer, Epic/Dark Purple, Equipment Type, Range/Light Crossbow. Equipment Requirements, Level 40. Basic Range, 110 meters. Basic attack, 460 piercing. Additional attributes, ranged armor penetration plus 24. Additional features, accurate, trajectory correction plus 1 meter. Additional features, Slayer, each time you kill an elite or above target, the attack power increases by 10, the armor penetration increases by 1, and can be stacked 20 times. Additional skills, Slaughter Strike, consume all killing points to form a critical strike, causing a critical strike of 5 times the maximum attack on a single target. This attack ignores defense and must add all special effects. Evaluation, a killing weapon that can bring eternal death to the living. After discussion, this crossbow was given to Fang Shi. Although he and Luo Lingfeng can both equip it, they are not good at ranged. Equipping a bow and a crossbow mainly depends on the attributes attached to the equipment. This crossbow does not add additional attributes, which is dispensable for Chu Cheng and Luo Lingfeng. On the contrary, if Fang Shi is equipped, she doesn't need to cast spells continuously to trigger the Oracle's curse. It's okay to curse the boss with an arrow from a distance. After the formal team contract is signed, the team mode will be changed to team peace mode, and attacking teammates will not be hurt. She can also use this to add the Oracle's healing buff to teammates from a distance, which is very convenient. After killing the Death Scourge Knight, they did not continue to turn around outside, but directly attacked the Death Fortress, which is located in the north of the Plague Land and the last gateway to the Scourge City. Because of their speed and efficiency, they have broken 2 cities and 3 Scourge Knights in less than 2 days, and they have all reached the door of the Scourge's lair, while other professionals have just left the house not long ago, and the fastest one has only reached the vicinity of the Plague Fortress. It was the same tactics as before. Godzilla used an atomic breath to break the city and knock down the undead witch tower, and then directly entered the city. There were no less than 100,000 undead gathered around the Death Fortress, and they kept pouring in. But the quality was not good, and they could do nothing to them. Godzilla rushed into the sea of undead, stepped on the lightning and exploded, and the skeletons of 10 or 20 levels within a few dozen meters around him collapsed one after another, and the broken bones were scattered all over the ground. A cone-shaped atomic breath sprayed 2 kilometers away, slowly turned around, and instantly swept away everything within a radius of 2 kilometers from Godzilla. The terrifying atomic breath directly melted all the bones and zombies. Abnormal. The efficiency of clearing monsters was simply ridiculously high, and tens of thousands could be swept away in one circle. After a rest, the undead in the distance gathered again, and the second round of atomic breath swept over. After 2 rounds, the surrounding sea of nearly 100,000 undead was cleared. It was also because of insufficient source energy. This breath consumes 5% of the source energy per second, and it takes 1 minute to recover 1%, so it can't be continuous. If there is unlimited source energy, one Godzilla can clear the entire dungeon. It seems that it can be done now. It's just that the efficiency is slower, and it takes more time. After clearing the undead outside the city, rest for more than an hour until Godzilla's source energy is fully restored. After a short period of charging, an atomic breath smashed the city wall, and then blasted into the city again. An hour later. Another city. Everyone quickly cleaned up the battlefield and turned to leave. A transcendental necromancer soul, 3 purple soul gems, more than a dozen red soul gems, a purple sickle, and several bosses in the city also contributed for rare equipment. The treasure chest of the fortress also has a purple outfit, and a pair of purple mail boots are given to Luo Lingfeng. In addition, there are a large amount of soul essence and undead essence. After breaking 2 cities, and clearing more than 100,000 undead, the total amount has now accumulated to several thousand, which is worth a lot of money. Use the few pieces of equipment that can be used, and keep the unused ones, and sell them back. In addition, after absorbing the soul of the necromancer, Chu Cheng has now absorbed 5 extraordinary souls, and the soul gathering of the legendary embryo has reached 100%. In theory, it is enough, and Chu Cheng is ready to continue absorbing some. Of course, he will talk about it after Luo Lingfeng has absorbed it. Let his legendary embryo absorb the next boss soul, and it will be his turn when it is full. Destroy the Death Fortress, open the portal, and the group enters the Death Valley behind the Death Fortress. Go to the right and clear and kill all the way. Kill to the bottom of the valley in one breath, and then return to the left to clean up. After cleaning both sides, kill to the bottom of the valley along the main road, and kill to the 2 giant peaks at the entrance of the valley in one breath. Such a big noise immediately caused the undead in the valley to become restless. With the sound of the bell in the central magic tower, More than 100,000 undead gathered in the natural disaster basin all rushed over. The group stayed at the entrance of the valley, and Godzilla rushed into the valley against the influx of undead. The aura of the magic tower in the natural disaster city expanded and soared into the sky. The sky was surging, and a huge amount of death aura condensed into a huge skull. Without any nonsense, the skull opened its mouth and sprayed a torrent of death, which exploded above Godzilla's head and covered a diameter of nearly a kilometer. Death withering. The earth withered, the broken skeleton shattered, and Godzilla's body slowly turned gray. But Godzilla didn't pay any attention at all, just continued to accumulate power. Roar! The atomic breath sprayed out 2 kilometers and slowly swept across. Wherever he went, no matter if it was a skeleton, zombie, ghost, vampire, skeleton wizard, corpse wizard, skeleton knight, black knight, death knight, etc., no matter what kind of undead, as long as it was not a boss, it could not last even a second under the atomic breath. Melted quickly. Chapter 205. The armor of the atomic dragon is a legendary feature, with super high damage absorption and super high damage reduction. Even the real damage can be reduced by 50%, and it is immune to all spells below the legendary level. Therefore, the Lich King in the City of Disaster could not shake him at all with the crazy bombardment of the Mage Tower. Later, he had no choice but to mobilize a large number of high-level undead, including a bunch of Death Knights, and many bosses to besiege. Chu Chung immediately ordered Godzilla to retreat, and return to the 2 giant peaks outside the basin to defend the pass. Of course, the main purpose is to restore the original energy. The pass is 100 meters wide. When Godzilla came to this station, a firestorm turned the earth into a land of fire. Various ranged spells bombarded and blocked many undead at the pass, and they had no way to come. If there was only Godzilla, he might be exhausted to death. But there was Fang Shi behind him, and the Oracle never stopped healing, and from time to time, he would use a flame of cleansing to restore a lot of blood. However, as more and more undead appeared, they could not hold on here. Chu Chung, Fang Shi and others continued to retreat, letting Godzilla leave the spot and start kiting. As long as they did not resist, it would be impossible to surround and kill him. After an hour of back and forth, when Godzilla's original energy was almost restored, Chu Chung said to Fang Shi, "When Godzilla stops gathering monsters, you use the End of Luck to control the surrounding boss, and then use the Reign of Destiny." She nodded immediately. Okay. Chu Chung communicated with Godzilla through his mind to stop, and many undead immediately rushed up. Fang Shi immediately began to cast a spell, and guided the End of Luck. After guiding for 5 seconds, a wave of energy containing cleansing power flew out and exploded on Godzilla, instantly entangled all the undead within a radius of 50 meters around Godzilla, and purified all the buffs on them. Godzilla raised his head, and began to accumulate power. 2 seconds later, he turned around and blew out an atomic breath at his feet. The terrifying energy swept through like a torrent, melting a large number of elite undead directly. After 5 seconds of entanglement, only the boss was left within 50 meters, and all the elite monsters were killed. But the boss could not hold on for a few seconds. The atomic breath chased them, and swept across for 17 seconds, consuming all the source energy and killing 2 extraordinary undead bosses. The few remaining undead fled in panic, and there were less than 20 of them in total. Don't chase them yet. Chu Chung stopped Fang Shi and Luo Lingfeng and said, they have nowhere to run. Wait until he recovers his blood and source energy before coming back. Rest where you are first. Godzilla was in sync with him, and immediately laid down obediently. Fang Shi kept resting his blood beside him, and Luo Lingfeng used his legendary embryo to absorb the souls of the 2 extraordinary bosses, and then ran into the Valley of Disaster to pick up the loot treasure chest. This is going to be a big win. He picked up a bunch of loot boxes, and put 2 purple boxes in front of everyone, and said excitedly, in addition to these, there is a Lich King and 3 extraordinary bosses in the city. A bunch of boxes opened 1 purple equipment, 6 red equipment, a Lich transformation skill scroll, 5 purple soul gems, and 22 red soul gems. The purple equipment is a magic cloak, which naturally belongs to Fang Shi. Whoever needs the red equipment can take it. Chu Chung took a red shoulder armor from it, and replaced the existing blue-silver scale shoulder armor. Slaughter shoulder armor, rare/red, equipment type, shoulder armor/mail armor. Equipment requirements, level 40. Additional attributes, Constitution plus 15. Additional attributes, Strength plus 15. Additional attributes, Agility plus 15. No additional features and skills, very standard attribute equipment. In addition to these, there are a lot of blue and green equipment, and dead spirit essence and some sundries. While they continued to wait for Godzilla to recover, Su Mingli's team just arrived in front of the Death Fortress. Looking at the breached fortress, the melted walls, and the ordnance buildings in the fortress, the group looked confused. What happened? Su Mingli looked at the traces carefully, frowning. It looks like the traces of dragon's breath melting. But where did the dragon come from in this realm? Maybe it was a dragon summoned by a senior. A soldier in the team said, I remember that a senior who is about to graduate has a dragon battle pet. Will he come? Impossible. If he comes, he will wait until next year to see if he can brush out orange equipment. He can't come this year. Maybe someone summoned a dragon, or a dragon breath spell. No one answered. No one knew what was going on. Su Mingli walked around the remnants of the collapsed undead witch tower, and was silent for a long time before saying, no matter who did it, it has nothing to do with us, our purpose is not this. Keep going and find Chu Cheng and the others. Soon after they set off, Chu Cheng and the others had rested enough, and Godzilla had recovered all his original energy and stepped into the natural disaster basin again. At this time, a large number of undead gathered in front of the Scourge City, but compared to before when the basin was almost unable to accommodate them, now there are very few. Chu Cheng observed for a while, and said to Fang Shi, use the Rain of Destiny now, and drop it on the place where the undead are most concentrated at the city gate. Fang Shi began to cast the spell without hesitation. At the same time, he communicated with Brother Zhong mentally, and Godzilla standing next to him took a deep breath and began to accumulate power. 2 seconds later, a mouthful of old phlegm spurted out, crossing a distance of 2 kilometers and hitting the city gate. The mage tower in the City of Disaster responded quickly, and a thick layer of magic barrier was attached to the city gate. But the atomic breath was too powerful, and it only took 3 seconds to penetrate the barrier and hit the city gate. The black iron city gate was quickly melted by the terrifying atomic breath, which lasted for a full 7 seconds, and a big hole was melted through the cold and hard black iron city gate, and the horizontal railings in the center of the city gate were directly melted off. The remaining force impacted, and the heavy gate dozens of meters high was forcibly pushed open. Go! Godzilla raised his head and roared, rushing towards the city gate with heavy steps. They followed behind Godzilla, and 5 soldiers protected Fang Shi, both excited and nervous. It was too magical for them to attack such a huge city of natural disasters with just a few of them. If they hadn't followed Chu Cheng, this would be a completely unimaginable act for them. What they saw and heard these days has strengthened their belief that they must hold on to this tightly, and in the future they may be able to surpass their own limits and change their fate. Awaken the undead. The Lich's death magic power surged and covered most of the battlefield. The earth was restless, the land was turned over, and countless undead were awakened. But this was just cannon fodder. The Lich quickly cast various necromancy spells, piled up a large number of bone frames, and assembled a giant skeleton assembler more than 30 meters high, with a level of 50 and more than 2 million HP. If it were a professional team, it would take some effort to face such a big guy. But to Godzilla of the same size, this skeleton poses no threat at all. Just a slap from it will cause large pieces of bones to fly away. Chapter 206. 2 huge monsters stood on the ground, punching and slapping each other, and every collision caused bones to fly everywhere. The gap was visible to the naked eye. The skeleton assembler was no match for Godzilla at all, and was beaten back repeatedly. There were a lot of corpse wizards in the city, and the necromancer was helping to add blood. The blood volume of the skeleton assembler could be restored by injecting death mana into the body. The Lich King in the City of Disaster was not idle either. Normal spells could not do anything to Godzilla, so he kept summoning various undeads, and piled up a large number of zombie corpses to prepare to assemble a super large stitched monster. Unfortunately, when the stitched monster was about to take shape, Fang Shi used a Fate Exile to throw the stitched monster into the Fate Maze, directly interrupting the ceremony. This thing has not yet taken shape, and it is still just a dead thing. Once it enters, it basically cannot get out in this battle. Except for Fang Shi's occasional spells to interfere or add blood, Chu Cheng and Luo Lingfeng stayed behind, and didn't dare to move forward. With such a powerful meat shield, they would have to be kicked in the head to charge in person. Just watch Godzilla attack the city. At this stage, if you want to deal with Godzilla, you must have a top-level extraordinary person with very strong personal combat power, such as the existence of Gruo, the chosen one of the Drow, or multiple bosses of the level of the Scourge Knights, plus multiple extraordinary necromancers to assist. If the 4 Scourge Knights were here, not to mention resisting, it would be possible to kill Godzilla. But there are no ifs in the world. He has killed 3 of the 4 Scourge Knights, and the other one is unknown. There are quite a lot of bosses in the Scourge City, but they are either extraordinary ghost kings, banshees, extraordinary vampires, necromancers, giant stitched monsters, etc. These are not strong combat types, and it is difficult to do anything to Godzilla with thick skin and high resistance. What mages hate most are extraordinary creatures with high magic resistance like dragons, because most of their spells are useless. So even though the Lich King has many subordinates, and the support of the Mage Tower, he can't do anything to Godzilla. After a fist-to-flesh fight, Godzilla spent 5 or 6 minutes to dismantle the skeleton assembler into pieces under the siege of a bunch of bosses, and lost nearly half of his own health. Chu Cheng ordered Godzilla to retreat and keep a distance. Many undead bosses caught up. Fong Shi used the end of his luck to freeze them. Godzilla slapped the frozen vampire count down with a slap, stepped on the lightning and exploded, opened his mouth to gather strength, and sprayed a mouthful of thick phlegm with his head down. In just a few seconds, the vampire count was melted into nothingness. Dang! The heavy bell of the dead came from the City of Calamity, and the death waves swept across the valley. Many undead bosses recovered from the end of their luck, screamed in unison, and the Ghost King flew into the air and rushed towards Fong Shi. A death ghost appeared behind Fong Shi in a flash, and a bone sickle chopped down. Soldier Captain Lu Fei reacted very quickly, charging on the spot to interrupt the attack, and smashed it with a shield. Vice Captain Lu Chuan immediately turned around and protected Fong Shi with a shield. The battle made Fong Shi react, and he quickly cast an arcane shield on himself, and then used a flame of cleansing. The gray and transparent body of the death ghost was immediately burned by the milky white flame. Chu Cheng also reacted, and gave a space mark, and hit the death ghost with a few swords, causing it to retreat again and again. The ghost was invisible in a flash, but the burning flames all over its body betrayed it, and Chu Cheng seized the opportunity to kill it with a few consecutive swords. The flying Ghost King screamed in midair, and a cone of ultrasonic waves rushed towards him. I do it! Chu Cheng was about to activate the Void Shuttle skill on his orange boots to fight, but Luo Lingfeng had already transformed and appeared behind the Ghost King in a flash, waving his claws. He gave a space mark, and Fong Shi gave a sin purification flame. However, he still activated the Void Shuttle of the orange boots, but not to deal with the Ghost King, but to flash directly behind a dead wizard who was left behind with low health, and slashed with a sword, which happened to trigger the time lock, and then launched a crazy attack. Other bosses either went to intercept Fong Shi or resist Godzilla's beating, and no one could come to support for a while. The Lich King in the distance could free up his hands, but he was continuously guiding the casting of a powerful spell against Godzilla, so he couldn't support for a while. The time lock was triggered at the beginning, and the attack speed was instantly stacked. The second time lock was triggered in the 3rd second, and then there was endless darkness. 5 time locks were triggered in an instant, and the terrifying explosion of over 1 million directly took away the remaining blood of the undead wizard. At this time, the Lich King's spell was finally cast, accompanied by violent magic fluctuations, and the invisible force field tore the space apart. The space within a radius of 100 meters with Godzilla, as the center began to vibrate violently and collapse. 9-ring spell large plane collapse. Shatter a corner of the plane, dragging everything within the range into the chaotic void, causing huge physical and spatial damage. The lethality is one thing, but the main thing is the plane collapse. A large creature like Godzilla may not be able to come back if it falls into it. This change scared Chu Cheng, and he appeared next to Fong Shi in a flash. Without him saying anything, Fong Shi quickly took out the crystal celestial ball, consumed 50 points of destiny power to unfold the crystal wall, and directly covered this area. It not only blocked the plane from collapsing, but also wrapped all the bosses in the crystal wall. There was no way to escape, so they could only face it. More than a dozen level 40 corpse wizards blasted out more than a dozen death cloud spells. Reign of Destiny. It restored their health at a rate of 3,000 to 4,000 per second, while causing 3,000 to 4,000 damage per second to all the undead. Dissociation. Finger of Death. Withering. The remaining few undead spells continued to cast various instant death necromancy spells, and the main target was Fong Shi. But she only had a fate decree to block all their spells. Roar! Godzilla stepped down, the lightning exploded, and a thick chain lightning crackled and exploded in his mouth. Fong Shi was fixed with a last shot of luck. Godzilla seized the opportunity to step on a 5-meter tall plague zombie boss, and the claws slapped and bit, and the blood volume dropped rapidly. In less than 10 seconds, a boss with a HP of over 1 million was torn to pieces. Chu Cheng activated the space shuttle of his orange boots, stepped on the void, flew behind the Ghost King, and besieged him frantically with Luo Lingfeng. Fang Shi spared no effort in using the power of fate, constantly releasing the flame of sin to replenish Godzilla's blood. Anyway, he had rested for so long before, and restored 2 points of the power of fate a day, so the hero's mana had almost recovered. The star crystal wall isolated everything, and the Lich King kept casting spells and bombarding, but it would be difficult to break it for a while. Without the support of the Lich King, these bosses were no match for them. Although their attacks were also fierce, the extraordinary necromancer spells were powerful, and various functional spells did pose a great threat to them, but they had a nurse to replenish their blood. As long as they couldn't kill him in seconds, they couldn't die. In less than half a minute, the Ghost King was besieged by Chu Cheng and Luo Lingfeng. Then Luo Lingfeng used a hero's skill to freeze a Black Knight leader, but Godzilla seized the opportunity to step on him and beat him to death. Chu Cheng used a time wandering to freeze another extraordinary necromancer, forcing him to be exempted from many spells and forced to kill. Chapter 207. 5 minutes later, the star crystal wall opened, and the boss corpses were all over the ground. The city of Calamity was still there, but only the Lich King was left alone. Retreat first to recover. Chu Cheng looked up into the distance with a smile on his face. There is no need to worry about the boss running away. If it is in the outer realm, the boss will not only run away if it cannot be defeated, but also shake people, sneak attack, and revenge in the future. But in the dungeon, the boss's behavior has been fixed. It is absolutely impossible to run away, and there is no place to run. So as long as you block the City of Calamity, you don't have to worry about the boss running away. Of course, you don't have to worry about the boss rushing out. If the Lich King dares to leave the Mage Tower, it will be better. He will immediately besiege it. Come, count the spoils first. Chu Cheng took out all the harvests and placed them in front of everyone. There are 5 purple treasure chests, 7 red treasure chests, and no blue treasure chests. In front of Fang Shi, Luo Lingfeng opened all the treasure chests one by one. There were 3 purple equipment, 8 red equipment, 2 scrolls, a magic rune, 6 purple soul gems, and 22 red soul gems. Including these, they have harvested 18 purple soul gems and 85 red soul gems this time. Purple gems can add about 10 points of attributes, and magic gems cut from soul gems generally add intelligence or spirit, or magic-related attributes. Suitable for Fang Shi to use, find an equipment with many holes to embed it, and instantly increase intelligence or spirit by dozens or hundreds, which is very powerful. The magic rune is a blood-sucking rune, dropped by the vampire count. One of the 2 scrolls is the certificate of the transfer of the middle-level hero profession to the cursed mage, and the other is the bloodline transformation ceremony scroll. The 3 of them glanced at the epic equipment and distributed them according to their needs. Luo Lingfeng was given an epic vampire Earl cloak. Fang Shi was given an epic magic ring. Chu Cheng was given an epic disaster belt and a rare death glove. Disaster belt, epic/lavender, equipment type, belt/leather armor. Equipment requirements, level 40. Additional attributes, strength plus 25. Additional attributes, agility plus 25. Additional attributes, perception plus 25. Additional attributes, physical attack plus 50. Evaluation. The battle belt of the Death Knight can give the wearer powerful strength. Death gloves, rare/red, equipment type, glove/mail armor. Equipment requirements, level 40. Additional attributes, constitution plus 15. Additional attributes, strength plus 15. Additional attributes, agility plus 15. Evaluation. The battle gloves of the Death Knight can give the wearer powerful strength. After distributing the spoils, everyone's strength has increased a little. An hour and a half later, Godzilla's original energy was restored to 100%. He patted his huge body and pointed forward. Man, blow open that door for me. Roar! The deafening roar echoed in the Calamity Valley, the mountain peaks shook, and the thick snow on the top of the mountain loosened and fell off. Under the 2 huge peaks at the entrance of the Calamity Valley, a group of people looked at the behemoth in the valley with a shocked face. It briefly accumulated power, and then an atomic breath spanned 2 kilometers and hit the gate of Calamity City. Around them, the ground was full of boss corpses. The huge body. What are they doing? Too shocked that some of them were incoherent. Su Mingli finally caught up with Chu Cheng after a long time, but at this time, he had no joy of catching up with his opponent, but was disheartened. What they saw and heard along the way gave them a great shock, and they kept praying in their hearts that it was some unknown senior who had returned. But the result made him unbelievable. The one who caused all this was actually his hated opponent. The group hid outside the valley and dared not move. Wang Bo turned around with a trembling face and asked in a low voice with an ugly face, "Captain, should we retreat?" Su Mingli's face changed back and forth. He was afraid and unwilling. But more of it was unwilling to believe. It's only been a short time. How could their strength improve so quickly? Bang! He couldn't help but punch the wall, gritting his teeth. He must have some secrets, otherwise it would be impossible to improve so quickly. He didn't notice that when he just punched, Chu Cheng, who was standing behind Godzilla, moved his ears slightly, and his perception of more than 500 vaguely felt something, and subconsciously turned his head. Oh no, he saw us. Several new team members were startled, and subconsciously lowered their heads. But they were still a little slow. The powerful attributes gave Chu Cheng extraordinary perception and facial features, and he immediately discovered the retracted black spots. Is someone coming? Chu Cheng didn't think much at first, just thinking that he had to tell them first according to the rules, so he strode over. But Wang Bo, who waited for a while, and stuck his head out again, saw Chu Cheng striding over and thought he was discovered, so he quickly said, "Captain, Chu Cheng is coming so fast, should we retreat?" Su Mingli took a deep breath and nodded, "Retreat first." With a wave of his hand, the group quickly retreated and prepared to cast a spell to teleport away. But they had no idea how fast Chu Cheng was at this time. Even at normal speed, it was far beyond their imagination. He soon arrived at the valley entrance and saw those familiar figures, recognizing them at a glance. Su Mingli? Wang Bo. He was surprised at first, and laughed the next second. Time travel. He appeared in front of them instantly, and the group time lock fixed the 5 people and interrupted the teleportation. He did not take the opportunity to attack, but raised his hand to give Su Mingli and Wang Bo a space mark each to prevent them from leaving with the escape scroll. Talent Promotion LV3, space mark prohibits teleportation. After doing this, he folded his arms and smiled and waited for the time lock to end. The two woke up and saw Chu Cheng's appearance and immediately became angry. However, reason prevented him from doing anything. Su Mingli took a deep breath and asked, "What do you want to do?" "According to the rules, the boss belongs to you. We didn't steal it." Chu Cheng laughed dumbly. "You are playing dumb. Have you forgotten how you killed me?" Su Mingli said expressionlessly, "I don't know what you are talking about. I have never done that. If nothing happens, I will leave." After that, he left. Chu Cheng, Wang Bo was also stunned. He looked back and forth for a few times, and quickly followed with a look of realization on his face. After watching the men walk for more than 10 meters in a daze, Chu Cheng suddenly came to his senses, and appeared in front of them in a flash. He said speechlessly, "Damn, I almost lost my way." Su Mingli's expression sank, and he shouted, "What do you want to do? Factions are not allowed to fight each other, otherwise they will be severely punished. If you dare to touch us today, I will." Chu Cheng did not reply to him, but said to his 3 new teammates, "This is a personal grudge between me and the 2 of them, the kind that will not end until death. You don't need to participate." The 3 looked at each other and hesitated. Seeing this, Su Mingli said loudly, "Brothers, this is a personal grudge between me and him. I don't want to implicate the brothers. You go first." After saying this, one of the men immediately said, "Captain, what are you talking about? We are teammates. How can we ignore our teammates when we encounter danger?" The other man also nodded and said, "Yes, we are formal teammates. We share happiness and difficulties together." The 3 quickly made up their minds, and drew their weapons to surround Chu Cheng. Chapter 208. Looking for Death. Chu Cheng had no intention of persuading him. He was not a good person if he could hang out with the 2 of them. Drawing his sword, he said with murderous intent, "When you tricked me in the Plague Fortress, I swore to kill you." The surging murderous intent made Su Mingli realize his determination. He knew that there would be no peace today. He made up his mind, and paused the staff in his hand. He snorted coldly, "I have so many brothers. Why should I be afraid of you? Do it." The gem on the top of the staff lit up. A circle of frost nova exploded, and Chu Cheng's feet were instantly frozen by a piece of ice. Wang Bo took out a double-edged battle axe, roared to the sky, his body quickly turned red, and his body expanded. He jumped more than 10 meters high and chopped down with an axe. Dang! The 2 swords crossed and blocked Wang Bo's jump slash on the spot. Wang Bo's face changed slightly, and he slashed with a whirlwind on the spot. The other 2 new members charged and crashed into him, but they didn't move at all. Instead, a layer of space wave blades exploded, and everyone was slightly shaken. Another one jumped behind him, and the charged lightning wrapped around his waist with a knife, but his body didn't move at all. Su Mingli's pupils shrank slightly, and he decisively took out a scroll and started to activate it. Help me block him for 3 seconds. The scroll burned, and the magic power bloomed. Chu Cheng snorted coldly, pointed at Wang Bo. Time seal. Wang Bo's skill, which was rotating rapidly, was interrupted, and the whirlwind slash was forcibly interrupted. He was also quick to react. After feeling his own weakness in silence, he turned around and rolled back. Chu Cheng arrived at a speed beyond his imagination. In his shock, he knocked him away with a pre-charged divine power attack, and his 2 swords were connected, and 11 cold stars exploded on Wang Bo. He's so strong. After landing, he took out a bottle of potion with a horrified face and swallowed it. He had just taken half a sip when he felt a sharp pain in his back. The potion bounced off, and the pain on his face was frozen. Time lock. 3 Chu Chengs appeared at the same time, emitting cold light. Time lock. 5 Chu Chengs appeared in front of him. Su Mingli's heart trembled, but he gritted his teeth and continued to guide the spell. Minus 224,512. 3 consecutive time locks ended, and an explosion that stunned everyone exploded. Without the restraint of the power of time, Wang Bo's body immediately broke into pieces, and blood and flesh exploded all over the ground. At this moment, Su Mingli's spell scroll had been guided, and the dazzling stream of light exploded, revealing a huge light man with wings on his back and holding a giant sword. He pointed at Chu Cheng, and the light man turned into a torrent and rushed towards Chu Cheng, reuniting the light man above his head, and the light wings closed to wrap Chu Cheng and bind him. You're dead. Seeing Chu Cheng trapped, Su Mingli, who knew the power of this war spell scroll, hesitated for a moment and decided to take the opportunity to kill him. He quickly took out a perfect resurrection scroll and threw it to one of the team members and shouted, "Save Wang Bo." Then he patted his chest, paused his staff, and all the active enhancement skills of the equipment and staff were activated, and he muttered, "Spell enhancement. Energy infusion. Star energy. Death power enhancement. Rune mark enhancement." Then he took out a magic book and cast a spell quickly, adding a series of enemy buffs to Chu Cheng. Weakness spell. Resistance reduction. Vulnerability spell. Vibration wave. Pain badge. Increase spell damage. Instantly, he cast 6 negative spells on Chu Cheng, weakening various attribute resistances. He put away the magic book, took out the staff and waved it. The ice spear stored on the staff condensed into a thigh-thick ice crystal spear that hit Chu Cheng, causing only a little over 1,000 damage. So low. Su Mingli's heart sank, but his movements were not delayed at all. The gem ring on his right hand lit up with magic. At the same time, several other teammates attacked one after another. Thunder slash. Death judgment. Destruction shot. Dissociation. The green light of dissociation flashed and hit Chu Cheng's chest. A small hole the size of a fist appeared at the point where the armor was hit. Minus 652. He took out another extremely delicate blood-red scroll and tore it open. The magic flame burned and quickly merged into a ball of blood light and blasted out. Death finger. The bloody light hit the hole in the armor and exploded until the head was big, revealing the strong chest muscles. A layer of dead gray quickly spread along the skin to the whole body, like a dead person, but it returned to blood color in the next second. Minus 2,258. Star Destruction Light Spear. Minus 3,600. Su Mingli's bottom line hero's skill exploded. However, apart from making Chu Cheng a little embarrassed, he didn't even see the serious injury status mark. This is impossible. Su Mingli's unwilling left hand flipped, and another scroll was in his hand. Just as he was about to activate it, he saw the angel of light that bound Chu Cheng shook violently, and quickly collapsed into a sky full of flowing light and dissipated. Then, a chuckle that made his scalp numb sounded. Run! He turned around and flashed without hesitation, disappearing on the spot. The series of spells just now were the strongest means of explosion that Su Mingli could do in a short period of time. Under normal circumstances, after being weakened by 6 negative spells, the Ice Lance, Dissociation and Finger of Death, which are strengthened by many equipment and characteristics, can produce a burst of more than 12,000 damage after tax, which can normally kill any professional of the same level in 1 second. Not to mention that there are several subordinates who burst together. In fact, the result did not disappoint him. After a set of spells, he caused 7,500 damage himself, and the burst of teammates caused a burst of more than 10,000. Although it was lower than expected, It was still enough to kill any non-super tank in 1 second. However, with such a high burst, even the serious injury status mark did not appear, which shows that Chu Cheng's upper limit of health is very high. Combined with Chu Cheng's calmness, it is at least 15,000. How did this guy suddenly become so powerful? Su Mingli was very puzzled. But this time, he had a certain understanding of Chu Cheng's strength. If he could escape this time, he would prepare enough burst means to kill him even if he lost everything. On this side, Chu Cheng did not chase Su Mingli after escaping. He used 2 swords to wake up Wang Bo, who had just resurrected and was still a little confused, and kicked him away. He had already marked Su Mingli with a space marker. He could flash, but he couldn't teleport away. Give him 10 minutes to escape, but he couldn't escape 100 kilometers away. He raised his eyes, and flashed to the back of Wang Bo who was falling. 11 cold stars exploded, and then a divine power explosion hit him in the air. He stepped on the void, and flashed to the back of Wang Bo, and slapped him hard. The others couldn't help swallowing their saliva when they saw Wang Bo being beaten in the air. They looked at each other, and turned around and ran away at the same time. Chu Cheng just glanced at the direction of their escape. He saw Wang Bo's past and future bodies appear beside him, flash and disappear, and appear in front of the 3 people who escaped again. The time lock ended, and Wang Bo, who had just resurrected, fell to pieces again before he had time to speak. Several people were shocked to see Chu Cheng suddenly appear. One of them clasped his fists and said, "Brother, I don't care about the grudges between you. How about letting us go?" The answer to him was the severe pain from his back. Chu Cheng flashed directly to the back and attacked. The 11 consecutive attacks in an instant made him feel like dying, and he quickly shouted, 500 gold. The attack stopped, and Chu Cheng flashed in front of him again and said, "You guys attack first, and it's reasonable for me to counterattack. Take out 1,000 gold to buy your life." Chapter 209. I don't have that much money. That's your business. You can borrow money or use other equipment and props to pay off the debt. Chu Cheng looked back at the distance and said lightly, "You only have half a minute to consider. If you exceed the time limit, then die." The faces of several people changed back and forth, and they were extremely entangled. They wanted to run, but they couldn't run. They wanted to give money, but they felt sorry for the money. In the team channel, several people discussed whether to give money or resist, and thought about whether 1 or 2 could escape if they fled separately. The final result was that there was no way. It's not that there is no way to escape. 3 people fled in 3 directions, and Chu Cheng was too busy to escape. But the problem is that no one is willing to make wedding clothes for others. After all, with Chu Cheng's strength, it is not a problem to kill 1 or 2 in a short time. No one is willing to use his own life to help others escape. They are teammates, but they join later, and their relationship is not good enough to die for their teammates. The willingness to help Su Mingli before was just a subconscious unity of the team in the face of crisis. They didn't expect that 5 people would lose so badly against 1 person. Helpless. 30 seconds passed quickly, and Chu Cheng's faint voice sounded again, "Now tell me your decision." "I give money." "I give money too. But I don't have so much cash. Can I use other things instead?" "Anything valuable will do." A minute later, Chu Cheng had 1,660 gold in cash, as well as 2 perfect resurrection scrolls, 2 secondary resurrection scrolls, a purple outfit, for red equipment, a Death Eye War Spell scroll, a Poison Nova War Spell scroll, 5 purple soul gems, 21 red soul gems, and a lot of various soul essences and dead essences. "You can go now." The few people looked at each other, quickly took out the escape scroll, and activated it with a nervous look. A few seconds later, the teleportation beam shot up into the sky, and the 3 people left the Plague Land dungeon. "Okay. This makes money quickly." Chu Cheng smiled slightly, and turned to look in the direction of Su Mingli. Through the perception of the space mark, he had already escaped more than 10 kilometers away at this time, and his speed was quite fast. But it was meaningless. Space mark. Apply a space mark to a target, obtain the target's vision. If the target is an enemy, it cannot be invisible and teleported. Each physical attack causes 300 points of additional damage to the target. Teammates cause half of the additional damage to the target, and gain the skill of Descend. If the target is a friendly force, temporarily obtain the next level of space refraction. Descend. Teleport to the back of any space marked target. Cool down for 5 seconds. Tip. There can be up to 3 space marks at the same time, and they disappear after leaving the self 100 kilometers. Chu Cheng stretched out his hand and grabbed it. The space in front of him was torn open, and he took a step out, and the person disappeared. Outside the Death Fortress, Su Mingli dodged, jumped, and flew, using all kinds of means to rush out of the Scourge Canyon in one breath and arrived at the Death Fortress. He escaped more than 10 kilometers in one breath, but he didn't feel at ease. Because the mark on his body was still there, and the looming eyes were still there, he could neither teleport nor use the escape scroll to leave the dungeon, which made him extremely uneasy. I can't die yet. He looked up and looked forward, which was the route he came from, and muttered to himself, I want someone to save me, I want to find other teams. He took a deep breath, took out another accelerated burst scroll and activated it, and the speed increased sharply and passed through the abandoned Death Fortress. He rushed out of the damaged fortress gate in a flash, and saw a team of dozens of people in front of him. Su Mingli's eyes lit up, his heart was sore and tears flowed out. He stretched out his hand and shouted, Help! He rushed to the crowd and shouted, Someone wants to kill me, help! The team stopped, and the leaders looked at each other. The man in the middle asked, What's going on? Is it the boss? No, there are other professionals who want to kill me. Seeing the appearance of the man in the middle, Su Mingli's face was happy, and he quickly bowed and said, Captain Wang, please save my life, my 4 teammates are already dead. So rampant? The man in the middle was about to say something, and suddenly a circle of ripples spread out in the space behind Su Mingli, and a figure suddenly appeared out of thin air. Su Mingli felt everyone's gaze, his face turned pale, and he subconsciously rolled back behind the man surnamed Wang, pointing at Chu Cheng and shouting, It's him! As soon as he finished speaking, someone shouted in surprise, Brother Chu Cheng. Chu Cheng, who had just arrived, turned around and saw an acquaintance, Zhang Chaosheng, who had traveled with him in the Plague Land dungeon last time, and nodded, Senior Zhang Chaosheng. Zhang Chaosheng smiled and said, I was wondering what was going on, it turned out to be you, then it's okay. He turned around and explained to everyone. The two of them had a grudge. Last time in this dungeon, Su Mingli deliberately harmed him and killed several people. Now Brother Chu Cheng came to take revenge, which is reasonable, and we don't need to intervene. Oh, so that's the case. Yes, I can testify to this. Another person squeezed in from the back of the crowd. It was Feng Lingxing. He nodded to Chu Cheng and said, I've experienced that too. It was indeed Su Mingli who started it first and killed several people. Everyone suddenly realized it, and several people around Su Mingli stepped back. Even the man surnamed Wang took a step back. Su Mingli was so scared that he quickly followed and shouted, Brother Wang, 3,500 gold to save my life. Wang Bo's raised his eyebrows, and was a little tempted. Seeing this, Su Mingli immediately shouted, Add another blood rune, and if all my team members are dead, I will disband the team when I go back, and I am willing to be your leader. As soon as he said this, Wang Bo's face was obviously moved. So much money plus a subordinate is quite tempting. Chu Cheng didn't say anything, just looked at them indifferently. At this time, a woman next to Wang Bo suddenly reached out and grabbed Wang Bo's arm, whispering, Captain, I've heard of Su Mingli's reputation. He's not good. I'm afraid it will be troublesome if he is brought in. Wang Bo's face did not change. He nodded, turned around and bowed to Chu Cheng, saying, Sorry, we are not involved in this matter. Chu Cheng raised his eyebrows, and Su Mingli's face changed drastically. He hurriedly shouted, Brother Wang, save me, I still have good things, I have a channel to get orange equipment, I am willing to tell you. But Wang Bo's had already made a decision, and at this time he shook his head with a very firm expression. Sorry, I can't interfere with your personal grudges. Su Mingli was stunned, but the next second he clasped his fists and said to others, Whoever is willing to protect me, 3,500 gold plus a blood rune, and the channel for that orange equipment will all belong to you. But no one spoke, and everyone took a few steps back. Su Mingli was desperate. A pair of exquisite boots appeared in front of him. He slowly raised his head and said with tears and laughter, I will give you 3,000 gold, a blood rune, and that legendary equipment. Can you forgive me once? I swear I will never retaliate against you again. I will stay away from you wherever you are. In response, he raised his foot. Chapter 210. After missing the kick, Su Mingli rolled back and stretched out his hand to press it, and a thick astral shield rose up. Then he quickly activated the characteristics of his equipment and props. Spell enhancement. Energy infusion. Astral energy. Enhance the power of death. Enhance the rune mark. Then he took out a magic book and cast a spell quickly, adding a series of enemy buffs to Chu Cheng. Weakened mind. Weakened resistance. Vulnerability. Panforce wave. Badge of pain. Intensified spell damage. Chu Cheng did not dodge, but let him cast spells one after another, saying calmly, I once said that I would let you die in the most despair. Don't say I didn't give you a chance. Use any other enhancement spells you have, so that you won't die unwillingly. Su Mingli, who was about to summon the ice spear, paused and shouted loudly, Do you have the courage to take my strongest move? Yes. Su Mingli's expression immediately became solemn, and he paused the staff in his hand and began to chant. This move was his ultimate move, which he rarely used before, because it would have some sequelae, and it was very troublesome to clear it, but now he needs to save his life and can't care so much. Brother Chu Cheng, you are so fierce, just kill him directly, why give him a chance? Bone Lingxing's voice came to Chu Cheng's ears. At the same time, Zhang Chaoshan also sent a message, Brother Chu, don't be careless. He must have some killer moves if he dares to say that. Use damage reduction when necessary, don't just take it head on. Chu Cheng replied one by one, It doesn't matter, he can't kill me. The two were speechless. At this time, Su Mingli had already started to cast a spell. As the spell continued, the space in front of him twisted, and a negative energy that made people feel depressed gathered into a ball and expanded rapidly. Power of the Abyss? After a full 30 seconds of magic chanting, the terrifying power of the Abyss gathered and condensed into a substantial demon, eye surrounded by countless blood-colored lightnings, hanging above Su Mingli's head. A huge amount of power of the Abyss gathered, and Su Mingli was unconsciously affected by the power of the Abyss. His expression became distorted unconsciously, his pupils were red, and he stared at Chu Cheng like a demon, laughing wildly. You dare to let me complete the spell, you are courting death. The priority of the power of the Abyss is not inferior to the legendary level, and your damage reduction skills can't protect you, die. With a finger, the eye of the Abyss opened, revealing the lively eyeball inside. In an instant, an extremely evil aura emerged, and the surrounding earth began to corrupt. Everyone felt a touch of fear, and subconsciously retreated further. Eye of the Abyss! Su Mingli stretched out his hand and pointed, and the lively eyeball of the Eye of the Abyss immediately locked onto Chu Cheng. Feeling the great threat of the power of the Abyss, Chu Cheng's expression became solemn. He did not dare to be careless, and prepared to activate his new talent skill, the Space Barrier, to bounce this attack away. The Eye of the Abyss seemed to have self-awareness at this time. After locking Chu Cheng, the breath rose again. The blood-colored lightning surrounding it quickly converged in the center of the pupil of the Abyss, and gathered into an extremely evil blood-colored light column that flashed and hit Chu Cheng. The undetectable power of time flowed through his body, and the blood-colored light column passed through Chu Cheng's body and hit the back. Chu Cheng was also full of question marks. The action of preparing to perform the space barrier rebound stopped, with a strange look on his face. Time Shelter Effect 2, Passive. There is a 20% probability to promote the change of one's own time, completely avoiding this damage. The passive effect of the time shelter took effect, changing one's own existence. At this moment, others are here, but they are no longer here at the time level. There is nothing here, which is equivalent to this evil attack hitting nothing, completely avoiding this attack. This is impossible. This scene was even more unacceptable to Su Mingli than Chu Cheng blocking him head-on. He pointed at Chu Cheng and shouted, You didn't keep your promise. Chu Cheng said calmly, I didn't move, but those who do evil will eventually die. Even fate doesn't favor you. This move actually made me dodge it with my passive expertise. This is impossible. Su Mingli couldn't accept it at all. He covered his head and shouted like crazy, staggering, and everyone avoided him. He staggered a few steps to the edge, and suddenly flashed to 100 meters away, quickly activated a flying scroll and soared into the sky. Chu Cheng sneered, The game is over. He pointed his finger, Time Seal. Space Shuttle. Time Wandering. He instantly appeared behind Su Mingli in the air, and the past and future merged into one, and the star shield on his body was directly shattered. A person flashed above his head and smashed him to the ground with a divine power attack. Before he could get up, Chu Cheng flashed over his head again, his hands like phantoms. 11 cold stars exploded, triggering the time lock again. 3 Chu Chengs were reflected in Su Mingli's frozen pupils. The swords were like phantoms, and the damage was like a scream. 1 second later, the time lock ended, and the 2 swords were aimed at his neck and twisted fiercely, and a head flew out. The mage lost his shield, and was fixed again, and his blood volume could not withstand his burst of time lock. Bang! The body fell heavily to the ground, and blood was spilled all over the ground. Hiss! Wang Bose, who was still entangled and regretful before, was silent now, and even a little scared. This body movement is too outrageous, and the burst is also exaggerated. Fortunately, Xiao Zhao reminded me not to agree, otherwise. Everyone in Wang Bo's team channel breathed a sigh of relief. Chu Cheng slowly landed in front of Su Mingli's body, picked up his head, tied his hair to the body, and dragged him away. With Su Mingli's character, he must have the Stone of the Realm to save his life. When they came to the team, everyone looked at Su Mingli's body with different expressions, but they all had one more emotion: respect. His elusive body movements and terrifying explosive power won their respect. Chu Cheng greeted Zhang Chaosheng and Feng Lingxing, two acquaintances, and said to the team leader Wang Bo's, "You don't have to go to the City of Disasters. It's almost been taken down by my team now." "What did you mean taken down? Did your team take down the City of Disasters?" "My team." Everyone looked unconvinced. Chu Cheng didn't mean to explain in detail, so he turned around and left. Everyone looked at each other, and someone said, "Since we are here, let's go and take a look." "Let's go!" Behind the team, Zhang Chaosheng and Feng Lingxing were sighing. Brother Chu Cheng's strength has improved too fast. With that body movement, speed, and burst, he killed Su Mingli in less than 3 seconds. It's a bit abnormal. Feng Lingxing smacked his lips, thinking back to what he had just seen, and couldn't help but swear, the key is that he is still a tank. Yes, it's really abnormal. And the abnormal person they were talking about had already dragged Su Mingli's body away from them, and disappeared. Quickly rushed back to the City of Natural Disasters, Fang Shi and the others had retreated to the entrance of the natural disaster basin. He was not there, so they did not continue to attack. As soon as they saw Su Mingli's body in Chu Cheng's hand, Fang Shi breathed a sigh of relief. Chapter 211. Luo Lingfeng came over to take a look and asked curiously, "Is he not dead yet?" "There should be a realm stone. Then you have to guard the body. The realm stone has a maximum delay of 1 hour. If he waits any longer, he will not be able to bear it." Chu Cheng nodded and threw the body in front of everyone. Time passed, and he was still not resurrected after half an hour. Wang Bo's, Zhang Chaosheng and others came. The first thing they saw was Godzilla lying on the ground. The huge size and the omnipresent terrifying pressure made them gasp. Almost instantly everyone knew that what Chu Cheng said before was true, and they really had the strength to attack the City of Disaster. Look, there are a lot of boss remains there. In front of the City of Disaster, a large number of undead revived by the Lich King were carrying the boss body and preparing a ceremony to create a giant stitched monster and other stitched undead monsters. After being washed by several waves of Godzilla's atomic breath, the number of undead in the City of Natural Disaster was not enough. Zhang Chaosheng and Feng Lingxing, two acquaintances, came over. Both of them were shocked. "Brother Chu Cheng, where did you get a giant dragon? It's so cool." "It was a coincidence." TSK. The two looked at Godzilla's huge body with envy, carefully feeling the power it exuded, and their eyes were extremely hot. This is the ultimate dream of all professionals, to have a giant dragon war pet and become a dragon knight. Too cool. The two watched from a distance, smacking their lips. At this time, Wang Bo's had recovered from his shock and envy, and came to Chu Cheng and asked, "Why didn't you continue to attack?" He pointed at the corpse on the ground. "Guard the corpse." Wang Bo's understood immediately, and mourned for Su Mingli in his heart. "He's dead. The true realm stone has a maximum delay of 1 hour, and a cooling time of 24 hours, which means that it can only be resurrected once a day. If you guard the corpse and kill it again, it means that unless a strong man of the god and demon level takes action to retrieve the soul, it means that you will definitely die. But a strong man of the god and demon level cannot do such a thing. It costs a huge price to rescue a person from the hands of the god of death. His value is not worth the strong men of the school to take action." Everyone stayed on the side and waited honestly. After seeing Godzilla, no one mentioned the alliance. Everyone assumed that Chu Cheng had enough strength to capture the City of Natural Disaster. An hour soon arrived, and Chu Cheng, who had the strongest perception, was the first to perceive the abnormality. He turned his eyes, and saw that Su Mingli's body and head glowed and melted at the same time, and the stream of light gathered into a hole, condensing into the appearance of Su Mingli. Godzilla, who was lying on the ground, also saw this scene. His huge body stood up and looked down, looking at Su Mingli, who had just resurrected, and opened his eyes. Dragon? As soon as he was resurrected, he saw the huge monster in front of him, and Su Mingli's brain short-circuited for a moment. Where did the dragon come from in the plague land? Where am I? Fortunately, he quickly saw the figure beside him, and his eyes instantly focused on Chu Cheng and Feng Shi beside him. His pupil shrank slightly, and his chaotic thoughts instantly cleared up. He flashed and disappeared with a gesture, and appeared again 1,000 meters away. Chu Cheng raised his hand, and made a space mark. Huh? Exempt? That's right, the true realm stone will have a powerful buff after resurrection. But he was not in a hurry. He activated the time protection with a thought and disappeared into time. On the other side, Su Mingli, who also received the space mark prompt, felt nervous, but was delighted when he saw the exemption prompt. He quickly cast a spell to teleport, and instantly traveled dozens of kilometers to appear outside the Death Fortress. He immediately took out an escape scroll and started to activate it. Can't kill me! Wait for me to go back. Even if I lose everything, I will take revenge. Before the voice fell, his consciousness and thoughts suddenly stagnated and could not move, and a figure that made him feel desperate appeared in his frozen pupils. Want to run? The past, present, and future, three bodies merged into one, the sharp sword light reflected, and his will quickly fell into the abyss. The advanced hegemony and sacred armor given by the true realm stone could not save him. The time lock real damage, and the sacred armor can also cause half the damage. For him, the only difference is that it takes more effort. At full attack speed, the time lock was triggered continuously. There was no accident this time. The time lock was triggered 5 times in a row. When the time lock ended, Su Mingli's body exploded and blood sprayed all over the floor. Huh? The moment Su Mingli died, Chu Cheng felt that his body and mind were extremely clear. This time, he did not collect the body, nor did he need to destroy the body, he just left. You can only be resurrected once in 24 hours, this is the rule. Returning to the original place, he nodded to Fangxi, and she also exhaled. The threat is resolved, and then destroy the city of disaster. At this time, Godzilla has recovered to full state, and his huge body stood up and strode towards the city of disaster. In this time, the Lich King summoned another batch of undead, but the number and quality were far less than before. Godzilla did not need atomic breath, and rushed up and trampled them to death. The Lich King had no way to deal with this, and could only order the undead in the city to resist. The dragon race is inherently restrained by magic. Godzilla is still the ancestor dragon race, and his magic resistance is higher than that of the dragon. The Lich King, who is full of necromancy, can do nothing to him. If you want to slay the dragon, you have to rely on powerful warriors. The thick and powerful claws smashed the black stone into pieces, and scraped off a thick layer of black stone, like scraping mud with the claws, and dug into the thick city wall with this brute force. Wang Bo's and others opened their mouths wide, looking at Godzilla who dug through the walls of the city of disasters. Lily Yu and Shangpu. Some people can no longer complain. Finally, after half an hour of digging, dozens of meters of the city wall were dug through, and Godzilla entered the city of disasters and destroyed it crazily. The various guarding undead in the city either shot bone arrows or threw stones, and the corpse wizards kept blasting out the death cloud spell, but they were all scratching the itch and had no effect. In fact, there were powerful city defense machines on the city wall before, including heavy crossbows, but after Godzilla's atomic breath washed the top of the city from a distance of 2 kilometers, all the powerful war machines were destroyed, which made it even more helpless. They could only watch him destroy everything all the way to the top of the Scourge City, in front of the Lich King Tower. The Lich King had no choice but to activate the Mage Tower to amplify various necromancy spells and curses. But unfortunately, he couldn't do anything to Godzilla at all. There was no dragon or giant in this copy, and the human side didn't have such a large monster. The Scourge City had never prepared legendary spells or dragon-slaying arrows to deal with such legendary creatures. Yes, if you want to pose a fatal threat to Godzilla, either some specific legendary spells or dragon-slaying arrows are needed, and other war machines are useless. Even if a heavy catapult hits him, it can't do anything to Godzilla's thick skin and flesh. There is absolutely no solution. Chapter 212. Roar! Under the Lich King's Mage Tower, Godzilla, who had not breathed, finally began to accumulate power and blew an atomic breath towards the Mage Tower. Nothing unexpected happened here. The Lich King had already used all the means he could use before. He was completely helpless in the face of the atomic breath. The atomic breath bombarded the Mage Tower for a full 20 seconds, consuming the mana accumulated in the Mage Tower. But the Lich King still managed to withstand this round of breath. But it was meaningless. After the breath, Godzilla rammed and slapped wildly, breaking the defense barrier of the Mage Tower in less than a minute, and slapped the Mage Tower with one claw, rumbling and shattering stones. Without the Mage Tower, the Lich King finally rushed out. A lich wearing an exquisite robe and cloak was suspended in the air and flew towards Chu Cheng. Without the constraints of the Mage Tower, the Lich King's range of activities and tactics were more flexible. But unfortunately, just as the Lich King flew over, Chu Cheng used a time seal, and the Lich King fell on the spot. The magic accessories on his body flashed in midair, and a surging tide of mana exploded and broke the time seal, rising again. But the next second, Senior Sister Fong Shi used a Fate Exile, directly exiling the Lich King to the Fate Maze. Chu Cheng quickly summoned Godzilla back and waited for him. Although his time lock had a high priority, he was not a mage after all, and he did not have the expertise and super magic to learn various enhanced spells, and his time spells only had basic weight. After all, the Lich King was the final boss, with strong enough strength and luxurious equipment, so it was not surprising that he was exempted from the time seal. But he could not exempt Fong Shi's Fate Exile. The 200% full spell bonus of Talent Plus artifacts could greatly increase her spell priority. The power of an ordinary spell in her hands could be increased by several levels, not to mention the Fate Exile, which was already extremely important. This wave of exile lasted for almost a minute. The ripples in space spread out, and the Lich King appeared again, but what greeted him was Chu Cheng's time travel freeze. Godzilla immediately received a lightning strike that had been charged early. Damage deepening curse. Attack weakening curse. Even this ordinary curse, with her talent and artifact bonus, can actually take effect on the boss, which is extremely exaggerated. It is also because the Lich King is an undead, otherwise, with the blindness curse, the fear curse, the plague curse, and a bunch of curses hanging on it, anyone would be numb. Then, it was a righteous beating. Chu Cheng's attack speed was full, and it was a crazy beating the Lich King dizzy, and the undead fire sprayed everywhere. For minutes later, the Lich King, with a HP of more than 3 million, died in frustration under the beating of 3 people and a dragon. As soon as the Lich King died, a loot treasure chest emitting a faint orange light immediately condensed on his body. Chu Cheng took the treasure chest under their envious gazes, and used the legendary embryo to absorb the soul of the Lich King. Then he went to the City of Calamity and collected another Calamity treasure chest in the collapsed Mage Tower, which was the final reward for clearing the dungeon. So far, the Plague Land dungeon has been cleared. Chu Cheng waved to Zhang Chaosheng and Feng Lingxing, and the team chose to return. Too powerful. Zhang Chaosheng put down his hand and sighed. It seems that our Void Tower faction will have another legendary master this year. Feng Lingxing nodded and said, more than one, his teammates are all extraordinary and have great prospects. Yes, it's great to be his teammate. I remember Fong Shi was just a mid-level hero profession, the Astral Warlock, but now he seems to have changed his profession, at least to a high-level hero profession. Luo Lingfeng is also a top hero, a Void Hunter, hiss. The two looked at each other, their eyes flickering. I go back first. Let's go together. Floating City, teleportation platform. The 3 people and 5 soldiers walked out of the teleportation platform without attracting anyone's attention. Let's go back and count the harvest first. Brother Chu, take care. Chu Cheng looked back in surprise, and saw Zhang Chaosheng and Feng Lingxing, who had just teleported back. The two trotted in front of him with a smile on their faces, and Zhang Chaosheng was rubbing his hands, with an awkward smile. Chu Cheng asked in confusion, is there anything wrong with you two? The two looked at each other, and Feng Lingxing said, it's like this, I just want to ask if your team is still short of players. Chu Cheng was stunned for a moment, then looked at the two of them with a scrutinizing look, and didn't say anything. Zhang Chaosheng explained, we don't have a team. We used to form a temporary team with some people we know when we went to the dungeon. You have given us a great shock after only 2 meetings. I think you will definitely be a great man in the future, so I want to follow you. After he finished speaking, Feng Lingxing also nodded quickly, me too. Chu Cheng pondered for a moment and said to them, this matter is very sudden. I have to discuss it with my teammates. So, I will give you an answer before tomorrow. Okay. No problem. Well, we leave first. Okay, goodbye. Waving goodbye, Chu Cheng and others summoned the magic carpet and sat on it, returning to his villa. In the hall, Chu Cheng placed all the spoils in the hall, but did not open them. Instead, he said to Fong Shi and Luo Lingfeng, you heard what happened just now. Do you think you should accept them? Luo Lingfeng shook his head and said, I don't know them well. Captain, you know them. You can make the decision. Chu Cheng looked at Fong Shi again. She nodded and said, I teamed up with them last time and it felt good. You are the captain. Whatever you say is okay, it's okay. Chu Cheng nodded, thought for a while, and said, well, let's investigate first. We have to continue to brush dungeons to accumulate funds and equipment later. Take them with us. If there is no problem after a few dungeons, we can team up with him. Okay. I agree. Okay, let's open the spoils. Chu Cheng picked up the orange glowing treasure chest belonging to the Lich King at his feet, and said with a smile, I hope to get a formal team contract. Luo Lingfeng smiled and said, as far as I know, the probability of the Lich King who has not died after 5 reincarnations is quite high. I hope so. As he spoke, he opened the treasure chest, and a strong purple light rushed out. Chu Cheng reached in and fished it out, his eyes lit up, and he smiled. It really came out. There are quite a few good things. The things were taken out and lined up in a row. There were 4 in total. An unfolded exquisite leather scroll full of magic runes was the official team contract. A true realm stone. An exquisite staff. A skull with a texture as crystal as green jade, with green flames gushing out of the 7 orifices. It looked very gloomy and terrifying. Chu Cheng thought for a while, looked up and asked Luo Lingfeng, do you have a true realm stone? Luo Lingfeng nodded and said, I have one. I have one too, Fangxi doesn't, so how about giving this one to her? No problem. After handing the true realm stone to Fangxi, Chu Cheng picked up the skull again and looked at the attributes, surprised and speechless. You can see for yourself. Chu Cheng shared the attributes with the 2 of them speechlessly. Chapter 213. Soul Container, Epic/Dark Purple, Equipment Type, Offhand. Equipment Requirements, Intelligence 200, Spirit 200. Additional Attributes, Intelligence plus 25. Additional Attributes, Spirit plus 25. Additional Features, Power of the Scourge, Magic Damage plus 300. Skills/Features, Soul Storage, can store elite souls in the skull, storage limit 50, intelligence increases by 1 for each soul stored. Skill/Active, Soul Devourer, devour all souls, magic damage increases by 50, lasts for 15 seconds. Tip, the soul contains impurities, each use of Soul Devourer requires a will immunity test, and a failed test increases the soul pollution by 1%. When the soul pollution accumulates to 50%, it will fall into a state of insanity, and when the soul pollution accumulates to 100%, it will fall into a state of madness and depravity. Evaluation, a container that can hold souls, containing magical power. Luo Lingfeng and Fangxi both fell silent. Chu Cheng held the skull and looked at it, shaking his head and said, this thing can't be used. It's invincible, especially the soul-devouring burst, which adds 5,000 magic damage, which is more powerful than legendary magic equipment. But the negative effects are too exaggerated. The so-called soul pollution, to put it bluntly, is the fusion of other people's soul residues with your soul, and the broken memory and spiritual imprint of others are integrated into your soul, which will affect both memory and personality. This is different from Fangxi's cursed magic book. Although the cursed magic book has the influence of curse power, accumulating 100 points of curse power will transform the user into an undead creature. But the problem is that this curse can be purified, and it can be purified by spending a little more money and asking a legendary strongman to do it. This soul pollution is very difficult to purify. It requires at least a demigod or above who is proficient in the soul to slowly purify it. And this is only to purify the residual memory and the spiritual imprint of others. The impure soul cannot be removed, and it is permanent and irreversible. Sell it for money. Normal mages can't use it, but some evil professions such as necromancers, demon wizards, and evil god followers can use it. They can ignore or solve these negative effects. With this equipment attribute, it is no problem to sell it for more than 1,000 gold. Putting away the things first, Chu Cheng picked up the staff again and said to Luo Lingfeng, this is a staff, suitable for Fangxi. Scepter of the Lich King, Epic/Dark Purple, Equipment Type, Two-Handed Staff. Equipment Requirements, Constitution 150, Intelligence 200, Spirit 200. Basic Attributes, Spell Damage plus 600. Additional Attributes, Intelligence plus 40. Additional Attributes, Spirit plus 40. Additional Skills, Death Contract, sacrifice a non-boss undead unit to restore a certain amount of mana, cooling time 30 minutes. Tip, ordinary undead units restore 20% of the maximum mana, elite undead units restore 40% of the maximum mana, and horror template undead restore 50% of the maximum mana. Additional skills, spell storage, store up to 4 spells below the legendary level in advance, and cast instantly without mana consumption when released. Each stored spell requires a certain amount of self-killing experience. Additional skill, Authority of the Lich King. Once activated, You can control all undead with a lower level than yourself within a 1000 meter radius. It consumes 50 mana points per second, and has a cooldown of 24 hours. Evaluation: take the scepter, you are the new Lich King. After dividing the Lich King's equipment, there is another big treasure chest, which is the reward from breaking through the Scourge City. There are only 2 purple equipment in it, but there are 2 magic runes, Death and Curse runes. The 2 purple equipment, 1 physical and 1 magic, were divided by Luo Lingfeng and Fang Shi respectively. In addition, there are a full 1000 gold rewards in the treasure chest, 20 purple soul gems, several war spell scrolls, and a ritual scroll for making giant skeleton assembly monsters, which can make a giant skeleton assembly of more than 2 million health and 30 meters high. In the final statistics, except for the equipment that has been used and divided with the 3 people, the total income of this wave is 2,860 gold, 38 purple soul gems, 85 red soul gems, killing rune, blood-sucking rune, curse rune, death rune. 3 purple equipment that no one uses, including soul container. 15 red equipment. A Lich transformation skill scroll. A mid-level hero class curse mage job transfer certificate. A bloodline transformation ritual scroll. A giant skeleton assembly monster ritual scroll. 5 war spell scrolls. Formal team contract. A pile of soul essence and dead essence. 2 perfect resurrection scrolls. 1 secondary resurrection scroll. They absorbed a total of 14 extraordinary souls, including the Lich King soul. In addition to these, Chu Cheng gained a total of 75 free attribute points and 86 skill points in this Plague Land dungeon. The 2 of them gained a little less, but also about 40 to 50 points. So far, Chu Cheng has accumulated a total of 179 free attribute points and 101 skill points. After Chu Cheng finished counting, he gave Fang Shi some of the items that they didn't need at all. You can sell them on the trading platform if you have nothing to do, just sell them at a normal price. Then he took out the formal team contract and said with a smile, "We can officially form a team now." He activated the scroll with a thought, and the scroll condensed into a light rune and sank into his body. He quickly opened the panel, and a series of information flashed across the screen. Hint: you have used the prop to formally form a team contract, and you have joined the formal team. Hint: please choose one of the following 5 team skills as your formal team skill within 60 seconds, and the timeout will be random. A bunch of skills immediately appeared below, namely, Option 1, Team Life LV1, Team Members' upper limit of life is increased by 2,000. Option 2, Team Mana LV1, Team Members' upper limit of mana is increased by 2,000. Option 3, Team Speed LV1, Team Members' movement speed is increased by 100. Option 4, Team Healing LV1, Team Members' life regeneration is increased by 30, and the healing effect is increased by 30%. Option 5, Lifelink LV1, 20% of any damage suffered by team members is shared equally by other team members. Chu Cheng immediately shared several skills with his teammates and asked, "Which one do you think is the right one?" Luo Lingfeng pinched his chin in contemplation, while Fang Shi said without hesitation, "I think options 1 and 5 are good. For the team, saving lives is the first priority." Chu Cheng nodded. "I think so too. I tend to choose one of these 2. Luo Lingfeng smiled. "This is the best choice. Choose one of the 2. I think Lifelink is a good choice. It is equivalent to reducing damage by 20%, which is more cost-effective than simply increasing 2,000 health points, and the effect is stronger in the later stages. Then this one." Chu Cheng made a choice immediately, and then sent a team application to each of them, and they were immediately approved. The team is now level 1, with only 5 spots available. To upgrade to level 2 you need. Chu Cheng was a little surprised and said, "Does level 2 require a legendary soul? Oh my god, I was wondering why all the teams I saw were 5-person teams. It turns out that upgrading is so difficult." After finishing all this, Chu Cheng opened his personal panel and prepared to use up the accumulated attributes and upgrade his skills. Just as he opened the panel and hadn't added any points, he suddenly received a message from his instructor, "Come to my office." Chapter 214. He left quickly and arrived at Yundingda's office 2 minutes later. He saw the chief assistant Lu Dongrui outside the office. He was about to leave when he saw Chu Cheng and asked casually, "Did you kill Su Mingli and Wang Bo in the Plague Land dungeon a few days ago?" He quickly replied, "Yes, but he wanted to kill me before, and I just fought back." Lu Dongrui waved his hand and said, "I don't care about personal grudges. Next time, remember not to do it in public and pay attention to the impact." "Ah. Okay. Lu Dongrui nodded and left, leaving Chu Cheng a little confused. Teachers don't care about these? He shook his head and knocked on the teacher's door gently. Come in. Pushing the door open, Yundinga put down a magic book in his hand, stretched out his hand to signal Chu Cheng to sit down, and said, There are two things. One is the rookie assessment I mentioned at the beginning of the year. It will be held in a month. Remember to participate. The second thing is about the star sublimation ceremony. The time has not been determined yet, but it is likely to be in these few months. You will compete with outstanding students of the same grade from other factions. There are only 3 places, and you must win one. Yundinga pushed the magic book aside, clasped his hands and said, I said at the beginning that the rookie assessment would give out a legendary equipment as a reward. What type do you want? Chu Cheng raised his eyebrows and asked, Let me decide the orange equipment type. Yundinga nodded and said, I have learned about your class. Your strength is a gap level crushing compared to them. There is no doubt that you will be the first in the rookie assessment, unless you give up or let them go. Chu Cheng. I can only say that you have a good eye. He was not polite, and there was no need to be modest. After a little thought, he said, I want a legendary armor. Type? Leather armor. Although plate armor has higher defense, it will affect agility and the display of strength. After all, no matter his profession or skills, he is not a serious MT, just strong enough. Yundinga did not say anything, but nodded. Leather armor is fine, I write it down. In addition, do you know much about the Star Ascension ceremony? Chu Cheng immediately shook his head. I've only heard of this name. I heard that completing the ceremony can increase all attributes by 50, greatly improving strength. However, Yundinga shook his head and said, This is wrong. Adding 50 to all attributes is only the minimum standard. To be precise, this ceremony depends on your personal potential. There are 2 modes. One is comprehensive enhancement, and the other is to specify that 2 attributes are increased to the extreme value of the attributes. Full enhancement minimum standard. It is certain that all attributes will be increased by 50, but if your strength and potential are strong enough, all attributes may be increased by 100, or even more. In addition, if you have innate talent, the Star Sublimation ceremony can forcibly upgrade your talent by 1 level. Oh, there is no limit. Can the talent that has just been upgraded be upgraded again? There is a limit, but this limit can be ignored for you. Yundinga smiled and said, Talent cannot exceed LV5. I think your innate talent should not be LV5 now. No. Back in the dormitory, Chu Cheng told the 2 teammates the 2 news. Luo Lingfeng spread his hands and said, It seems that I can only go for the 2nd place. The 2nd place should also have a lot of rewards, right? Yes, according to past experience, there should be a top-level epic equipment. That's not bad. Not as good as the orange equipment. You can just cast the legendary embryo in your hand. Chu Cheng checked his legendary embryo and said, Now I just need some magic runes. I have a few here. Do you want to cast them in advance? Luo Lingfeng nodded and said, Of course I can, but I still need a plague rune. He explained, You now have the killing rune, the curse rune, and the death rune. You only need the plague rune to complete the runes of the 4 Knights of the Scourge. Then you can cast the Scourge Power Gauntlet directly. Well, this is fine. Go to the market to buy and see if there are any plague runes for sale. Yes, I have learned about it, but it costs 1,250 gold each. Buy it. It counts as a team expense. Chu Cheng quickly took out 1,500 gold and traded it to Luo Lingfeng. By the way, show me the casting. No problem. Luo Lingfeng took the money and immediately went to negotiate with the seller. Chu Cheng drank a sip of water, opened the personal attribute panel, and prepared to add the accumulated attribute points. A total of 179 free attribute points. Without hesitation, 100 points were added to strength, and the remaining 79 points were added to constitution. Agility and perception did not need to be added. After adding points, the constitution became 801 and the strength became 771. Then, there were 101 skill points, which could upgrade 2 top skills to LV5, or 2 advanced skills to LV10. He had already prepared a plan for skill upgrades, and the first one to be upgraded was the Divine Power Critical Strike. 40 skill points are consumed, and the Divine Power Critical Hit is increased from LV1 to LV5. Divine Power Critical Hit LV5, top charge for a short second, causing 400% physical damage of the maximum attack to all enemies within a range of up to 9 meters in front of the self, and knocking them away, with a cooldown of 1 minute. Next is the LV5 specialty selection. As before, after the normal specialty is refreshed, the cheat code takes effect, and the original specialty is fully enhanced. Specialty 1. Increase the attack range by 5 meters. Specialty 2. Increase the critical hit multiplier by 100%. Specialty 3. Stun for 1 second after knocking them away. Good specialty. Decisively choose Specialty 3, and instantly turn this burst skill into a burst and control skill. Next, Nether Strike LV5, top enter the etheric plane, instantly appear next to any target within a range of up to 600 meters to launch an attack, causing a destructive blow of 500% of its own maximum attack, with a cooldown of 5 minutes. As usual, after the normal expertise is refreshed, the golden finger takes effect again, and 3 more powerful new expertise appear. Expertise 1, maximum attack plus 100%. Expertise 2, the attack target is knocked away, interrupting continuous casting. Expertise 3, cooldown time 2 minutes. Expertise 2. The idea is the same as the previous divine crit. When it has the interruption effect, the skill function immediately becomes more versatile. It combines displacement, burst and interruption in one, and is more functional. Strong. After seeing the newly promoted skills, Chu Chung was satisfied. Next, continue to brush skill points and attribute points, strive to pull the attributes to the extreme value of talent as soon as possible, and strive to upgrade a few powerful skills of LV10. Continue to go to the dungeon tomorrow. Early the next morning, Fangshi came to trade 2,205 gold to him. So much? Yeah. The mid-level hero class curse mage job transfer certificate was sold for 300 gold. 5 war spell scrolls were sold for 210 gold, and the giant skeleton assembly monster ritual scroll was sold for 150 gold. The bloodline transformation ritual scroll was sold for 50 gold. The lich transformation ritual scroll was sold for 200 gold. The red soul gems were sold for a total of 170 gold. 15 useless red quality equipment sold for a total of 310 gold. 3 purple equipment that we don't need were sold for 110 gold, 125 gold, and 130 gold respectively. A large amount of soul essence and dead essence, as well as a bunch of messy blue and green equipment, all sold for a total of 450 gold. The final settlement, a total of 2,205 gold. Chapter 215. Finally, we now have a total of 3,657 gold. Well, there are still 38 purple soul gems, a blood-sucking rune, a soul container auxiliary, 2 perfect resurrection scrolls, and a secondary resurrection scroll. Oh, this weight is very fat. The 3 were very happy. Strike while the iron is hot, let's continue. Chu Chung sent a message to Zhang Chaosheng and Feng Lingxing, and agreed to go to the next day. The 2 agreed happily, and they were a little impatient. Early the next morning, the team gathered and came to the teleportation platform. As soon as he arrived at the platform, he saw Lei Ming's team coming over. The 2 sides greeted each other. Lei Ming looked at him from left to right and raised his thumb in amazement. I didn't expect that in less than a year, you have surpassed us seniors. Great. He laughed and said, Lucky, it's just that your profession is strong. Lei Ming laughed and said, you are not only strong in your profession, but also in your battle pet. Has this news spread so widely? Of course, a real dragon, this is big news, and it is probably spread to other factions now. Okay. The 2 chatted while getting on the teleportation platform. They were going to the Dark Temple. Chu Chung and his team were going to the Burning Wasteland dungeon, a dungeon with a challenge level similar to the Plague Land. The key point is that this dungeon has only been open for a few days, and the boss is still there. The dungeon is located in the Burning Wasteland, a classic dungeon where humans and orcs fight. They automatically belong to the human camp. Chu Chung had never been to this copy, but Fang Shi, Zhang Chaosheng and Feng Lingxing had all been there. After entering the copy, they summoned Godzilla to set off. This time they didn't bring many soldiers with them, mainly because they had Zhang Chaosheng and Feng Lingxing, so they had enough manpower. On Godzilla, Zhang Chaosheng took out the map and clicked on one of the skull marks, and said to Chu Chung, let's go here first and wipe out the Minotaur tribe. The Burning Wasteland is the world of orcs. There are more than 20 orc tribes of different sizes, and 7 of the large tribes have extraordinary bosses. Let's wipe them out one by one according to the distance. Chu Chung nodded and said, okay, I do as you say. The huge Godzilla walked on the wasteland, and every heavy step could cause the earth to shake. From a distance, small insects and beasts could be seen being startled and fleeing in panic. It feels so safe. Zhang Chaosheng and Feng Lingxing sat in the carriage and looked outside, with particularly bright smiles on their faces. 4 hours later, the team arrived outside the Minotaur tribe, and from a distance, an atomic breath swept across the tribe, and countless Minotaur melted under the atomic breath. A deafening roar came from the Tauren tribe, and a 3-meter-tall Super Tauren chieftain jumped out holding a wheel-shaped axe. Tauren chieftain, horror level 55, 1.85 million HP. I stop him. Chu Chung jumped 90 meters and landed in front of the Tauren chieftain. He used 2 thin swords to accurately hit the heavy battle axe blade, and a large number of sparks burst out. The Tauren chieftain roared and pressed the battle axe, but no matter how hard he tried, he couldn't suppress it. I have the advantage in strength. Chu Chung turned his wrist, and with a touch of his 2 swords, he knocked, shook, and swung, and the double-edged axe as big as a wheel was forcibly deflected. The cold star hit the Tauren chieftain's chest, and a few blood flowers burst out. The angry Minotaur chief smashed down with a groundbreaking blow, stomped his feet, and danced with his giant axe, launching 3 combat skills in a row. But they were all easily dodged by Chu Chung, with light and graceful movements. The attributes and skills were completely suppressed, and he didn't know how to lose. The other team members assisted Godzilla in washing the ground with atomic breath on the Minotaur tribe. The cone-shaped atomic breath swept back and forth for a full 20 seconds, and the huge Minotaur tribe was instantly reduced to ruins. I don't know how many Minotaurs melted in the atomic breath. There was no accident. It only took 7 minutes for the huge Minotaur tribe to be turned into a dead place. Change place. After packing up the spoils, the group got back in the car and moved to another place. The next morning, a group of 5 people came to another large orc tribe. It was still the same tactic. Godzilla's atomic breath washed the ground. He intercepted the big boss, and the other small bosses didn't need to be intercepted. The atomic breath swept them all equally, and basically killed most of them. These level 40+ horror template bosses have more than 100,000 or 200,000 HP. It still takes some effort for professionals, but for the legendary template Godzilla, they are just slightly tougher monsters. All beings are equal under the atomic breath. The 3rd day, the 3rd large tribe. The 4th day, the 4th large tribe. They kept destroying a large tribe a day. After destroying all the large tribes on the 7th day, they arrived in front of the Orc King on the 8th day. Fang Shi, Luo Lingfeng and others got off the car in 2 mountains 12 kilometers away from the Orc King. Chu Chung took Feng Lingxing to ride Godzilla on a high slope outside the tribe, and then looked down and charged the atomic breath. A wave of breath that lasted for 20 seconds consumed all the original energy, and turned nearly half of the Orc King's tribe into ruins. After the breath was finished, Feng Lingxing opened a huge teleportation-like gate and teleported Godzilla to a hiding place more than 10 kilometers away. The king's tribe was too big to be destroyed in one wave. After waiting for a day, the next day, the same method was used to turn the other half of the Orc King's tribe into ruins, and then continued to teleport away. On the 3rd day, many Orc warriors were on guard and caught them. But it didn't matter if they were caught at this time. They didn't hide at all and fought head-on. Godzilla was absolutely invincible in this copy. He took the initiative and rushed in. The strongest Orc King could only meet him. Chu Chung and his men formed a standard battle formation and moved forward, fighting with many Orc warriors. At this time, they had a formal team contract, and the team's combat mode was changed to team mode. Teammates were immune to damage. Fang Shi picked up a crossbow and stood behind to shoot. From time to time, he shot a few arrows at them. Teammates were immune to damage, but they could trigger the Oracle's healing effect, recovering 1,300 HP per second for 15 seconds. After more than 10 minutes of fierce fighting, they finally won and killed many warriors of the Orc King. Finally, they watched Godzilla beat the Orc King. Once the Orc King died, this dungeon was cleared. The group returned to the Orc King to collect the spoils. Finally, they counted the income and were a little surprised. There were 9 purple equipment and 21 red equipment in total. 22 purple quality gems of different colors and 55 red magic gems. 2 magic runes, killing and war. 7 skill scrolls, with a surprise inside. The Orc King revealed a top skill called God of War Power. After learning it, it can greatly improve combat power like Berserk, but without the sequelae of Berserk. It is the strongest among the top skills. A mid-level hero professional certificate called War Messenger. 2 jewelry cutting recipes. 3 alchemy recipes. In addition to these, there will be a 1,000 gold reward for destroying the Orc King's headquarters, as well as a large number of specialties from the Burning Wasteland dungeon, more than 200 pieces of mithril, more than 100 pieces of ash stone, and more than a dozen pieces of flame crystal. Chapter 216. Chu Cheng took one of the 9 purple items, a ring, to replace the original blue ring. Conqueror's Ring, Epic/Purple, Equipment Type, Ring. Equipment Requirements, None. Equipment Attributes, Constitution plus 25. Equipment Attributes, Strength plus 25. Equipment Attributes, Agility plus 25. Equipment Features, Attack plus 50. Evaluation, Conqueror's Power Ring. Red took 2 items. A Violent Cloak replaced the original Diversion Cloak. Diversion Cloak is a level 15 cloak, the attribute bonus is too low, and the attached diversion skill is gradually unable to resist as the enemy becomes stronger and stronger. Other equipment was taken by the 4 teammates according to their needs, and those that were not needed were sold. They were not lucky this time, and did not get any super excellent items. Most of the gains were sold by Fang Shi, leaving only the 22 purple quality gems, and the War Violent skill, which he could learn. Power of the God of War. Top infuse the power of the God of War, and instantly gain extremely powerful strength. Attributes. All attributes plus 100, movement speed plus 100, attack speed plus 100%, attack power plus 1000, gain intermediate hegemony, lasting 60 seconds, cooling time 15 days. Tips. When the power of the God of War is turned on, you will get a strong dispel, with the priority being the domain level. It is the strongest among the top skills. If you use the golden finger to strengthen it 1 level. As far as Chu Cheng knows, normally the skill cap is the top level, and above that are all kinds of powerful hero skills. Of course, this does not mean that hero skills must be stronger than regular skills, nor does it mean that the limit of regular skills is the top level. This aspect involves the abnormality. Above the regular skills, there is a skill level called the legendary level. The number is extremely rare, and the power is also very exaggerated. At least Chu Cheng has only heard of it, but never seen it. Maybe he will have a chance to see it today. Chu Cheng held the scroll in his hand, and the scroll turned into light, and merged into his body with a thought, and the God of War skill appeared on the panel. But the skill only appeared a little bit, and then it became blurry. He knew that this was the golden finger taking effect and strengthening the skill. Buzz. Chu Cheng felt his consciousness blurred for a while, and for a moment he felt a gaze that seemed to be real looking at him, but it blurred and disappeared in an instant. Then a powerful warm current appeared in his body out of thin air, and quickly flowed through his body. Gods descended to the earth. Legend. The power of the gods was infused, and the power of the gods was instantly blessed. Attributes. All attributes plus 300, movement speed plus 300, attack speed plus 300%, attack power plus 3000, obtain advanced hegemony, magic immunity, lasting 60 seconds, cooling time 15 days. Tips. Get a strong dispel when opening the God of Heaven, with priority at the law level. His. Too strong. Even though he was mentally prepared, Chu Cheng was still shocked when he saw the attributes of this legendary skill. Super Trump Card Killer. Can only be used at critical moments. After all, the cooling time of 15 days is too long. But it's not a big problem. There is also a cooling time of 15 days without upgrading. He was mentally prepared. Keep going. This round trip takes more than 10 days, and he can make another trip. The next day, Fang Shi sold all the spoils, and the team funds had soared to 6,854 gold. After all, they were alone in the dungeon. Originally, many teams shared the profits. Now, they were the only team to collect all the profits, so the profits were naturally high. On the 3rd day, the team set out again. 11 days later, the group returned with a full load. They harvested another true realm stone, as well as miscellaneous income worth more than 3,000 gold. The total funds of the team have exceeded 10,000. After counting all the income, each member was given 1,000 gold for daily needs, and the rest was kept as team funds. Chu Cheng spent a full 5,000 gold to buy 2 killing runes and 3 war runes, and then replaced the fire rune he got with a blood-sucking rune from others. Adding the magic runes he had accumulated, he had 2 blood-sucking runes, 3 killing runes, and 4 war runes, exactly 9. 300% of the progress of gathering spirits. 9 magic runes. You can forge a top-grade orange outfit. The forging method is very simple. After completing the gathering of spirits, all the magic runes are integrated into it, and then the magic power is input to activate the reserved magic circle in the legendary embryo, and it is automatically formed. After all, the legendary embryo has been built, and it only needs energy injection to determine the attributes. Chu Cheng placed the huge legendary embryo on the experimental table, implemented many steps step by step, integrated the magic runes into it one by one, and then cut his wrist with a knife, and a large drop of blood dripped onto the embryo. The legendary embryo suddenly lit up and burned, and the magic runes embedded in the slot quickly lit up, burned, and integrated into the embryo. My first orange outfit. Chu Cheng took a deep breath and stared at the blood slowly seeping into the embryo. Integrating his blood can ensure that the attached attributes can match his profession. After about a quarter of an hour, the bloody flame slowly merged into the embryo, and the edge was restrained. Is it done? He reached out and grabbed the hilt of the two-handed sword, and immediately felt a very intimate feeling of flesh and blood connection. It's done! He turned his wrist and chopped down the blade, and he could clearly feel the hidden edge of this sword. Time Cutter, Legend/Top Grade, Equipment Type, Two-handed Sword. Equipment Requirements, 500 Constitution, 500 Strength. Basic Attack, 1250/. Additional Attributes, 100 Constitution. Additional Attributes, 100 Strength. Additional Characteristics, Time Cutting, the edge of this sword can cut time, and the armor penetration is increased by 50. There is a probability to cut off the opponent's weapon and break the opponent's armor. Additional Characteristics, Time Mark, accumulate 1 time mark every day. Each time mark adds 100 points of real damage, and a maximum of 10 time marks can be accumulated. Additional Skills, Time Shattering, detonating all time marks. The next attack causes 10 times the real damage that ignores all defense and damage reduction, and cannot be recovered by any means in the next 30 seconds, and the kill cannot be resurrected by any means. Slots, 12. Evaluation, a magic weapon from outside the superdimensional vision that can cut time. Good stuff. Chu Cheng immediately equipped it, replacing the Frost Thorn. However, after trying a few moves with the Time Cutter and ice, he took off the ice, practiced with both hands, and nodded, that's it. Although the power of the giant god can dual-wield two-handed weapons, if one is a two-handed weapon and the other is a one-handed sword, it will still greatly affect the rhythm of the battle, and the combat power will not increase but decrease. Wait a moment. Wait until the rookie competition is over, go to the Devil Lord's palace, and get the Doomsday Lord's blade. If both are two-handed weapons, the balance is restored, and the combat power will not be affected. After the equipment was cast, Chu Cheng immediately ran to Fang Xi's residence and showed her the properties. Fang Xi looked at the Time Cutter and nodded seriously. It's a very powerful weapon, but your two-handed sword level should not be high. Chu Cheng nodded, yes, but it's not a big problem. It's already an expert level now. If you practice more, you will be promoted to a master in no time. Chapter 217. The freshman assessment will begin the day after tomorrow. Everyone will gather in the auditorium the day after tomorrow morning. As expected, the freshman test announced by instructor Yundinga a year ago is about to begin. Chu has not been idle these 2 days. He went to the training ground to practice two-handed sword weapon skills. 2 days later, early in the morning, Chu Cheng woke up early, looked down at the sleeping beauty in his arms, and the 5 fingers of his right hand were embedded in the soft flesh. He gently pinched and pulled out his hand, got up and prepared to leave. The beauty moaned softly, opened her beautiful eyes, and held his hand on her face. Chu Cheng stroked her tender face and asked, "Are you going to watch the game?" She shook her head and said, "No suspense, I don't want to go." Chu Cheng lowered his head and kissed her cheek lightly. "Okay, you take a rest." "Yeah." After eating something simple, he went straight to the instructor's mage tower. It was still the familiar auditorium, where all the professionals gathered. The number of professionals who came this time was not as many as last time. The moment Chu Cheng appeared in the auditorium, dozens of eyes immediately looked over. In addition to many seniors, most of his classmates looked at him. Luo Lingfeng sat over and laughed softly. "Captain, you are now everyone's challenge target." Oh! He was not surprised, he had expected it. Last time, he was the last one standing. Now his strength has obviously become stronger, which will definitely make them more vigilant. But it doesn't make any sense. With absolute strength suppression, no one is his opponent. Several assistants and mentors also know this situation. They are clear about the strength of this group of newcomers. They know that there is no suspense. They don't even have much passion when talking to them, and they don't give them chicken blood like before. After a few brief words, the newcomer assessment began. In the challenge space, Chu Cheng appeared on the stage and stood opposite Tian Lingchuan. He bowed his hands expressionlessly and said, "I heard that all the assistants and instructors think that you are much stronger than us. Today I want to see it for myself." Chu Cheng clasped his fists in return and smiled. It's just that the teacher thinks so. Tian Lingchuan couldn't help but ask, what about you? I think I am overwhelmingly stronger than you. Tian Lingchuan's face was angry, and he said coldly, I would like to see it for myself. I will do as you wish. The countdown appeared in front of the two people. Tian Lingchuan patted his chest, and a layer of magic barrier was formed to protect himself. Then he quickly used the super magic technique to cast a spell, and cast a silent spell in advance, and waited for the countdown to end. Then he quickly chanted a powerful spell. He cast a powerful control spell in time, which would take effect as soon as the countdown ended. At that time, all the amplifications would be fully activated, giving the silenced opponent his strongest blow. The tactic was very good, but the premise was that he could hit the opponent. The countdown passed quickly, and soon reached 0. The silence prepared in advance by the super magic skill spell was immediately effective, silencing the entire field. At the same time, the second spell that was guided early also took effect. The space where Chu Cheng was located quickly collapsed inward, and the super strong gravity bound this area. However, Chu Cheng was not bound. He walked out of the collapsed gravity vortex with his hands behind his back, treating the silence and gravity vortex as nothing. Time shelter. He drew out the two swords with both hands, and disappeared out of thin air in the sudden change of Tian Lingchuan's expression. The next moment, he appeared in front of Tian Lingchuan, and the 12 cold stars exploded. The shield shook violently, and quickly became thinner. Chu Cheng was not interested in this so-called rookie trial. The difference in strength was too big, and he had no interest in fighting with him. So when the countdown ended 1 second, he directly used his ultimate. Anyway, all states would be reset during the game, and all skills could be used in each round. He started with the time protection, which was a one-sided beating. At this time, Tian Lingchuan was only level 36, and the levels of other people of the same grade were mostly between level 35 and level 40, and there was no way to compete with him. Even the newly cast orange equipment was not needed, and it was a one-sided crushing. In less than 5 seconds, Tian Lingchuan's magic barrier and shield were torn apart, and he was easily defeated. 2 minutes later, the second round started, and the opponent was the ice mage Wei Lingyue. The same tactics, crushed again. The third round, Zhang Xian, the arcane mage. The fourth round, Yan Hui, the celestial mage. The fifth round. There's nothing to see, the gap is too big. Yeah, this move is too unsolvable. In the spectator seats, the assistants and seniors were also drowsy. It was not until more than 10 rounds later that it was finally the turn of Dong Mushin, the upper hero professional swordsman, that everyone perked up a little. On the ring, Dong Mushin pointed with his long sword and said in a deep voice, Your strength is indeed very strong, but I am still not completely convinced. I want to challenge you. Not completely convinced. Chu Cheng couldn't help laughing and said, For this sentence, I give you a chance to show yourself. The two swords turned gently, and held the sword flower. This time, he did not open the time protection. When the countdown ended, Dong Mushin's figure disappeared instantly, and entered the invisible state. Chu Cheng was slightly stunned and laughed. It was obvious that this was Dong Mushin's tactic to deal with his invincibility, and he wanted to use invisibility to drag his invincibility to an end. He was not in a hurry, and walked slowly on the ring with his two swords behind his back. Dang! He suddenly raised his hand and pointed with his sword. A spark exploded, and a vague transparent outline flashed and disappeared. Chu Cheng slid forward, and his hands pointed at the empty space, and a series of sparks exploded in an instant. He opened and closed his swords, and stabbed more than 10 times in an instant. In front of him, a transparent shadow slowly emerged from the empty space, and Dong Mushin's figure slowly appeared as he continued to attack. Open! The figure of Dong Mushin disappeared, and 4 figures exactly like him exploded in the place where he disappeared after 0.1 seconds, and they all clenched their hands and slashed with a sword. Chu Cheng turned his wrist, and stabbed as fast as a phantom, and a series of weapon collisions sounded. Ding ding ding! The 3 Dong Mushins disappeared, and the remaining one slid back 2 meters. With a look of shock on his face, Your swordsmanship? Chu Cheng shook his head and said, Don't worry, it's not at the master level yet. But it's beyond my expectation that you can master the master level swordsmanship so quickly. Only you and Luo Lingfeng are okay this year. As he spoke, he turned his wrist, and the 2 weapons disappeared, and then he took out a 2-handed sword and took a fighting stance. Dong Mushin's eyes widened, and then his face showed shame and anger. You are humiliating me. Chu Cheng shook his head and said, Use what I am best at, you can't fight back. Dong Mushin gritted his teeth, and shook again to split into 3 mirror images, 2 on each side, and pounced on him. Chu Cheng's two-handed sword was horizontal and turned, and there was a series of crisp clangs, but there were also many muffled sounds, and several swords hit his face and chest. He turned from defense to offense without hesitation, swung the two-handed sword and turned around, using the force to sweep the sword across. Dong Mushin held a mirror image sword in front of him to block, but was directly smashed away by the huge force. The other 3 mirror images evaded swiftly, and when his sword power was exhausted, they quickly approached and slashed at him. Chu Cheng reacted quickly, and put away his sword to protect himself, but he only blocked half of the attack and failed to block the other half. Chapter 218. The advantage of a two-handed sword is its power and strength. My advantage is absolute strength. Dong Mushin's strength is probably less than half of mine. I can't compare to him in terms of two-handed sword weapon skills, but I have attribute advantages. Whether it is strength, agility, or perception, I can completely crush him. I should play to my advantage. While being suppressed, Chu Cheng calmed down and slowly understood his own advantages, and then integrated this advantage into his own skills. 1 force defeats 10 skills. With a full-strength sword sweep, all of Dong Mushin's attacks were swept away. No matter how exquisite his skills were, they would collapse and deform under the attack of absolute power. Attack instead of defense, the efficiency is higher. But Chu Cheng did not simply rely on his own attribute advantages. Instead, he continued to learn Dong Mushin's swordsmanship and skills, and then combined some of his own two-handed sword skills into the use of two-handed swordsmanship. There is something in common between the two. Dong Mushin is also a two-handed sword weapon, and his swordsmanship is at the master level, 1 level higher than him, which is just right for him to learn and try. Stimulated by his behavior, Dong Mushin attacked without holding back, showing all his skills in front of him without reservation. Chu Cheng greedily absorbed combat experience, and his two-handed sword weapon skill experience increased visibly. Swift wind. Dong Mushin disappeared out of thin air. Chu Cheng listened attentively for a few seconds, turned around and slashed his sword to the upper right. A figure appeared out of thin air, and the big sword turned and stabbed Chu Cheng's sword-holding hand. Chu Cheng reflexively drew back the sword and slapped it. With a loud clang, Dong Mushin was repelled, and then disappeared again in a flash. Doppelganger slash. 10 Dong Mushin mirror images appeared around Chu Cheng at the same time, swinging their swords together. Dozens of attacks came at him in an instant. He only had time to hold his sword horizontally in front of him, and then a violent storm hit him, instantly hitting him so hard that he couldn't tell east from west. In just 3 seconds, a huge burst of more than 7,000 hits reduced his health to less than half. Well, forget it, I don't want to play anymore. Time travel. The beaten Chu Cheng disappeared and reappeared, and 20 phantoms of Chu Cheng appeared behind the 10 mirror images around him at the same time, swinging their swords together to cut down. The 9 mirror images of Dong Mushin were shattered, and his true body was immediately revealed. Divine Power critical hit. The powerful and heavy blow knocked Dong Mushin, who was fixed, into the air more than 10 meters high and stunned him. He directly opened the void shuttle, and flashed to the top of Dong Mushin's head. He swung his sword horizontally, and fell like a meteor. The Nether Strike flashed to the ground, and set fire to the sky. The LV5 Nether Strike specialty has the feature of knocking back, and once again knocked Dong Mushin, who was about to fall to the ground, into the air. His figure shuttled back and forth between the etheric plane and the material plane. He dodged 6 times in the short 1 second of his fall, hitting Dong Mushin like a ball, and making him sway from side to side. I don't know how many people covered their eyes, and couldn't bear to watch. The moment he landed, he violently charged on the spot, and knocked him unconscious. He swung his sword with all his strength for 6 consecutive slashes, and the time lock was triggered at the 4th slash. The past and future incarnations holding two-handed swords emerged, and a round of mixed 3 hits, but the combo was not over yet, and the ring protection was triggered. It's over. Dong Mushin also woke up, but stood there for a long time without moving, looking a little autistic. Chu Cheng's two-handed sword skills are still at the expert level. After Dong Mushin's high-quality sparring just now, he is now a long way closer to the master level. Logically speaking, he can't beat him if his sword skills are 1 level lower, but the attribute gap is too big, and the skill gap is even bigger. The expert level sword skills are not bad. As long as he seizes the opportunity, he can still be strong in 1 round. On the rostrum, several assistants were all smiles. It seems that our faction is really going to produce a legendary figure. Lu Dongrui smiled and said to another assistant next to him, "Old Xiao, you are good at swordsmanship, and Chu Chung is also good at swordsmanship. You can teach him when you have nothing to do. Assistant Jiao Yi smiled and nodded. That's no problem, I'm always free. Then he said to Su Yingying, the only female assistant in the assistant group, her teammate Fang Shi has made rapid progress recently, but she still needs a lot of accumulation in spells. You can teach her for a while. No problem. As for Luo Lingfeng, you, old Lu, can teach him. He is good at unarmed combat, and you are a monk. You have something in common in this aspect. Okay. Several assistants were assigning tasks here, and decided to increase their training efforts. But Zhang Chaosheng and Feng Lingxing didn't mention them. Time passed, and it was unknowingly approaching the end. After defeating Dong Mushin, Chu Chung never played again, and the remaining opponents all gave up and admitted defeat. When the final round was decided, Assistant Lu Dongrui stood up and announced the final winner and ranking of this rookie competition. The first place winner of this rookie competition, Chu Chung, will be awarded 3,000 gold and a customized legendary equipment. The second place winner, Luo Lingfeng, will be awarded 2,000 gold and a customized top-quality epic equipment. The third place winner, Dong Mushin, will be awarded 1,000 gold and a customized top-quality epic equipment. The fourth place winner, Yin Hui, will be awarded. The top 5 will come to the instructor's office later to receive their rewards, and the others will be dismissed. After announcing these, the instructor and the assistants teleported away one by one. Many seniors also stood up one after another. Some left the venue, while others gathered together to chat. Some who knew Chu Chung waved from afar and came forward to chat with enthusiasm. Old students are different from freshmen. Freshmen are still immersed in the atmosphere of colleges and universities. The dungeons they enter are relatively safe, and they have not experienced dangerous beatings. But old students are different. After reaching level 40 or above, they basically start to prepare to form a team to leave college and enter the Chaos Realm for training. Even Zhang Chaosheng and other seniors, who are still in the dungeon, have had the experience of going to the realm for adventure, but they don't have a fixed team and spend most of their time accumulating capital in the dungeon. Once there is a fixed team, they have to go out to the Chaos Realm to prepare for graduation in the future. After graduating from high-level academic tyrants like them for 10 years, if they don't want to go back to their hometowns to eat and wait for death, they have to continue to work hard and find a way to obtain a fixed territory and obtain resources continuously, whether it is for now or for the future. Most of the professionals at the legendary level can no longer count on it, but the extraordinary level can still be counted on. When the professional level can no longer be raised in the future, you have to consider getting married, having children, and building a family business. This requires going to the dangerous Chaos Realm to fight, and find a strange new realm to occupy, and become your own territory. Among them, the transformation copy is too far away, and it cannot be operated without legendary strength. And it is not easy to establish a territory. You must have enough strength to defend the territory, and resist the many alien races and monsters around. You also need a lot of funds to build the territory. And all of the above require a very powerful leader. Compared with those lords, who are not known, classmates like them, who come from the same school and faction, are naturally more trustworthy. Get to know them now. If Chu Chung has a firm foothold outside in the future and needs to expand, he can come to the school directly to recruit seniors. Under the same mentor, it is more trustworthy. Chapter 219. In the tutor's office, Yundinga took out a treasure chest with orange light and pushed it over, saying, "Legendary leather armor, medium grade, can't be upgraded to ancient grade, but enough for you to use in legend." "Thank you, tutor." Chu Chung took it and smiled. "Enough for legend." Yundinga nodded and continued. "The specific time of the star sublimation ceremony has been set. 3 months later, I will officially notify you. Don't run around. I will stay in school at that time. In addition, after the star sublimation ceremony is over, you will be a senior student. What are your plans at that time? Will you continue to stay in school or go out to explore? According to the rules of the tower will only provide you with 3 years of training. 100 points of copy points in the first year, 50 points in the second year, 25 points in the third year, and no more copy points after 3 years. You can either spend money to buy copy points or leave the college and explore the Chaos Realm." Chu Chung scratched his forehead and said, "If there is no accident, I should stay for another year to accumulate more funds. Okay, I will provide 100 extra copy points in the second year." "Thank you, mentor." Yundinga nodded and said directly, "I am very optimistic about you, and hope to hear the news of your promotion to legend one day in the future. I will work hard." "Well, go ahead." Back to his residence, Chu Cheng opened the trophy chest and took out the 3,000 gold and a piece of leather armor. I spent 5,000 gold to buy magic runes before, and only 1,000 gold is left. With these 3,000, there are 4,000 gold. Crystal Dragon Leather Armor, Legendary/Medium Quality, Equipment Type, Leather Armor. Equipment Requirements: Constitution 400, Strength 400. Basic Attributes: Defense plus 30. Equipment Attributes: All Damage minus 100. Equipment Attributes: Magic Resistance plus 30%. Equipment Features: Legendary Crystal Dragon Skin, reduces all damage by 15%. Equipment Skills: Crystal Dragonization, after activation, the whole body will be crystallized, gaining complete physical and magic immunity, lasting 5 seconds, with a cooldown of 2 hours. Equipment Skills: Dragon Body, after activation, gain a trace of the power of the Crystal Dragon, transform into a half-dragon, increase physique by 200, increase strength by 200, increase attack power by 2,000, increase defense by 20, increase magic resistance by 20%, lasting 30 seconds, with a cooldown of 24 hours. Holes: 12. Evaluation: A leather armor made of legendary Crystal Dragon skin, with a trace of the power of the legendary Crystal Dragon remaining in it. Well, it is worthy of being a legendary equipment. Chu Cheng was very satisfied with this attribute. Not only can it be used until the legendary level, but if there is no better equipment, when the legendary level is reached, it can be used all the time. The level and equipment are almost the same. You can go to Modar's palace to get the 2 legendary pieces. Chu Cheng pursed his lips and thought, and then sent a message to all team members. 10 minutes later, all the team members gathered. Zhang Chaosheng took a sip of tea and asked, "Captain, are we going to the dungeon?" Chu Cheng nodded and said, "It can be said that it is very difficult, and there are considerable risks. You must be prepared in advance." He took out the teleportation scroll of the Hell Lord and shared the attributes with them, saying, "I got a chance by accident before. There are definitely 2 legendary equipment, and a legendary gem in it. There is a 2-handed sword weapon in it. I need this to match the legendary weapon in my hand. I don't want the other legendary ring and legendary gem. In addition, there should be a lot of good things in the palace of the Devil Lord, including some powerful special props." After listening to his explanation, Feng Lingxing immediately asked, "Can you be sure that the Devil Lord will not be there after we are teleported in? If he happens to be there when we go there, then we are done. I can't be sure if he is there, but this is just one of the many palaces of the Devil Lord. Generally speaking, whether it is a Demon Lord or a Devil Lord, most of their bodies stay in the core nest, and are unlikely to leave their core areas. For a palace like this, at most one of their incarnations will come here, and the probability of their real body coming here is very low and can be ignored." "That's true." Feng Lingxing nodded and said, "For a Devil Lord like this, his strength can only reach its peak in his core territory. The Devil Lord has many enemies, and his real body rarely leaves the core territory. In this case, the worst case scenario is just running into an incarnation of the Devil Lord." Chu Cheng nodded and said, "So we must prepare a few legendary teleportation scrolls, and teleport away immediately if the situation is not right. Do you know how much a legendary teleportation scroll costs?" Feng Lingxing raised his hand and answered, "About 1,000 gold, and we need 5,000 gold for 5 people. This cannot be saved, it must be. Then, the money is not enough. The team now has a total of 8,000 gold, and 1 teleportation scroll per person costs 5,000 gold, and then, they need to buy a batch of legendary trap removal and legendary magic barrier removal, which are used to remove the magic barrier and magic traps on the Devil Lord's collection. I'm afraid they need to prepare more than 5. Chu Cheng rubbed his face hard and said, "I still have to go to brush a few copies to make some money." Zhang Chaosheng smiled and said, "This is also good. After a few more waves, the equipment will be updated, and the level can be upgraded by 1 or 2 levels, and the strength will be stronger and more confident." Feng Lingxing and Luo Lingfeng also nodded in agreement. Seeing this, Chu Cheng nodded and said, "In that case, let's make some money first. By the way," Chu Cheng said to Feng Shi, "try to upgrade the magic removal and banishment to LV10. Then you can remove magic traps and magic barriers below the legendary level by yourself." Okay. The day after the newcomer assessment, a group of 5 people gathered to go to the dungeon again. Underworld, Intermediate Dungeon, Challenge Level 20 to 45, Specialties, Mithril, Fine Gold, Black Iron ore and other ores. A very classic underground world. In the underworld, the main enemy is a Drow city, and the final boss is the mistress and priest of the Drow family. The underground environment is not good, but it does not affect Godzilla's performance. After finding the giant underground cave where the Drow city is located, first slaughter all the surrounding Drow-affiliated races, then ambush and kill 2 Drow reinforcements, and finally block the largest passage outside the Drow city and kill them. The passage was limited in size, with the widest part being more than 200 meters wide, but the narrowest part being only 40 to 50 meters wide, so the numerical advantage of Zhuor could not be brought into play. Godzilla stood at the narrower part, and one man could block the passage. It took only half a month to slaughter the entire Zhuor city and complete the clearance. The harvest was extremely rich. In addition to the equipment replaced by the team members, the remaining total income was as high as more than 4,000. Half a month later, they went to the next dungeon without stopping. It took only 10 days to complete the second dungeon, and the reward was slightly lower, only 3,200 gold. With Godzilla's own strong strength, they maintained an average speed of clearing one intermediate dungeon every half a month, frantically collecting materials and updating equipment at the same time. Each dungeon can harvest an average of 7 to 10 purple equipment, and can update one at a time, and can update 2 or 3 at most, and all of them are epic equipment of level 40. Chapter 220. Before going to the next level, Chu Chung went to the trading platform to select a batch of professional certificates and a series of skills. The next day, he summoned 5 soldiers. The 5 men lined up and looked at him excitedly. Chu Chung nodded and said in a deep voice, "I said before that if you work hard for me, you may get benefits beyond your imagination." Chu Chung stretched out his hand, with 5 professional certificates in front of him, and smiled and said, "Normally, you can't get the opportunity to change your fate without 5 or 10 years of loyalty, but you are lucky. I am short of manpower now, so I give you this opportunity in advance." The 5 people have heard something from his words, and their faces showed joy, and then excitement. Captain Lu Fei immediately knelt down and said loudly, "I am willing to die for the Lord. I am willing to die for the Lord." The other people were not slow, and they knelt down to express their loyalty to him. Chu Chung nodded and said, "Here are 5 professional certificates that will allow you to become a professional Lu Fei. Here. Come forward." Lu Fei quickly knelt down in front of him and bowed his head. Chu Chung was very satisfied with this. He didn't know what they were thinking, but at least they showed their loyalty and gratitude in action. Chu Chung accepted their kneeling with peace of mind. No matter when, if someone gives you the opportunity to change your fate and class, you can totally accept your prostration. This opportunity is hard to come by, and I don't know how many ordinary soldiers will never have this opportunity. Chu Chung walked in front of Lu Fei, holding the transfer certificate in his hand, and activated it with a thought. He turned into light out of thin air, and fell on Lu Fei's head. The dazzling light wrapped him, and began to transform. Then, they followed the same method and changed the remaining 4 people's jobs one by one. Their job changes were decided by Chu Chung, not to fill the gaps in their team, but more to serve the future. The original Captain Lu Fei, Deputy Captain Lu Chuan, and team member Lu Ong were all changed to War Knights, top-level professionals, and they were equipped with a series of auras and buff skills, as well as damage reduction and life-saving skills. Their positioning is middle-level officers, responsible for medium-scale command, or responsible for guarding a certain place. Team members Lu Yu and Lu Dong were originally archers, and they also changed their jobs to shooter profession, which is also a top profession. Chu Chung carefully selected a complete set of professional skills according to their positioning. When they leave the school to explore in the future, they will be their first batch of middle-level officers. The job change was very fast, and it was completed in just 1 minute, but Chu Chung spent more than 2 hours choosing their expertise, learning skills, and teaching them their future growth path. In addition, after the job change, their professional level was also reduced. The original level was between 42 and 44, and after changing to a professional, the level was halved to only around 21 and 22. But it was not a big problem. Chu Chung took them to the dungeon the next day. They didn't have to do anything but lie at the back of the team. With their current level, they could easily reach level 30 after completing a dungeon. In addition, the equipment obtained in the dungeon would be their turn to choose after the main 5 people had chosen. Although all the dropped equipment was level 40, and they could not equip it yet, they could save it first and equip it when they reached a certain level later. In the next few months, Chu Chung passed through dungeons one by one with super high efficiency. As long as it was an intermediate dungeon, no matter what type it was, no matter how difficult it was, as long as the dungeon had just been reincarnated for a short time, it would be fine. Anyway, with Godzilla here, there is no problem of whether the intermediate dungeons are difficult or not, and they are all pushed all the way. In just 2.5 months, 6 dungeons were completed in one go. In addition to the income, the team strength has been greatly improved. Chu Cheng's level has been upgraded to 45. Fang Shi's level has been upgraded to 46. Luo Lingfeng's level has been upgraded to 45. Zhang Chaoxing's level has been upgraded to 45. Feng Lingxing's level has been upgraded to 46. The 5 subordinates followed them to lie in 6 dungeons, and their levels have also been upgraded to 41. All their equipment has been replaced with equipment of level 40 or above, and their strength has been greatly improved. The attribute bonus of level 40 red quality equipment is 15 points. There are 16 pieces of equipment in the full set. Except for armor, there is generally no attribute increase. There are 15 pieces of all rare quality, and the bonus is more than 200 points. In addition to the upgraded attributes, they have gained a lot of attribute and skill points by following the dungeon. At this time, their 3 main attributes of physical strength and agility are estimated to be more than 300 points, which is already good. I am definitely not as good as the students of the top schools, but ordinary non-school professionals may not be as good as them. Non-school professionals don't have so many dungeons to play without brushing. They need to enter dangerous realms to play boss, and they have to compete with others. They may not be as luxurious as them. After brushing 6 times in a row, the rewards of the dungeon itself, as well as the accumulation of many unwanted loot, added up to a total of 17,620 gold. In addition, 2 real-world stones were harvested. Hundreds of purple magic gems. Each person got more than 5 purple quality equipment on average, and the equipment was almost full of purple. 8 magic runes, killing rune *3, blood-sucking rune *1, dark rune *1, fear rune *1, steel rune *2. In addition, several special props were obtained. Godzilla is Chu Cheng's battle pet, so he gets the most free attribute points and skill points, 170 free attribute points, and 256 skill points in 6 copies. Free attribute points are much less than skill points. The reason for this is that strength decays. As the attributes get closer to the extreme value, they will slowly decay. When the own attributes and accumulated attributes reach the extreme value of their own attributes, the free attribute points gained by brushing the copy will become less and less, until no more attribute income is obtained. Chu Cheng's current naked physique and strength attributes have exceeded 700, which is already very exaggerated. Normal professionals cannot reach such a high extreme value. He estimated that his attribute extreme value is about 1,000 after the addition of gold fingers and other aspects, which is very close. There will be a big action soon, and these attributes do not need to be kept. Chu Cheng thought for a while, and 170 free attribute points were added to physique and strength respectively, including 70 points of physique and 100 points of strength. After adding points, Chu Cheng's HP has reached more than 27,000, a real blood cow. After adding points, the next step is to upgrade skills. Adding the previous surplus, there are now 277 skill points, which is enough. Chu Cheng thought carefully for a while, and considered which skills to upgrade. Blood God Body. Consume 100 skill points to upgrade the Blood God Body to LV10. Blood God Body LV10. Top the Blood God Body can withstand more damage, reduce 28% of all damage, and increase life regeneration by 60. Features: Blood God. Blood God. For every enemy killed, life regeneration increases by 6, lasting for 120 seconds, and continuous killing refreshes the duration. Tips: the Blood God effect can be stacked, with a maximum stacking limit of 50 layers. Tips: the effect can be dispelled, and the priority is authority. LV5 Expertise. Damage reduction increases by 6%. Chapter 221. LV10 Specialty 1. Damage reduction plus 10%. LV10 Specialty 2. Life regeneration plus 50. LV10 Specialty 3. Blood God stacking time plus 120 seconds. This is a specialty that has been enhanced by the Golden Finger, and Chu Cheng chose Specialty 1 without hesitation. The basic 28% damage reduction, plus the LV5 Specialty and LV10 Specialty, a total of 16% damage reduction, all added up to 44% damage reduction. With this damage reduction, his physical defense and magic resistance are now maxed out, reaching the defense limit below the legend, which is 75%. Under the legend, whether it is physical defense or magic resistance, the extreme value is 75%. Only after being promoted to legend can the upper limit be increased by 10%, reaching the upper limit of 85%. Going up, it is the Holy Armor. Then the next skill to be upgraded, He chose to upgrade Phase Walk and Furious Charge to LV5 respectively, spending a total of 80 skill points. Furious Charge LV5, top focus on a target within the field of view and enter the charge state, increase the movement speed by 1000 points, and knock away all enemies with lower strength than itself along the way, causing physical damage of strength *4, causing physical damage of strength *8 to the charge target, and stun for 2 seconds, with a cooldown of 2 minutes. Tips. The skill can be dispelled, with priority at the authority level. LV5 specialty. All enemies that are knocked away are stunned for 1 second. Phase God LV5, top enter the phase state, increase the movement speed by 400 and dodge by 50%, and reduce the collision volume to 0, lasting for 15 seconds, with a cooldown of 3 minutes. Tips. The skill can be dispelled, with priority at the authority level. LV5 specialty. Get primary hegemony in phase state. After upgrading these, there are 97 skill points left, which can only upgrade one advanced skill to LV10, not enough to upgrade the top skill to LV10. But Chu Chung thinks it is unnecessary to upgrade the 2 advanced skills to LV10. At least, he will not upgrade them until he has a lot of skill points. Go by 3 points. There are skill stones for source power conversion on the trading platform, but compared to the newcomer benefits in middle school, which only cost 2 gold points, it now costs 20 gold points, which is 10 times more expensive. Free attribute points are also for sale, and the price is more expensive, 30 gold points. It's a pity that this benefit is only available in middle school, and it is limited. He remembered that when he was in number 5 middle school, it seemed that he could only buy a few dozen points in total, and he couldn't buy more even if he had money. Well, do you want to spend 2,000 gold to buy another 100 skill points? Add to what you already have, you could upgrade the 2 top skills to LV10. Let's do it. I have money anyway. Chu Chung decisively spent 4,060 gold to buy 203 free skill points. With the remaining 300 points, he could upgrade the 3 top skills to LV10. I've already spent money, so I might as well max it out. If he hadn't had the remaining money to buy things, he would have spent more money. Don't ask why he didn't spend money before. The answer is that he didn't have money. 300 skill points can upgrade the 3 top skills from LV5 to LV10. Chu Chung thought about it for a while, and had an idea in his mind. Divine Power critical hit LV10, top causes physical damage of 700% of the maximum attack to all enemies within a range of up to 20 meters in front of the self, knocks the target away, and stuns it for 1 second, and the cooldown time is 1 minute. LV5 specialty. Stun for 1 second after knocking away. LV10 specialty. Cancel charging. Violent charge LV10, top focus on a target within the field of view to enter the charge state, increase the movement speed by 2,000 points, and knock away all enemies with lower strength than itself along the way, causing physical damage of strength *6, causing physical damage of strength *12 to the charge target, and stunning for 2 seconds, with a cooling time of 2 minutes. Tips. The skill can be dispelled, with priority at the authority level. LV5 specialty. All enemies that are knocked away are stunned for 1 second. LV10 specialty. Gain primary hegemony in the charge state. Nether Strike LV10, top enter the etheric plane, instantly appear next to any target within a range of up to 1,000 meters to launch an attack, causing a destructive blow of 800% of its maximum attack, with a cooling time of 5 minutes. Tips. The skill cannot be dispelled, with priority at the authority level. LV5 specialty. The attack target is knocked away, interrupting continuous casting. LV10 specialty. The attack target is defeated, and the defense and magic resistance are reduced to 0, which lasts for 5 seconds. The hot-blooded fighting spirit and phase movement do not need to be upgraded. These 2 are enough now. After upgrading the skills, the next step is to prepare props. 5 legendary teleportation scrolls, 5 legendary magic trap removal scrolls, and 5 legendary magic removal scrolls, which cost a total of 15,000 gold. Teleportation scrolls are necessary. Magic trap removal and magic removal may not be used up. After all, Fangshi can remove them if they are lower than the legendary level, but they must be kept in reserve. Anyway, if they are not used up, they can be sold when they come back, or they can be used later. Anyway, they will not lose money. Then, there are a bunch of potions, more than a dozen extraordinary spell scrolls, including scrolls for opening doors, and boxes such as knocking spells that have been upgraded to extraordinary levels. Altogether, it cost 1,200 gold. At this point, the team only had 5,700 gold left. Next it was drill holes in equipment. The orange time cutter has 12 slots. The Epic Helmet Scourge Shelter has 6 slots. The Orange Crystal Dragon Leather Armor has 12 slots. Apart from this, no other equipment has slots, a total of 30 slots. Among them, the helmet and leather armor all increase physical fitness, and 18 slots can increase physical fitness by 180. The weapon is ready to embed magic runes and prepare to make a rune language time and space annihilation. This rune language is unique to the Star Tower. A god demon level boss of the school knows the formula of this rune language and has the ability to smelt it. As long as you are a student of the school, as long as you meet the conditions, you can entrust the tutor to ask the boss to take action. The conditions are very harsh. It requires a legendary weapon with 12 slots as the base material, and 12 magic runes, namely 3 killing runes, 3 steel runes, 3 war runes, and 3 space runes. The first 9 runes are okay, but the space runes at the back are extremely rare. There are so many copies in the school, and no copy produces space runes. However, no matter how rare it is nothing compared to the Star Tower. Don't forget that the Star Tower is best at the Void. They have a fixed channel to obtain space runes. Yundinga, as a miner, has this channel. Chu Chung has 9 magic runes, 3 killing runes, 2 steel runes, 1 dark rune is replaced by a steel rune, and 2 bloodsucking runes plus a horror rune are replaced by 3 war runes. Then he borrowed 1,000 gold from Fangxi, plus his own 5,000 gold, a total of 6,000 gold, and bought 3 space runes from Mentor Yundinga. After the materials were gathered, he asked the tutor to ask the bigwigs in the school to help. Fortunately, he used the tutor's relationship and didn't have to spend extra money. It was also because his performance was good enough that he could ask the tutor to spend this relationship. If it were other students, the tutor could help ask the bigwigs to help, but at least 1 or 2,000 yuan would be required for the fee. 2 days later, Chu Chung came to the tutor's office again. Yundinga took out a treasure box and put it on the table and pushed it in front of him. Take a look, are you satisfied? Chu Chung immediately thanked him, then opened the treasure box and took out the time cutter. Chapter 222. Time Cutter Time and Space Annihilation, Legend/Top Grade/Word of the Rune, Equipment Type, Two-Handed Sword. Equipment Requirements: Constitution 500, Strength 500. Basic Attack, 1250/. Additional Attributes: Constitution plus 100. Additional Attributes: Strength plus 100. Additional Characteristics: Time Cutter, Annihilation, the edge of this sword can cut time, annihilate time and space, armor penetration plus 50, break magic, with a high probability of cutting off weapons and breaking armor. Additional Characteristics: Time Mark, accumulate 1 time mark every day, each time mark adds 100 points of real damage, and a maximum of 10 time marks can be accumulated. Additional Skills: Time Shattering, detonating all time marks, the next attack causes 10 times the real damage that ignores all defenses and damage reduction, and cannot be recovered by any means in the next 30 seconds, and the killed cannot be resurrected by any means. Additional Skill: Time and Space Annihilation, activates the power of time and space in the Word of Myth, making all your subsequent attacks true damage that ignores defense and magic resistance, lasting 15 seconds, with a cooldown of 2 hours. Slots: 12, Word of the Rune Time and Space Annihilation, Evaluation, a divine weapon from outside the superdimensional vision that can cut time. The attributes have not increased, but the characteristics have been strengthened. It turns out that time cutting adds the annihilation characteristic, which originally only cuts off weapons and armor, but now it can break the law. The so-called breaking the law means that the weapon can cut through the magic without causing the spell to explode. Normally, if you use a weapon to cut a flying fireball, the fireball will explode. But with the breaking the law attribute, you can use the weapon to cut the fireball without exploding, and the corresponding other spells can also be used. This means that he doesn't need to dodge and block like before when dealing with magic professions, but can use weapons to cut through spells, which is more functional and more restraining to mages. The last time and space annihilation gives him 15 seconds of real attack, which is equivalent to 15 seconds of burst, which is very consistent with the name of the time and space annihilation rune language. In general, the properties of this rune language are indeed very consistent and worth the investment. With this, Chu Cheng's 2 epic weapons that he used at level 20 can be retired. The basic attack given by the strength attribute is 1808, the equipment adds 1000 real damage, the equipment adds 300, the weapon adds 1250, and the basic attack power of the time cutter reaches 4358. With his current attack speed, the two-handed sword can hit up to 6 times per second after stacking, and the critical strike is 3 times, with a total output of 78,444. The past, present and future are combined into one, with a total output of 235,000, which is much lower than the total output of 2 one-handed swords. But this is just one weapon. When you get the dual weapon of the Doomsday Guardian Blade, you can attack with both swords at the same time, which means 12 swords per second. Under time lock, the instant burst is 470,000. And this is just the burst under normal conditions, triggering the power of death to add 300 attacks. The legendary leather armor comes with the skill Dragon Body, which adds 200 strength and 2,000 attacks. The God of Heaven adds 300 strength and 3,000 attacks. A full burst can add 5,500 additional attacks. By that time, I dare not imagine. So far, all preparations have been completed. 2 days later, he summoned all teammates to prepare for departure. There were only 5 people in their team, and the 5 soldiers who changed their jobs were not summoned. Their strength was too low, and it was not worth spending 5,000 gold to prepare a way out for them. The Void Summoning Platform is a place where the Void Tower faction is specifically used to summon dangerous creatures in the Void. There is a powerful magic circle around it, and an old legendary magician affiliated with the Void Tower is in charge. If an accident occurs during the summoning process, such as a powerful void creature running in through the portal, the magic circle can be quickly activated to bind the void creature. In addition, this thing also has the function of providing coordinates. If they are accidentally teleported to an unknown realm during the summoning, they can use this as the coordinate, and use the legendary teleportation scroll to come back. This is also the main reason why they spend a lot of money to buy 5 teleportation scrolls, when the summoning scroll can last for an hour. After all, they don't know what is going on in the palace of the Devil Lord, and they don't know whether they can get the treasure within an hour. Chu Chung rented the magic circle for 1 day, with a deposit of 100. If nothing happens, just pay another 100 gold at the end. If an accident occurs, more additional aftermath fees need to be paid according to the level of the accident. Don't worry if a Modar will run out. There are 16 factions in the Star Tower, and each faction has powerful gods and demons. If he dares to teleport here, don't think about going back. All the team members gathered. Chu Chung took out the teleportation scroll of Amodar's palace, and said in a deep voice, "After entering, there may be a battle, everyone add buff first." Fong Shi immediately began to cast a spell to bless them with group buff. Those who drank medicine, and those who patted the scroll patted the scroll. "Are you ready?" "Yes." The 5 people answered one by one. When everyone was ready, Chu Chung began to activate the scroll. After 15 seconds of activation, the scroll burned and turned into a ball of flames and fell down, quickly turning into a light gate, and a heat wave with a smell of sulfur rushed to the face. Add a shield. Fong Shi immediately added a magic shield for Chu Chung. He took a deep breath and walked into the door. The space changed, and in an instant, the teleportation platform appeared on a huge platform made of red rocks. Behind it was a huge castle. Beyond the platform in front was a burning lava land. The land was red and full of fissures. The inside was red, and heat waves with a strong smell of sulfur seeped out from the fissures. Looking up and looking around, the sky was gray and dark red, and blood-red lightning exploded from time to time. The mountains in the distance were red and bare. From time to time, flames could be seen gushing from the top of the mountains. Dark red lava flowed out along the surroundings. Billowing smoke rose into the sky, and from time to time, huge black shadows could be seen passing through the smoke. The land was full of wandering skeletons, groups of little devils and hellhounds, and occasionally tall steel demons and chain demons. Is this the territory of a Modar? Looking back, behind was a huge fortress built of red rocks. Chu Chung looked around and found that this platform was located above the fortress. There was a black metal door near the castle. Opening the door should allow him to enter the Hell Fortress. At this time, several team members came out one after another. Luo Lingfeng looked around curiously and said in amazement, "This should be in the deep boundary of the Hell Disaster Domain group." Not sure. Feng Lingxing was looking at the castle behind him. He stretched out his hand and gestured, saying, "This castle is like a mountain. How many floors are there in it?" "There should be more than 10 floors, but the treasure of the Hell Lord must be near the bedroom, most likely on the top floor of the castle." He pointed outside and said, "The platform we are on now is located in the upper half of the castle, and it should not be too far from the bedroom. Let's be invisible first, and then open the door and sneak in." Fong Shi paused lightly with the staff in his hand, and cast a group invisibility. The magic light sprinkled over, and everyone disappeared. Then Chu Cheng took out a bottle of potion to remove his own living breath, and took it to prevent his own breath from leaking out. At this time, Fang Qi came to the door of the platform, activated the scroll of knocking, and a circle of magic light exploded into a light net covering the entire iron door, and quickly retreated. Chu Cheng immediately stepped forward, pressed the door handle, and gently opened the door, and looked inside the door along the crack. Inside was a room with extremely luxurious decorations, but it was neither a study nor a bedroom, just an ordinary rest room, and there were no devil guards inside. Chu Cheng carefully sensed it, and whispered to them, "You stay here first, I will sneak in to scout first." Chapter 223. Stepping into the room, there was no reaction. Chu Cheng quickly scanned the room. There was no secret door, and there was nothing valuable. Some of the decorations on the wall were mostly works of art. They would be good gifts for the indigenous nobles in some realms. The door of the rest room was open, and Chu Cheng walked out softly without making any sound. Outside the door was a hall, decorated just as luxuriously. There were several rooms on the side, which also looked like rest rooms. This floor seemed to be a reception area. The Devil's Castle was very tall, and the hall was nearly 10 meters high, but it still couldn't accommodate Godzilla. Fortunately, he had expected this situation, and was not disappointed. Chu Cheng walked into the hall carefully, and saw two tall figures standing outside the door of the hall, which was more than 10 meters wide. Anzu Demon, Horror Level 45, 260,000 HP. The two demons did not notice him, and stood guard at the door like statues. Chu Cheng looked around and estimated the internal structure of the castle. He walked out of the hall, and passed between the two Anzu demons without alerting them. Walking out of the hall and entering the small garden, there were corridors on the left and right extending hundreds of meters deep, and there were left and right turns, which showed that the space on each floor of the castle was very large. But he did not go deep, but turned right, and walked up the stairs on the right to the upper floor of the castle. There were demon guards at the stairs, but none of them found him. With the advanced invisibility technique, the removal of his own breath, and his agility of hundreds of years, he consciously reduced his movements. In the eyes of the demons, they could not feel that someone was moving under their noses. Going up the stairs, passing through many demon guards, there were also patrols of hellhounds, with a keen sense of smell, but none of them found him. Although the hellhound has a keen sense of smell, it is not invincible. It can still be hidden if it is prepared. This is not a game. In the game, as long as there is a canine guard, no matter how you hide, you can find it. Go up to the second floor, and enter a hall of thousands of square meters. In the center of the hall, there is a huge devil statue carved from blood crystal. It looks exactly like a mortar. The surface of the blood crystal statue is burning with flames to illuminate the surroundings. It can be clearly seen that the surrounding decoration is more homely. There are murals on the walls on both sides, with pictures of burning hell. There are obviously a lot more guards on this floor, and there are purgatory demons and chained demons patrolling from time to time. Occasionally, you will see some beautiful succubi like succubi. They have black wings on their backs, and hold black barbed whips in their hands. Unlike the succubi in the abyss, they are good at fighting. Chu Cheng observed at the intersection. There were many rooms at the end of the more than 10-meter wide passage on both sides. There were demon guards at the door of many rooms. He quickly determined the location of Amothar's dormitory. There were two tall hell demons guarding the door. Hell Demon, Horror Level 58, 1.4 million HP. Hell Demon is a high-level devil among the devils. It should lead an army, but here it is guarding the door. It must be a key position. It is either the Devil Lord's dormitory or an important place in the treasure. Carefully came to the two hell demons and found that they were not guarding the door, but the door of another hall. The hall was luxuriously decorated, and the floor was covered with thick carpets. From time to time, transparent shadows were seen looming in the air. They were the ghosts of hell and guards. The Hell Lord's bedroom should be here. Chu Cheng held his chin and did not sneak in, because he saw that the huge black stone door frame was covered with magic patterns, and magic spirits passed by from time to time. His strong perception made him realize that there should be a layer of warning magic circle on this door. As long as someone passes through, an alarm will be sounded. Look in other directions first to confirm that the treasure is here, then go back and gather teammates to kill directly. Chu Cheng quickly turned back to the intersection of the hall, and walked down along other corridors. All the passages went to the end, carefully observing the doors of each room and the guards at the door. At the end of the corridor on the other side of the Devil Lord, Chu Cheng made a new discovery. There is also an inner hall at the end of this corridor. This is a round hall. There are no rooms on the side, but the entire round hall floor is a huge magic circle. There are many black stone platforms against the walls around, and there are teleportation-like gates standing on them. There are words on them, but he can't read them. Is this a portal to other realms? Or a portal to the core area of Amotar? Chu Cheng looked for a while, and turned to leave. He carefully returned to the original room, and found his teammates, telling them everything he had seen and heard. The distance is not very far. There don't seem to be many guards now, but there is no guarantee that there are hidden guards. Chu Cheng glanced at the height of hundreds of meters below the platform and said in a deep voice, calculated based on the height of a single layer, there are at least 7 or 8 layers below, excluding the foundation platform. Once we start fighting, guards from other parts of the castle will come quickly, and the number will be uncertain. In addition, I haven't seen legendary devils yet, and the probability of their appearance is not very high, but there must be many upper-level devils below the legendary ones, and there will be a fierce battle at that time. In addition, there is a teleportation array in the castle that leads to other places. Once the battle begins, the news will spread quickly, and will definitely reach Amotar's ears. The probability of his real body coming is small, but he will definitely send a powerful incarnation. We must end the battle before Amotar's real body arrives. My plan is to be invisible first, sneak to the front of the bedroom, suddenly burst out to kill the 2 hell demons guarding the gate, and then quickly loot, try to complete the looting within 2 minutes, and then run away. My tactics are like this. At that time, I will freeze it first, focus on killing one first, and others will control the other hell demon. Fang Shi, you must quickly activate the magic barrier to block the door. Zhang Chaosheng, you take the charge and shield attack first. Feng Lingxing, you take. After listening, the teammates thought for a while, and nodded. Okay. Another group invisibility, drink the concealment potion. Fang Shi cast a spell quickly, and the magic aura covered his spell. Everyone took out the potion they had prepared and drank it. Let's go! Chu Cheng walked out first, and the others followed him, quietly. There were no accidents along the way, and they successfully hid from the guards, and came to the upper floor, and slowly came to the dormitory. Chu Cheng turned his head to look at his teammates, stretched out 3 fingers, and bent them one by one to count down. When the last finger bent, his figure disappeared. Time travel. The time lock that must be triggered fixed the 2 deep hell demons not far apart, and then raised the sword to the right demon and slashed it fiercely. The other teammates immediately used their own methods and attacked according to the previously preset tactics. After the time lock, Fang Shi immediately activated the magic enchantment scroll to block them behind, which could ensure that the 2 deep hell demons on the other side would find the summoned guards and could block them for a while to buy time. Chapter 224. Chu Cheng now has 2 one-handed swords, which are faster and easier to trigger time lock. He stacked up his attack speed instantly when he started time roaming, but time lock was not triggered. He immediately rushed violently on the spot, knocking his opponent and the other deep hell refiner beside him away and knocking them all unconscious. His hands were as fast as lightning, 13 swords in 1 second. In the second of dizziness, time lock was successfully triggered. The 3 bodies merged into one, and 39 attacks in 1 second successfully triggered time lock. Next, it was triggered continuously, 5 times in a row, and the terrifying outbreak ended. The deep hell refiner was torn into pieces on the spot, and a red loot treasure chest exploded. The other deep hell refiner was still under strong control, and had not woken up, so he immediately pounced on it. At this time, the 2 deep hell refiners guarding the teleportation room at the other end of the passage had discovered the battle here and pounced on them, roaring loudly. The angry roar of the devil, and the dense footsteps were also heard from the other side of the hall. At the same time, many ghosts of hell that were looming in the void in the devil's dormitory were also alarmed and appeared, but they did not dare to pass through the hall door, as if they were restrained in the hall and could not come out. Chu Cheng saw this and his heart moved, and he said in a deep voice, Fang Shi, use the end of luck and the rain of destiny to clear the ghosts of hell inside. Fang Shi immediately pointed to the door, and countless streams of light fell, and all the ghosts of hell that were looming in the void were washed out by the rain of destiny. She quickly used the end of luck to freeze the ghosts, raised her hand, and exploded with a chain lightning. The 200% spell power bonus made the power of each of her spells change qualitatively. These elite template ghosts of hell were good at sneak attacks, and their bodies were not strong. The 3 powerful spells were superimposed and smashed down, destroying them instantly. Fang Shi, go in and remove the traps, and get the things immediately. Fang Shi nodded, entered the door without hesitation, and went straight to the study. There were no guards inside. The study and treasure room of the Devil Lord would not have demon guards, only dense magic traps. But she had a lot of scrolls to remove traps, 10 of which were legendary, and she could remove magic herself, so no matter how many traps there were, they would be useless. Fang Shi's figure disappeared, and strong magic fluctuations soon came from inside. At this time, the devil guards on this level had already pounced over, and the two deep-held demons hit the magic barrier fiercely, causing the transparent barrier to shake violently. Time lock. The super-fast attack speed was successfully triggered, and it entered the explosion mode on the spot. The magic barrier was quickly broken, and Zhang Chaoxing immediately went up to meet it. Once the shield wall was opened, he blocked the hell axe slash of the two more than 50-level deep-held demons. Once the shield wall was opened, even the attacks of the legendary strongman could be hard-won. Chu Cheng focused his energy and attacked fiercely, triggering the time lock again, triggering it 3 times in a row, and forcibly killed the second deep-held demon. He didn't even have time to touch the loot box, and quickly rushed over to support. Chu Cheng stabbed and tapped with his 2 swords, forcibly taking over another deep-held demon. With a force stronger than that of Purgatory, he pushed back and forced his way into the demons. Many Enzu demons swung saw blades to cut down, and the chain demons swung hook chains to hook him, and pulled him back. Chu Cheng used the force to rush forward, and rushed out of the passage with more than a dozen demons in one breath, and came to the front of the central hall. With a glance, he saw another group of demons rushing up from the stairs, including 2 deep-held demons and 2 lust demons. Filth technique. Corruption technique. Fearful aura. These demons all know 1 or 2 spells, and they threw all kinds of negative spells at him crazily. The 2 deep-held demons and lust demons stopped, and summoned a bunch of horned demons and little demons, making the hall more crowded. At this time, Chu Cheng's spatial refraction talent began to take effect, absorbing a lot of damage, and waves of spatial wave blades swept in all directions. At the same time, Chu Cheng changed his weapon again, took out the time cutter, and swept it with a sword, and the 2 elite horned demons were cut in half with their bodies and weapons. The time-cutting feature gives the weapon unimaginable sharpness, super armor breaking magic, and can cut off weapons and armor, and naturally can cut off the body. In professional terms, his strength is too different from the opponent's physique, and the weapon is sharp enough, triggering the killing effect, ignoring the target's health, and killing instantly. The killing does not mean that it can only be triggered when the blood is low. As long as the gap is large enough, it can also be triggered when the blood is full. The blade of the 2-handed sword was shining, not stained with blood. As he swung it with great force, the steel demon's saw blade was cut off as soon as it touched it. The sturdy demon body could not resist the sharp edge, and was easily torn apart, or even cut in 2. Only the powerful Enzu demon and the deep-held refiner could use their flesh to resist without being killed instantly. But just because they were not killed instantly, they were also ripped open, causing huge damage. This was Chu Cheng's first time to fight with the time cutter. He suddenly realized that his previous idea that the total burst of the time cutter alone was lower than the total burst of 2 one-handed swords was wrong. He was still too conservative, and did not consider the additional special effects given by the weapon level. The weapon was too sharp, and it was easy to trigger armor breaking, limb breaking, and beheading. In this case, it is easy for a normal attack to trigger a critical hit. The armor penetration of up to 50 means that each normal attack can basically cause full damage. The basic attack is 3,358, and as long as a critical hit is triggered, the basic damage is over 10,000. The health of a level 40 elite monster is only about 40,000, and it can't withstand a few swords from him. Blade Storm. The sharp sword light rotated quickly, and a large number of monsters were mixed into the blade, and the devil's limbs flew. The little devil horn demon directly cut the body when it touched it, and it fell wherever it touched. Blash. Law Command Shock. The 2 deep-held refiners cast similar spells to stop him, but they were all exempted by him directly. At this time, Chu Cheng's physique has exceeded 1,000 after receiving the buff blessing, his toughness is over 100, and his will is also 80. Spells below legendary basically cannot take effect on him, and he does not need professional expertise to remove it, and he can force immunity by himself. The status spell cannot take effect, and the 2 deep-held refiners don't care about their subordinates, and cast spells again, and 2 fire explosions bombarded over. Chu Cheng was just about to end the blade storm, and was shocked by the expanding flames, and took a step back, but he was fine. However, several demons on the side were killed by mistake. Divine Power critical hit. He knocked away half of the demons in the hall, with a single blow without charging. 2 tall hell demons were also knocked down. Chu Cheng jumped up and used all his strength to cut off the neck of one of the knocked down and dizzy hell demons, triggering a kill. A terrifying damage of more than 1.5 million jumped out, which was all the remaining health of the hell demon. Awesome. He took a nimble step of 10 meters to avoid several hooks and chains, and cut off the chains with a backhanded sword. He disappeared and instantly appeared behind another hell demon. He was knocked away by a single blow from the netherworld, and then attached to it, and slashed it continuously. The surrounding demons surrounded him, either attacking or intercepting him, but there was no way to stop him. Chapter 225. Unexpectedly, Chu Cheng was not only unable to defeat the siege of so many demons, but was killed by him. When the demons on the next level received the news and came up, the demons on the 2 levels had been killed by him. Am I so strong now? Yes, I am so strong now. Chu Cheng estimated that with the support of powerful attributes and more powerful hero professional expertise and skills, his current real combat power is no less than that of the chosen one of the Drow, Gruo. Of course, it is in the normal state, without borrowing the power of God to burst out. If Gruo borrowed the power of God, he still couldn't beat him. But if he couldn't beat him, he could run away. Now when he meets Gruo again, he will not be like last time, not only unable to fight back, but also unable to run away. Moreover, Chu Cheng expected that when his level is raised to level 50 again and promoted to extraordinary, his strength will have another qualitative evolution, and he should be able to confront the complete Gruo head-on. There are many demons in the demon castle, but the space is limited, and there is no way to accommodate too many demons rushing up. He guarded the staircase door, while Luo Lingfeng, Zhang Chaosheng and Feng Lingxing stayed on the other side to intercept the demons teleported from the teleportation room. There are several portals in the teleportation room, one of which seems to be connected to the demon camp. At this time, steel demons have been teleported from there continuously. No upper demons have been seen for the time being, but it is hard to say if it continues. How are you doing? Chu Cheng asked Fang Shi in the team channel. She quickly responded, I have obtained the Ring of Almighty and the Blade of Doomsday Guardian. In addition, there are several legendary treasures in the treasury. The legendary trap removal scrolls I brought are not enough. Don't hesitate, just take a few and go. Okay. Wait for me for another minute. No problem. Chu Cheng took out a bottle of super healing potion worth 30 gold from his personal space and swallowed it, instantly restoring 15,000 HP, and then restoring 600 HP per second for 10 seconds. With his HP at this level, potions of this level can't fully restore it. The time slicer swept back and forth, tearing the bodies of steel demons or chain demons, breaking limbs and hands, and rushing up fearlessly. Boom! Heavy footsteps sounded from the bottom of the stairs, and many demons separated, revealing a higher-level demon that was obviously taller than all the previous deep hell demons, holding a large sword burning with demonic flames. Before the demon arrived, a murderous aura rushed to his face. Demon Warlord Balnazer, Lord level 65, 5.5 million HP. The boss is coming. Chu Cheng raised his hand, and used 8 times the divine power to attack. The huge force knocked all the demons gathered at the staircase to the wall. Most of them were crushed to pieces, and only a few with strong vitality survived. Mortals, dare to break into His Majesty's palace, you are courting death. Demon Refining General Balnazer roared and stretched out his claws and pointed, Die! A red light flew out and hit Chu Cheng's chest. A circle of red light exploded, and the huge force pushed him back again and again. The 5-meter-tall Demon Refining General took the opportunity to jump out of the stairs and slashed with a sword. He quickly raised the sword in front of him, and with a crisp sound, the sword's magic flame exploded and submerged him, quickly flowing to the ground and extending, turning the ground into a sea of fire. Bang! The huge force pushed Chu Cheng back a step before he stood still. The tall Demon Refining Commander clasped his hands together, and his arm muscles bulged and pressed down fiercely. Chu Cheng lowered his body slightly, and was unable to resist. Gods descend to earth. He decisively activated his ultimate move, and a powerful force surged from his body, and the violent force from the sword body was quickly reduced until he could withstand it. Gods descend to earth. Legend: the power of the gods is infused, and the power of the gods is instantly blessed. Attributes: all attributes plus 300, movement speed plus 300, attack speed plus 300%, attack power plus 3000, obtain advanced hegemony, magic immunity, lasting 60 seconds, cooling time 30 days. Once the ultimate move was activated, the attributes soared across the board, and Chu Cheng's time cutter slowly lifted up against the power of the Demon Refining Commander. His body slid behind the Demon Refining Commander, and the sword body dragged horizontally to cut a huge wound. The demon refining commander roared and grabbed the devil's claws, and the big sword turned and cut the devil's claws. Sparks flew. Fearful aura. Blasphemy. Impersion. Chu Cheng paused, and the magic of the gods was exempted from the impersion. He raised his head and grabbed the claws. He flexibly went behind the demon commander and slashed wildly. Time lock. The action pressed by the demon commander was frozen, and even the burning flames on his body were solidified. Wild power. Dragon power. The equipment skills were activated, and the 3 time cutters slashed at the same time. In an instant, 24 swords slashed on the arm of the demon commander. Chu Cheng's basic attack power was as high as 8958 when he fully exploded. The 3 bodies were combined into one, 24 swords per second, and every sword had a triple critical hit. With the added damage of talent and the added real damage of weapons, it exploded up to 650,000 in an instant. But unfortunately, these 24 attacks did not trigger the time lock again. When the time was up, the flesh and blood of the demon commander's arm exploded, and a huge gap deep in the bone marrow that could accommodate an ordinary person's arm appeared. Roar! The demon commander roared in pain, and the magic wings behind him lifted up to sweep him away. He stretched out his hand to press the wound, and the magic flames gushed out. The wound was visibly healing. Chu Cheng turned on the legendary boots to shuttle through the void, flashed to the back of the demon commander's head, and slashed with a sword. The commander reacted very quickly, and flapped his magic wings. The thick magic tail bit like a snake from a tricky angle. Chu Cheng's figure quickly entered the etheric plane to dodge, and then quickly returned to the material interface from the etheric plane and moved to the other side of the demon commander. This time, the demon commander had no way to fight back, and could only watch the great sword of time flow slashing his neck. More than 1001 agility gave Chu Cheng an extremely fast attack speed. The demon commander turned his head within 1/3 of a second and opened his mouth to explode. Chu Cheng ignored the shockwaves and flashed to the other side of the demon refining commander's face at a faster speed than the demon refining commander. He slashed 3 times in a row as fast as lightning, and the invisible power of time emerged, freezing it again. Past, present, and future. 3 bodies merged into one, and 24 slashes were swift as lightning in 1 second, and each slash was a blazing fire. This time, he was lucky enough to trigger the time lock again. The past and future bodies in the previous round had not disappeared yet, and they reappeared again, giving the demon refining commander extreme pain and damage. 2 rounds of 48 slashes hit the same wound again, plus the 650,000 damage in the previous round. Nearly 2 million damage acted on the demon refining commander's arm. The unimaginable damage exceeded the limit that the demon refining commander could bear, and the arm was cut off. Time resumed flowing, the arm fell, the demon refining commander roared in pain, the purgatory devil fire gushed out, Chu Cheng bathed in the devil flames, and continued to give the demon refining commander pain. Originally, he was not as fast and flexible as him, and with one arm missing, his defense was left with a huge loophole, so he had no power to fight back against his fierce attack. The surrounding demons could not intervene in the fight between them at all, because they had no way to keep up with his speed. Chapter 226. No! Accompanied by the unwilling roar of the demon refining commander, his huge body fell heavily to the ground, the demonic flames on his body exploded, blood flowed out like lava, and the temperature around him rose rapidly. Huh? Chu Cheng exhaled lightly, his face full of joy. There were probably only 1 or 2 powerful demon commanders in this palace, and with one dead, the pressure dropped suddenly. Downstairs, various demons were still being continuously transmitted from both sides of the transmission room. They were all demons of elite templates of more than level 40, but they had no power to fight back against the sharpness of the time cutter. Especially, Chu Cheng's descent to the earth had not yet ended. His attributes were super high, and his attack power was superb. The General Horn Demon Steel Demon was basically unable to resist after being swept by a sword. Most of them were swept off their weapons and bodies, and killed instantly on the spot. However, about half a minute after he opened the wuxuang, there was a loud noise from behind, followed by a depressing roar, and an unimaginable pressure descended on this world, making people breathless. Amotar has discovered an invasion. Chu Cheng reacted immediately and quickly contacted Fang Shi. Retreat immediately. She responded quickly, "I be there soon." He then said to several teammates behind him, "Lingfeng, go to support Fang Shi." Luo Lingfeng nodded and quickly rushed to Amotar's bedroom. Buzz! Ripples appeared in the void, and the pressure became stronger visibly. A line of data appeared in the corner of his eyes. Tip: you are affected by the domain of the Devil Lord. Your all attributes are reduced by 10%, your movement speed is reduced by 10%, and you need to accept a will immunity test. Will immunity test in progress. Hint: willpower saving throw is successful, you are immune to the fear aura of the Demon Lord Emotar. Ah! A terrified cry came from behind him. He immediately turned around and saw Zhang Chaosheng throw away his weapon and shield, and rushed to the corner with a terrified face, holding his head and trembling. Fuck, Fenglinxing. The mage immediately took out a scroll and activated it, and the magic aura hit Zhang Chaosheng, and he immediately woke up. Am I being frightened? The old face blushed, and he quickly turned around to pick up the weapon and shield. Fortunately, they were well prepared, and being frightened was within their expectations. They bought several extraordinary level magic removal scrolls in the name of the team, and they also had several of them personally. Emotar's pressure was getting heavier and heavier, and it could be expected that his true body would soon come. Fortunately, the Demon Lord was suspicious by nature, and would not rashly come in person without understanding the specific situation. What if it was a trap for his real body? This situation is not impossible. The opponent sent a group of people to attack his palace, and he rashly came in his real body, and then the opponent, who had been prepared, rushed out to beat him up. After all, the palace is not his core area, and the strength of his real body here will be weakened to a certain extent. If the enemy has been prepared for it, it is easy to overturn. A few seconds later, hurried footsteps came from the bedroom, and soon Fengxi rushed out, followed by Luo Lingfeng. When the 5 people gathered, Chu Cheng rushed directly to the direction of the stairs, and the others followed, and Zhang Chaosheng walked at the end. Relying on absolute strength, he pushed all the demons on the stairs down. Fengxi fired a fireball and a chain lightning, and Fenglinxing also received a fire explosion and chain lightning, and quickly cleared all the demons gathered at the staircase. A group of people jumped down and headed straight for the place where they came from on the lower floor. There were not many demons in the hall. They had all died before they rushed up to support. Now there were only demons coming up from the stairs at the other end of the hall. Chu Cheng stopped here to intercept, and the others quickly rushed to the lounge before. At this moment, the void suddenly sank, and the central space of the hall collapsed inward. The surging blood flame exploded into a huge fireball, and an exaggerated pressure exploded from it, turning into a physical hurricane that swept across the 4 directions. He is coming. Chu Cheng's heart sank, and he immediately shouted, "You go, I will resist." The few people turned around and ran without saying anything. Fengxi paused for a moment, quickly blessed him with a sin-purifying flame and a destiny decree, and then took out something and handed it to him. It was a ball of light, with a strange-shaped 2-handed sword inside. "I wait for you at school. Don't worry, I be fine." The light ball in his hand flashed, and the waves of light exploded, and a strange-shaped 2-handed sword with red crystals burning with the fire of Doomsday was pulled out from it. Doomsday Guardian Blade, Legend Ancient First Order, Equipment Type, 2-handed sword. Equipment requirements: Constitution 500, Strength 500. Basic attack, 1485/. Additional attributes: Constitution plus 100. Additional attributes: Strength plus 100. Additional characteristics: Hell Blade. The next attack adds Strength *5 fire and shadow mixed damage to the target, stuns for 1 second, and then receives Strength *1 fire and shadow mixed damage every second for the next 4 seconds, with a cooldown of 30 seconds. Skill/active. Fire of Doom. Forms a fire of doom with a radius of 500 meters under your feet to burn enemies. The affected unit's physical defense is reduced by 20, magic resistance is reduced by 20%, life cannot be regenerated, and healing is impossible. It causes mixed fire and shadow damage of Strength *2 per second to the enemy, and 50% of the damage heals the holder of the Doomguard blade. It lasts for 25 seconds, and the cooldown time is 2 hours. Skill/active. Doomsday Guardian. After opening, you will gain the power of Doomsday Guardian, transform into Doomsday Guardian, add 500 to all attributes, and temporarily gain skills: Devour, Scorched Earth, Hell Blade, Doomsday, lasting 30 minutes, cooldown time 3 days. Tips: each time you transform into Doomsday Guardian, you will gain a certain amount of corruption value. When the corruption value reaches 100%, you will conduct a comprehensive immunity test. If the test succeeds, the corruption value will be reduced by 50%. If the test fails, the soul will be devoured by the Doomsday Blade. Tips: when holding the Doomsday Guardian Blade, the first incarnation of Doomsday Guardian will trigger a Hero Inheritance mission. Successfully completing the mission will gain the Doomsday Guardian Hero Inheritance, and you will fully master the Doomsday Guardian blade and be immune to corruption. Slots 12. Evaluation. A Doomsday Guardian inheritance weapon from the depths of hell, containing the secret of how to become a Doomsday Guardian, and can be upgraded. Finally got it. Holding 2 legendary two-handed weapons, Chu Cheng's strength soared, and his confidence also swelled. Buzz! The void trembled, the flame exploded, and the hall turned into a sea of fire in an instant. Chu Cheng took a fighting stance and stood guard at the entrance of the passage, letting the flames entangle him without moving. In his perception, in the violent flames in the hall, an extremely powerful aura appeared out of thin air, which was what he had seen in his life. Even the incarnation of the Drow goddess, who was about to descend, had not given him such a terrifying pressure. Immortal? The flames that filled the sky and the earth quickly retracted, revealing a space that collapsed inwards. The flames inside the collapsed space were boiling, and in the center stood a demon that looked extremely noble and majestic. Devil Lord Immortal. Chapter 227. Emotar, Legend Devil Lord, Level 92, HP. The devil slowly lowered his head and his eyes fell on Chu Cheng. Instantly, an indescribable pressure came over him. Human, I admire your courage. Emotar spoke slowly, his voice was ups and downs, and every bite contained an inexplicable power that shook people's hearts. I have been thinking about how to find you and bring you back to my domain, but I didn't expect you to come to me by yourself. He looked back and looked around, his eyes paused at the place where several teammates left. It turns out there are a few little mice. He turned back and looked him up and down with great admiration, smiling and said, I admire your courage and ability. You are sweeter now than before. My previous promise is not outdated yet. Sign a contract with me, and you can leave here safely. As soon as the voice fell, Emotar paused, and suddenly stretched out his hand to the direction where Fang Shi and others left. Chu Cheng, who had been silent, had a gleam in his eyes and disappeared. Time lock. Emotar suddenly became motionless and unable to move, and his movements were interrupted. But the time lock lasted less than half a second, and he forcibly resisted the time lock, slowly turned his head, his pupils swelled with flames, and pointed at him. In an instant, he felt the sky and the earth collapse, and the whole world pressed down on him, and he couldn't move. Emotar didn't seem to be angry about their escape. He slowly flew in front of him, waved his hand, and the flames gathered, condensing into a picture scroll formed by flames, with delicate patterns on it, and lines of devilish words that he didn't recognize, but understood their meaning. The general meaning is that after signing the soul agreement, when he dies in the future, his soul will belong to Emotar according to the contract. This is the surface meaning. As for whether there are other hidden contents, Chu Cheng can't see it. But he guessed that there is a high probability that there are other hidden contents. After all, it is a devil operation. They like to hide the contents in the contract and not tell the contractor, and then wait until the contractor signs the contract before telling, and then enjoy the contractor's anger and despair. Although the devil belongs to the order camp and is very disciplined, it is an evil devil after all. So, Chu Cheng looked up at Emotar and asked in a deep voice, what will be the consequences if I don't sign? Emotar smiled slightly and said, you broke into my palace and stole, causing damage to my property. I will catch the thief and take its soul as compensation. Then why don't you do it directly, but let me sign this contract? Because the fruit is not ripe enough and not delicious enough. Chu Cheng understood instantly. I have heard before that for powerful devils and demons, souls are their currency, and the better the quality of the soul, the higher the value. They like to seduce some souls in the material plane that they think are valuable, lure them to sign contracts, provide various help to help them grow, and when the fruit slowly matures and reaches a certain point, the contract takes effect and can be harvested. An ordinary soul is definitely not comparable to the soul of a professional. An ordinary professional soul is definitely not as good as an extraordinary professional. And an extraordinary professional is definitely not as good as a legendary professional. The soul of a legendary strongman is the best currency for the upper devil lord. After they get the soul, they can directly transform it into a legendary upper devil. Because it is a soul harvested through a contract, under the influence of a certain law, the transformed legendary devil completely obeys the orders of the devil lord, is absolutely loyal, and is the best and most core asset of a devil lord. Souls harvested without a contract are relatively more independent, not so obedient, and the devil lord cannot completely control them. Of course, Chu Cheng will not sign this contract. With a thought, he directly opened the time shelter, disappeared in a flash, appeared at the door of the lounge in the next moment, and appeared on the platform in 0.3 seconds. The portal that originally stood on the platform has disappeared, but his subordinates are not seen. Without hesitation, he looked at the vast hell outside, and appeared at the end of his sight in a flash. In the castle, a trace of surprise flashed into Motar's eyes, stretched out his hand to take back the contract, looked up in a certain direction, and smiled slightly. It's the power of time. This is the most delicious fruit I have ever seen. You can't escape from my palm. As the voice fell, the huge body of the Devil Lord disappeared like a bubble. In the vast land of hell, Chu Cheng's figure flashed quickly, flashing once every 0.1 seconds, until the end of the vision. In just 1 second, the castle of the Devil Lord could no longer be seen, but the sky and the earth were still gray and red, the land was barren, and all kinds of hell creatures were wandering everywhere. But the warning sign in Chu Cheng's heart did not disappear because of the quick escape, and it lingered in his heart without dissipating. He fled madly, rushing thousands of kilometers away in one breath. At the 6th stage, Chu Cheng stopped at a crater spewing rolling lava. The high temperature and heat came to his face. There were some rough buildings in the crater. Some devil blacksmiths were guiding the lava in the crater down, cooling it under the volcano, and forging it into weapons. Several devil supervisors spotted him, and rushed over with barbed whips. But as soon as he started, fear appeared on his face, and he turned around and ran. Chu Cheng looked up, and Emotar's figure also appeared in the crater. He stood beside Chu Cheng, without looking at him, but said to himself, despair is also a kind of delicacy. Maybe you are not reconciled yet. It doesn't matter. I can give you this opportunity. You can continue to escape, using any means. I will give you 1 day. I will find you after 1 day, and then you will accept the reality. After saying that, his figure disappeared like a bubble. Chu Cheng. He frowned and opened the panel, but there was no prompt on it. After a moment of silence, he carefully felt the power of time flowing through his body, and his figure flashed and disappeared again. He escaped thousands of kilometers again in one breath. At the 12th second of the time shelter, he appeared on the top of a small hill somewhere in the vast red land, and quickly took out the legendary teleportation scroll to activate it. The space was turbulent, and Emotar did not appear. But Chu Cheng did not relax. He looked around nervously, but did not find any trace of Emotar. Didn't catch up? Impossible. There must be a backup plan. As soon as the thought came to his mind, he suddenly realized something and turned back to see the flame burning on the legendary teleportation scroll in his hand. Fuck. It was too late to react. The space had changed. In an instant, he returned from the red earth to the familiar Emotar Palace. He slowly raised his head, and saw Emotar still standing there, holding his chin with his hand, and looking at him with a smile. He did not do anything, but just stretched out his hand, and made a gesture of invitation. You still have 1 day. Chapter 228. I've been marked. Although he didn't know how he was marked, Chu Cheng was sure that he was too weak to sense it. Damn, do I have to die again to remove the mark? But dying once is too risky. If I die and the mark on my body doesn't come off, then? No, if I die, I can go back to an hour ago, before I entered hell and be resurrected. Chu Cheng suddenly realized, Fang Shi and the others have already gone back. There is nothing here that I need to worry about. That's it. Chu Cheng made up his mind, but the next time of time protection still had a 4-minute cooldown, and Immortor didn't seem to be going to take action directly, so he was relieved and asked curiously, Can you tell me where this realm is? Hell? Or? Immortor saw that he didn't leave, and was quite curious, why you gave up? I think you should try more. Maybe you can escape from my palm. Chu Cheng replied, Of course I will run, I just want to calm down now. During this period, find out where this place is. Immortor smiled and said, You can indeed find out. Maybe in the near future, you will come back here and become my loyal subordinate. That's not necessarily true. Immortor had no intention of defending himself, stretched out his hand and pointed to the distance, and said in a rhythmic voice, This is my kingdom, the realm of hell disaster, Immortor. This is located in the depths of chaos. The master of all hells rules everything, and spreads the disaster of hell to all heavens and worlds. Just like you humans, we will also send demon armies to invade the worlds and plunder the origin. When you come back here in the future, you will be my loyal general, leading hundreds of millions of hell armies to invade the worlds and spread the name of Immortor throughout the worlds. When you have made enough military achievements, I will give you more powerful power and territory. When you are strong enough, and the hell army under your command is large enough, you may also become a new hell lord and rule a country. Chu Cheng. What a big pie. This Immortor really never forgets to tempt him. But then again, temptation is temptation. Immortor is not talking nonsense. This is indeed true. Theoretically, The more merits he has made, and the more hell armies he rules, it is indeed possible to be named the new Hell Lord, but he is just a small lord under a mortar's name, such as the Duke of Hell. Unless there are special circumstances, it is impossible to get rid of Immortar's control and live under him forever. There are only 3 possibilities to change this situation. One possibility is that Immortar suddenly died, and he was able to get rid of his control. The second possibility is that other powerful beings traded with Immortar and bought his soul with other benefits. The third possibility is that he made great contributions to the world and was noticed by the superior of Immortar, such as the Lord of Hell, and was directly promoted across levels. Of course, if his soul belongs to Immortar through a contract, whether he can be promoted depends on whether Immortar is willing to let go. If he is unwilling to let go, unless the Lord of Hell speaks up, the Lord of Hell can't force Immortar to let him go. The above 3 situations are the most likely ways to get rid of Immortar. In fact, there are many other ways to get rid of them, but the possibility is too small and can be ignored. In general, once the contract is signed and the soul is taken away by Immortar after death, it is almost impossible to turn over. Damn it, I still have to run. Chu Cheng stayed here and chatted with Immortar for a while, mainly listening to him bragging about his great achievements and his own strength. Until the time protection cooled down, he interrupted Immortar's boasting and said, "I know your strength. I want to try it again now." Immortar smiled slightly and made a gesture of invitation. "Of course, no problem. You can leave at any time." Chu Cheng turned and came to the balcony of the castle, took a deep breath, and disappeared. Immortar came to the balcony, stretched out his claws and gently wiped the place where he disappeared, put it in front of his nose and sniffed it, and said intoxicatedly, "It is indeed the power of time. What a delicious soul." He looked up in a certain direction, and his claws were empty. "You can't escape from my palm, huh?" Hundreds of kilometers away, there was a huge volcano. Red lava gushed out from the crater and flowed in all directions. Billowing smoke rushed straight into the sky and gathered into a huge volcanic ash cloud. The sky was gray, and burning volcanic ash continued to fall from the sky. A figure appeared out of thin air at the crater of the top of the mountain, looking at the boiling lava in the crater, and couldn't help swallowing his saliva. "If I jump down, I'm afraid it will be a bit hot." 15 seconds passed in a flash. After exiting the protection of time, Chu Cheng carefully checked himself again, confirmed that the hero's specialty of resurrection was effective, and then gritted his teeth and jumped in directly. Gurgle, gurgle, hiccup. Pain, extreme pain. The strong body makes the pain worse and more tormenting. He is also a ruthless person who jumps directly into the crater to commit suicide. The person quickly sinks into the volcano, the unimaginable heat penetrates the body, the blood volume drops madly, and soon enters a state of near death. Damn, if this doesn't work, it will be a mess. Consciousness quickly dissipated, and the next second Chu Cheng felt that the severe pain that penetrated the soul disappeared instantly, and the darkness in front of his eyes turned red. He realized that he had died, and was now in a state of time observation. With a thought, he rose from the crater, looked up and looked around, and the gray and red world turned into the familiar black and white. Without hesitation, with a thought, consciousness disappeared in the original place, and appeared more than 10 kilometers away. Flashing continuously like a time shelter, he soon arrived in front of Immortar's palace castle, and his eyes instantly locked on the platform where they had arrived. The portal on the platform has been closed, or it has been destroyed by Immortar, but in his view at this time, there is still a portal outline on the platform, and there are streams of light gathering inside to form a vortex. In the state of the long river of time, the destroyed portal is still there, and passing through here is the Star Tower. Go! With a thought, he turned into a stream of light and flew towards the portal. However, when he was less than 2 meters away from the portal, a huge figure suddenly appeared and blocked him. It was Immortar, who looked at Chu Cheng's position with surprise and said, "You can actually enter the long river of time and go up against time?" Chu Cheng was stunned for a moment, and soon found that Immortar could only sense his position, but could not see it with his own eyes. At this time, his eyes were not focused on him. He did not speak, and flew directly through Immortar to the portal. "You can't run." The Devil Lord immediately noticed something was wrong, turned around and pressed the direction of the portal. Chapter 229. The void swayed slightly, and the portal shook like water waves, and then returned to calm. Chu Cheng only felt his movement slow down, and then returned to normal, and plunged into the portal. Escaped. Chu Cheng felt relieved and exhaled lightly. Dream on. Immortar's first attack failed to affect him. Feeling that the soul he had chosen was about to escape from his control, the Devil Lord roared angrily, opened his hands, and roared to the sky. Indescribable power rose from Amodar's body, and his big hands clenched. Power. In an instant, the invisible laws of heaven and earth gathered towards him, the invisible halo exploded, and the terrifying pressure swept across. If Chu Cheng had observed Amodar, he would have found that the level of the Devil Lord at this time was no longer the previous level 92, but the immortal template Devil Lord of 92 plus 10, 102. Borrowing the power of his own domain, Amodar's rank crossed the limit between gods and mortals, and entered the rank of gods and demons. Chu Cheng had disappeared, but Amodar reached out and grabbed the vortex of the disappeared portal, and his huge claws penetrated the crystal wall of the space. Boom! The void shook violently, and waves of invisible waves exploded. Break! The power of the gods and demons exploded with the power of the law, and the violent waves quickly spread to the depths of the transmission channel. What is this? Chu Cheng, who was in the process of transmission, immediately discovered the violent vibration of the space channel, and saw the law power that was rapidly extending. But he could not resist or dodge, and could only watch the space channel collapse, and the violent energy hurricane carried him into the abyss. The sky was gray and red, flames and lightning roared, and countless flaming meteors fell. On the endless bloody land, there were densely packed figures fighting frantically, roaring, shouting, and madness before death. Countless lives disappeared here, and the whole world was dyed red with blood. This is the eternal blood battlefield, the eternal battlefield of the abyss and the disaster of hell. Countless warriors belonging to the disaster of hell and the abyss stepped onto the battlefield and continued to fight forever. Boom! A ball of flames exploded in the air, and a meteor flew out of the blasting vortex, wrapped in blazing flames, and fell to the ground and exploded. The powerful shock wave tore the devils and demons fighting around to pieces. A little flame extinguished, and a tall human figure climbed out of the burning pit with two big swords. Several little devils rushed over with bone forks in their hands, shouting, and wielded their swords to cut them in half. Eternal blood battlefield? Chu Cheng immediately found that, after killing these two little devils, who were only in their 20s, a warm current flowed into his body, and quickly restored his state. Opening the panel, it shows, hint, you killed a little devil in the eternal blood battlefield, you recovered some of your physical strength, and you gained 856 killing experience points. It is indeed the eternal blood battlefield. Normally, at his current level, the monsters of level 20 or so only have 1 or 2 killing experience points, but now, he has 856 killing experience points, and can recover some physical strength, which is very exaggerated. There was no time to wonder how he got here, because there was already a large group of devils rushing towards him in front, and looking back, he saw a group of demons rushing towards him from behind. He was a random person, who entered the blood battlefield without a certain camp, and both the devil and the demon would regard him as an enemy. Kill! The overwhelming demons rushed towards him, and Chu Cheng raised his double swords and faced them head-on. Legendary weapons are extremely sharp. These demons and devils of level 20 or 30 are cut in half with a single sword, and their deaths are extremely tragic. In less than a minute, nearly 100 demons and devils that rushed over were killed by him, but this was just the beginning. The eternal blood battlefield is endless, and the demons and devils gathered are in the trillions, and they can't be killed at all. Before the killing here is over, other demons have already rushed over. Chu Cheng was soon surrounded and killed crazily. A large amount of killing experience and life essence merged into his body, constantly restoring his physical strength and energy, and he will never get tired. In the blood battlefield, you will only die in battle, not die of exhaustion. As long as you don't retreat, you can kill continuously until the end of time. There is no level suppression here. No matter how many levels lower you are, you will gain killing experience and improve your strength. The LV3 space refraction talent is like a fish in water in this blood battlefield. Monsters below level 30 can't even break his defense. The blood god's body was stacked at the speed of light, which was up to 360 life regeneration per second, giving him super strong endurance and endurance. From here, Chu Cheng fell into the ocean of demons. From the sky, he was just an inconspicuous point in the endless blood battlefield, like a drop of water in the ocean. No matter how cruel he killed, he was inconspicuous. In the depths of the huge blood battlefield, there were countless legendary horrors fighting. Level 46, all attributes plus 11, additional 5 free attribute points. After only 3 days of arrival, Chu Cheng accumulated a huge amount of killing experience and his level was raised by 1 level. Most of the monsters killed were monsters, whose level was lower than his level 20. In addition, A large amount of life energy gathered and condensed into a little bit of free attribute points. Outside, you have to kill the boss to get attribute points and skill points. Here, the monsters also have them, but the values are too small, and you need to kill enough to get 1 point. Chu Cheng didn't dare to keep saving. Every time he added a point, he quickly added points to use. Killing, fighting, death. The endless killing made his whole body boil with evil spirits. The blood of devils and demons stained his whole body, and the thick plasma solidified to form a layer of blood-colored armor. At this time, no demon would care whether he was a human or a devil, and no one would treat him specially because he was a human. He quickly integrated into the blood battlefield. Time passed, and the years passed. It is unknown how long the endless killing will last. Countless demons and demons died in the blood battlefield, and more demons and demons derived from the realms of the lords poured into the blood battlefield to continue the eternal fight. Roar! A demon finally ascended after killing countless opponents. The power of the law gathered and condensed into a light cocoon. After a few minutes, the light cocoon exploded, and the raging flames of the abyss gushed out. Accompanied by a thunderous roar, a 10-meter-tall Baylor flame demon stood out from the light cocoon and roared to the sky. Many demons around were stimulated. Not only were they not afraid, but they rushed over with shouts. Roar! In the distance, an equally tall Hell Refiner discovered the new ascender here, killed a demon in front of him with a sword, and rushed over. When two high-level demons from Hell and the Abyss met, it was a life-and-death crazy fight. Many low-level demons around did not escape, but also mixed into the fight, and the battlefield became a mess. And at this moment, Chu Cheng, who was lost in the killing, unknowingly killed over and joined the battlefield. After sweeping with both swords to kill a group of people, he immediately started to descend from heaven. His body expanded greatly to nearly 3 meters high, and he rushed into the two upper demons. Chapter 230. Chu Cheng was very fast, and rushed forward with a series of slashes, causing the Baylor Flame Demon to raise his hand and use an implosion. But at this time, Chu Cheng activated the God of Heaven, and was immune to magic, and was directly immune to this implosion and the blasphemous words of the deep Hell Refiner. The two swords slashed the lower body of the Baylor Flame Demon several times, and actually triggered the time lock. The past and the future merged into one, and the explosion of hundreds of thousands of times in an instant immediately attracted the attention of the Baylor Flame Demon. He quickly abandoned the opponent on the other side, stomped his foot, and pointed his finger at the blood light that exploded on Chu Cheng. But he was immune to magic, completely ignored it, and fiercely attacked the Baylor Flame Demon head-on, and soon triggered the time lock again. At this time, Chu Cheng's attack speed was no slower than when he had two one-handed swords. In the time lock state, he made more than 30 swords per second, and successfully triggered the time lock again. This went on, and when the 6th consecutive trigger ended, the power of time dissipated, and the immobilized Baylor Flame Demon had no time to roar, and its huge body was torn into pieces. A bloody flame flew out of the corpse, and split into two. A small portion flew to the deep Hell Refiner, and a large portion flew to Chu Cheng, quickly merging into his body, and his breath expanded visibly. Tip: kill the Baylor Flame Demon, gain 245,851 killing experience, and your level will be raised to level 49. Tip: your experience has accumulated to 99% of level 49, and you need to complete the extraordinary promotion to continue to raise your level. Chu Cheng didn't have time to check these, but reflexively added all the 18 free attribute points he gained in an instant to strength, and then faced the other deep Hell Refiner. The more powerful attribute support made him more comfortable. After a fierce fight, he successfully killed the Hell Demon. The more bloody flames merged into his body, and his breath rose again. And this was not over yet. After killing two big guys, he attracted the attention of other demons and devils around him, and they all surrounded him. The powerful upper demons and devils gave more killing experience and power, which made Chu Cheng shift his attention to stronger opponents. After killing the surrounding demons, he rushed straight to a group of tall demons fighting not far away. Endless killing, endless fighting, the crazy killing could not be stopped. Until a certain day, and a certain moment after an unknown period of time, a sudden special force made him sober. He looked around in a daze, stretched out his hand again, and found that his hand was several times larger. He lowered his head to look at himself, and found that he was now much larger. He estimated that his height was more than 3 meters, like a small giant. He stretched out his hand and clenched it. He could feel the huge power in his body, which was much stronger than before. Power of the abyss and hell. After fighting for who knows how long, he absorbed, who knows how much power from the devil and demons, which inevitably affected himself. Check the attribute panel. With a thought, the light curtain popped up in front of his eyes, and he suddenly found that the panel was a little red, with blood flames burning on the edges. Damn, if I stay here longer I'd be transformed into a demon. These attributes. Main attributes. Constitution 539 plus 461 plus 319, 1319. Strength 539 plus 461 plus 130, 1130. Agility 539 plus 461 plus 110, 1110. Perception 539 plus 461 plus 25, 1025. Intelligence 539 plus 461, 1000. Spirit 539 plus 461, 1000. After who knows how long of fighting and accumulation, he has actually raised all his attributes to the extreme value, with all attributes of 1000 points without any equipment, and in addition, he has 658 skill points. The so-called naked attributes do not count the equipment additions, only the attributes obtained by upgrading and the free attribute points. All 6 attributes are 1000 points, which is the current extreme value of Chu Cheng's attributes. Among them, the physical strength and agility were filled up early, and there was no place to add the extra ones later, so the other attributes were also filled up. Promoted to extraordinary, at least one attribute needs to reach the extreme value, and then complete the foundation and condense the extraordinary heart. The attribute extreme value is now met. And the foundation requires challenging your mirror image in the depths of your heart, and you can condense the extraordinary heart after success. The mirror image has almost exactly the same attributes and skills, weapons and equipment, mind and combat experience as yourself, which is very difficult to deal with. The reason why it is almost exactly the same is because there is one difference, that is, the mirror image cannot copy talents. Others can be copied, but innate talents cannot be copied. Of course, the golden finger in his mind is unlikely to be copied. This is Chu Cheng's only chance of winning. After quickly changing his equipment, Chu Cheng decided to advance. An invisible force gathered to form a light cocoon that wrapped him. Seeing this, the devils and demons around him changed their attack targets, as if they suddenly lost sight of him. In the bloody battlefield, it is absolutely safe to enter the promotion state. Whether it is a devil or a demon, after entering the promotion state and being wrapped by the power of the law, they will not be attacked by any attacks, just like non-devils and demons. The spiritual space is empty and boundless. Chu Cheng stood in the spiritual space, with fog in front of him, which quickly gathered into a vortex. A few vortices dissipated, and a figure exactly like himself walked out of it, also wearing crystal dragon leather armor, holding 2 one-handed swords, Ice and Frost Thorn. As expected, Chu Cheng pointed his finger, and a space mark hit the mirror image, but the mirror image did not cast a spell, but disappeared out of thin air, and instantly appeared behind Chu Cheng with 2 swords slashing fiercely. Time travel. However, the hero's expertise is immune to any time-related effects, so the various expertise and hero skills granted by the Eternal Overlord hero profession are invalid, and the most uncertain time lock cannot take effect on each other. Kill! Turning and sweeping at super fast speed, the 2 ice swords collided with each other, making a harsh vibration. Speed and strength are comparable, but Chu Cheng's true body talent can absorb 300 points of damage, and can rebound 300 points of real damage that ignores defense, and the space mark can cause 300 points of additional real damage, and can also prohibit invisibility and teleportation. This is a difference of 900. The combat skills and combat experience of both sides are comparable, and the attributes and equipment are exactly the same. At this time, the difference in talent is enough to open the distance and determine the winner. There was no strategy to speak of, it was just a head-on fight. With the LV3 spatial refraction talent, Chu Cheng quickly gained the upper hand. As time went by, the gap widened rapidly, and even if the mirror image continued to use time roaming to recover blood, it could not change the outcome. He did not even activate the 100% rebound of the spatial barrier of the talent. 15 minutes later, as 100 points of time power were exhausted, the mirror image could no longer recover, and was forced to fight with blood by Chu Cheng, and was worn out. Once the mirror image died, it shattered and turned into light, and merged into the body, and began to lay the foundation for the extraordinary. Hint: you defeated the mind mirror image, completed the foundation for the extraordinary, and the extraordinary heart is condensing. Hint: you have condensed the extraordinary heart, your level has been raised to level 50, you have been promoted to the extraordinary level, your attributes are being adjusted, and your hero profession is being promoted. Hint: You have successfully condensed the extraordinary heart. Hint, you have successfully been promoted to the extraordinary level. Hint, your hero profession has been successfully promoted to the extraordinary, and you have obtained new hero specialties and new hero skills. Chapter 231. Hint, you have successfully advanced to the extraordinary level. Combining your extreme attributes with your heroic profession, the final evaluation is 5 stars. You have successfully condensed the extraordinary heart, immortality. Extraordinary heart, all attributes are increased by. At each level, critical hit multiplier is increased by primary hegemony, immunity to instant death, immunity to disease, immunity to soul possession, immunity to aging, power of time. Physical adjustment, 1 point of physical fitness * 50 health points, * 50 physical strength, 10 points of physical fitness equals 1 point of toughness, 10 points of physical fitness equals 1 point of basic defense, 10 points of physical fitness equals 1 point of life regeneration per minute. Strength adjustment, 1 point strength * 3 points physical attack, 1 point strength equals 50 kilograms load. Agility adjustment, basic 100 points movement speed, 1 point agility plus 1 point movement speed, 1 point agility * 3 points ranged attack, 10 points agility equals 1 point reflex. Perception adjustment, 1 point perception equals 5 points perception range. Intelligence adjustment, 1 point constitution * 50 mana. Spirit adjustment, 10 points spirit equals 1 point mana recovery per minute, 10 points spirit equals 1 point will. Superb hard template adjustment, critical hit multiplier +1, primary hegemony. Hero expertise eternity, immune to any time-related effects. Feature 1, eternal reincarnation, the power of time washes itself every 15 seconds, expelling all negative states of itself. Feature 2, eternal life, anchor itself in a specified state, return to the anchored state at the moment of death, and can be resurrected at a specified location, with a cooling time of 15 days. Feature 3, past and future. When the power of time flows through yourself, you can call upon phantoms of your past and future to attack your opponents. The phantoms are invincible, and their attributes and behaviors are synchronized with your own. Feature 4, time overlap. The skills and spells cast have a chance to overlap, at least twice, up to 10 times. Tips. The effect cannot be dispelled, priority law level. Time wandering, extraordinary, enter the long river of time, appear at any location within the field of vision, and cause an attack that will trigger all attack effects to all enemies within a radius of 15 meters from the location where you appear, and cancel all damage and negative effects in the last 5 seconds. The skill cooldown time is 15 seconds, consuming 15 time power. Tips. No matter how long you stay in the long river of time, only a moment has passed in the outside world. Tips. This skill cannot be dispelled, priority law level. Time lock, extraordinary, passive, attack grants the power of time, and has a chance to lock the target in time for 2 seconds. Tips. All attacks received in the time lock state are critical hits that ignore defense and magic resistance. Tips. This skill can be dispelled, priority law level. Time shelter, extraordinary shelter with the power of time, jump out of time, and enter an invincible state. Skill effect 1, actively activates invincibility, lasts for 20 seconds, cools down for 4 minutes, consumes 30 points of time mana. Tips. Under the protection of the power of time, you can ignore any environment, travel through any terrain obstacles, and reach any visible location. Skill effect 2, passive, there is a 30% chance to promote your own time changes. Completely avoid this damage. Tips. This skill cannot be dispelled, priority law level. Time seal, extraordinary, the power of time seals the target, reducing all attributes by 50%, unable to cast spells, unable to teleport, prohibiting passive, unable to recover, lasts for 60 seconds. Tips. Cooldown time is 5 minutes, and it consumes 10 points of time power. Tips. This skill cannot be dispelled, and it has a priority level of law. New skill. Time barrier. Supernormal, expand a spherical space with a minimum of 10 meters and a maximum of 1,000 meters, so that time in the barrier stops, and only the caster and the units he controls can pass through it, which lasts for 15 seconds. Skill effect 1. Within the range of the time barrier, every attack must hit, and all attack special effects must be triggered, ignoring all defenses and resistances of the target, and summoning phantoms of the past and future to attack the opponent. Skill effect 2. Within the range of the time barrier, the caster enters the time protection state by default. Skill cooldown time is 1 day, and it consumes 100 points of time power. Tips. This skill cannot be dispelled, and it has a priority level of law. promoted to supernormal, the new hero's skill is a big move, called Time Barrier, which stops time in a large area for 15 seconds, and is a strategic big move that can definitely reverse the situation. So far, this promotion is not over yet, because his golden finger has been upgraded again. When promoted to extraordinary, it will be automatically promoted once. Originally it was preparing to be promoted to the second level, but it was promoted to the second level in advance, and now it is promoted to the third level. After the promotion to the third level, the attributes are adjusted again. There was a question mark after the extraordinary heart before, and the upgrade plus all attributes were question marks, because the promotion was not completed. These will be confirmed when the promotion is completed. Extraordinary heart, immortal, all attributes are added by 100 at each level, the critical multiplier is added by 2, primary hegemony, immunity to instant death, immunity to disease, immunity to soul possession, immunity to aging, time force 300, and 1 time force is restored every hour. Name, Chu Chung. Race, human. Occupation, eternal overlord, immortal, level 50. Talent, space refraction LV4. Hero's specialty, eternity. Main attributes, Constitution 5000 plus 461 plus 319, Strength 5000 plus 461 plus 130, Agility 5000 plus 461 plus 110, Perception 5000 plus 461 plus 25, Intelligence 5000 plus 461, Spirit 5000 plus 461. Secondary attributes, Toughness 578, Reflex 557, Will 546 plus 20, Life regeneration plus 30 per second, Mana regeneration plus 20 per second. Health, 289,000 plus 500 points. Physical strength, 289,000 points. Mana, 16,800 points. Melee attack, 16,773 plus 30. 0 plus 1250, 3358, chop. Ranged attack, 16713. Physical defense, 75%. Magic resistance, 75%. Movement speed, 5,571 plus 300, asterisk 100%. Basic skills, omitted. Hero skills, time travel, supernormal, time lock, supernormal, time shelter, supernormal, time seal, supernormal, time boundary, supernormal. Professional skills, Blade Storm LV5, Thunder Shock LV5, Blood God Body LV10, Violent Charge LV10, Phase Walk LV5, Netherworld Strike LV10, Divine Power Critical Strike LV10, Hot-Blooded Fighting Soul LV5. Giant God Power. Life Profession, omitted. Huh? A dull sound exploded on the battlefield, and a large amount of evil spirit and blood were attracted by the inexplicable force and merged into the light cocoon to form a huge vortex. Every dull sound was like a giant beast swallowing and spitting, which was frightening. This change quickly attracted the attention of the eternal law on the bloody battlefield. A force of law emerged and was injected into the light cocoon, causing the light cocoon to expand rapidly. Boom! The light cocoon exploded, revealing a muscular giant 10 meters tall. The violent breath mixed with evil spirit exploded and surged in all directions like a tide. The giant stretched out his hand and clenched his fist, feeling the extremely huge power in his body. He lowered his head and saw many demons being carried by the killing force. He raised his hand and punched out. Bang! The violent air wave blasted out in a column, exploded violently, and countless pieces of meat flew out. Then he held the sword and swept it across. The powerful force tore through the air to form a 10-meter-long half-moon sword energy that swept across 100 meters away, like wheat falling down. It was not a new skill, but just a new means derived from the qualitative change of power. Endless physical strength was squandered at will, and the sword energy swept back and forth. No devil or demon within 100 meters around was a match. His brilliant performance quickly attracted the attention of several powerful demons, who surrounded him. Just in time. Time wandering, his figure disappeared and appeared directly behind a level 56 deep hell refiner. The time lock was triggered, and 3 Chu Chengs appeared at the same time, swinging their swords together. 18323 basic attack, 5 times the critical strike, just one sword is 90,000 damage. More than 5,000 agility, giving him an ultra-fast attack speed of more than 20 times a second. 3 bodies combined to attack 60 times a second, with a total burst of more than 5 million. The extraordinary time lock lasts for 2 seconds. When the time lock ends, the deep hell refiner roars in despair, and his body falls apart. Ugh! Chu Cheng turned around, took a step forward, and with a sharp scream, he appeared in front of another Baylor flame demon several kilometers away in just 4 seconds, and cut off the flame demon sword in Baylor flame demon's hand and his arm with one sword. What does a speed of over 10,000 mean? It's not teleportation, but it's no different from teleportation. At such a high speed, even the upper demons can't react. He took back the Doomsday Guardian blade, stretched out his hand to hold Baylor flame demon to the ground, and stabbed it hard in the chest with a sword, causing a super high damage. After crushing the Baylor flame demon, Chu Cheng felt that with this attribute, dual-wielding 2 weapons was a bit restrictive. Only one weapon was needed, and the other hand was free, which was relatively more flexible. After killing 2 upper demons in a few strokes, the other 2 upper demons, who were rushing over, were frightened and quickly retreated. But at this time, it was not a question of whether they would go up or not, but that he would not let them go. With a body of 10 meters, a violent shock wave exploded with one step, crushing all small and medium-sized demons within a dozen meters around, absolutely crushing the attributes. After killing 2 high-level demons, Chu Cheng stretched out his hand and summoned Godzilla. In the blood battlefield, as long as you don't die, your strength will increase very quickly. Godzilla is now level 60. If he works hard here, he may be promoted to a legend in a short time. However, Chu Cheng thinks that he should be promoted to a legend faster than Godzilla. After all, there are few legends in this blood battlefield, and the existence above the legend will not come. At this time, his combat power is not inferior to that of legendary creatures. In terms of attributes alone, he is stronger than most legendary creatures. The eternal blood battle will never end. A few years later, a deafening roar was heard from the blood battlefield, and a huge light cocoon exploded. A giant as tall as 100 meters walked out of it. The invisible power of time turned into a real river of time surrounding the giant. The demons that rushed around were visibly rejuvenated, and quickly degenerated from the Baylor flame demon to the flame demon, then to the berserker demon, until the little demon, and finally turned into an abyss worm. It's time to leave. The legendary giant raised his head, raised the sword of time that was also hundreds of meters high, and slashed it down, tearing open a space crack hundreds of meters high. Behind the crack was the familiar blood-red land. After being promoted to a legend, he could get rid of the eternal blood battlefield. Chu Cheng stretched out his hand and pressed his chest, and his body quickly shrank back to its original shape, but it was still more than 3 meters high. The power was too strong, and could no longer be compressed. Imodar, here I come again! He took a deep breath and raised his leg to step into the crack. Imodar Realm, the palace of the Devil Lord. Imodar stood on the top of the castle, surrounded by a group of upper demons, looking at the opposite side with a serious expression. Above the earth, a huge portal stood on the ground. A continuous stream of troops and hundreds of professional teams were attacking the castle. A continuous stream of demons came and were smashed to pieces by the overwhelming spells. Above the huge portal, there was a floating city with a diameter of several kilometers. Several figures stood on the edge of the floating city wall. The one holding the staff in the middle was Yundinga, and there were 2 legendary mages and a group of great mages behind him, and 7 or 8 legendary melee professions were protecting him. Yundinga frowned and looked into the distance, and asked a woman in a white robe and cloak beside him, "Are you sure he will come back?" The cloak was pulled down, revealing Fang Xi's appearance. She held the crystal celestial sphere in her hand, and said with a firm face, "Fate tells me that he is not dead, and will come back to my side today and personally end Imodar." As soon as the voice fell, everyone looked up and looked in a certain direction. "I'm back."